in terms of balls and strikes or calls or whatever, I'll be talking to myself or I'll talk to my wife and she's like, you don't understand how loud you're speaking. And I'll get the side eye from the ump. I'll be like, sorry, bud, I'm going down there.
How's your body language?
My body language is, if everybody, for those that know me well, I don't hide much. I wear everything right on my sleeve, and I will tell you as I see it, which is also why I need to, I know my limitations.
That's what I'm saying, because you're not exactly someone who can be subtle.
No,
and
I do
hide. You're a
stick
very
out a little
large
bit. Yes,
person,
yeah,
and if your mannerisms, even if you're not being loud,
I'm loud.
You're loud.
Right.
I mean, what if you say something and the ump turns around and then you just stand up? Do they shut down?
I try and de-escalate all of that as much as I possibly can. And I will tell the umpire, I'm like, I disagree with your call, but it's your call. I'm sorry. I understand my voice carries. I'm not arguing with you.
They let you even get away with saying that much?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, umpires don't want to argue either. Like they don't want the commentary behind them and all that stuff. And when they hear it, most of the time, and a lot of them listen to the show, so they instantly hear my voice and they're like, and then at that point too, I'm like, hey, I'll talk to you after the game. I'm going to go down there.
I wonder if the Jansen kids get any favorable treatment because of your.
I don't think so. No. I got a lot of respect for the umpires. They do a great job.
He's stirring the pot back there.
But no, last night I was watching the performance by our Tigers, and I kept switching to the channel thinking, like sports fans do, right? I'm going to change the mojo. I'm going to change the channel. I'm going to mute the TV. I'm going to do something that's going to help our team. We all know it has zero effect, but for me, it's just the game I play in my head. And I kept switching to a show that my wife had absolutely no idea what was going on. And I don't know, you probably have never seen this. Swamp People. And they are hunting alligators, which I think is something like it's on my bucket list. I want to do that. I want to be in a boat, some tiny boat that is way too small to be hunting a 10-foot alligator. And they throw this big treble hook as they follow in the bubbles. They hook the alligator, and then they've got to shoot it as it gets close to the boat. I think it looks amazing. And my wife is like, oh, hell no. What the hell are they doing?
I believe this is a Gator favorite. You should talk to him about it in Crosstalk. Shoot him.
Oh, yeah. It's great. I was so entertained. And then I would switch back and I would not be entertained.
And it's back-to-back triples for the Brewers.
Right.
Back to the alligators.
Yes. Oh, they ran out a bunt. They ran out an infield single.
Some of this that's what they do, right? They're a contact team, really fast team. They win damn near 90 games every season. And if you're not on your P's and Q's, they're going to make you look like a Little League group.
And that's exactly what the Tigers looked like last night. They look like that Little League team. And, I mean, we all love Kevin McGonagal, but I think he learned a very hard lesson early in that game of, hey, you can't pat the ball. You're going to have to scoop and throw that one quickly when you're playing against the Brewers.
There's no margin for error in a game like that. And a couple runs turns into a couple more runs, and it just starts to avalanche.
And then you get the ace on the mound late in the game, which you never like seeing it for your team. But it's one of the funniest things. I laugh every single time I see a position player pitching in Major League Baseball. And I laugh even harder when someone strikes out to that position player. It's like striking out in slow pitch softball.
Yeah. Jake's up there throwing like
meatballs.
Soft serve.
Yeah.
Come on. T-ball. Go ahead and hit it.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss.
Only one? Wait, no, that's not the full clip.
That's all the only drop I've got right now.
Oh no, there's two there. We got to get the full clip.
Was the afternoon show playing some of it yesterday? That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Well, we'll dig it up.
Yeah,
we'll have some fun with it.
And so it's. But do we have the Jake Rogers strikeout? Let's hear how this went last night. He broke out the Ephus pitch.
Was that long enough for you, John?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I think we should bounce back with that every every single time coming out of break.
Yeah. Gets him with the eephus pitch.
That was a highlight last night.
Torque
got a hit.
Was that the eephus or that was his fastball?
Yeah, Torque got a hit. And Torque's line drive right up the middle almost hit the pitcher's glove.
Yeah.
Like that would have been some serious bad mojo.
He got the hit, which is good.
Yeah, sure.
And Dickerson made it a very big deal because they want to make sure
this is going to start it off.
Yeah. I hope it does. I do need some extra base power, but he drew a walk. He got a hit. All right.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Tigers drop game one of this series to the Brewers. Going to play again tonight, although the Pistons will probably take most of the attention away. They're going to play playoff game number 2 against the Orlando Magic. Speaking of playoff basketball, last night you had a couple teams at home lose. Boston Celtics and San Antonio Spurs. John?
So if the Pistons win tonight, they will be 1-1. Mm-hmm. And they will also be have the same record in their series as the Celtics, who are 1-1, the Spurs, who are 1-1, the Knicks, who are 1-1, and both. By the way, the Knicks blew a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. The Nuggets, who are 1-1, which I also think they blew a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. Cavs right now, the only notable team that we're keeping an eye on that are 2-0. Mm-hmm. If they win tonight and they are 1-1 like the rest of those teams that we just talked about, is it any different?
Slightly. The Spurs lost with Wembanyama going down in the second quarter. It's a little different, right?
Okay, so there's some uniqueness in that. And none of those teams, the other one seed, Oklahoma City, is 2-0.
Yeah. And the teams we're talking about that are 1-1, they didn't trail the entire game in which they lost the way the Pistons did.
Right. A loss is a loss, though.
No, I know. But like optically, like you are judging how do I feel about my team. They'll all be 1-1, but not all losses are created equal. In terms of
they're all treated equal,
but how you feel about them and project them for a series,
right? But after tonight, and let's just say they win by 11, 15, they control the game. Yeah. Maybe they are trailing 4-3 at the beginning of the game, or 48-49 halfway through the game. But if they end up winning, like, how is it any different?
It counts the same. My question though would be a team that like the Celtics. What did they go?
The mighty Celtics with a healthy Jason Tatum, how dare they lose in the opening round?
13 of 50 from 3. First of all, 50 attempts from 3, but only making 13 of them. But games, you're talking about teams with double-digit leads that blow them, that are clearly better than their opponent, versus a Pistons team that in their loss didn't lead for a single minute. So while they all count as one loss, be very careful in saying they are all the same.
Well, the Nuggets have a two-time MVP, a guy that's finished in the top 3. Well, is it a 3-time MVP? Sorry, my bad. Nikola Jokic.
Don't shortchange him.
Yeah, but he's finished in the top 3, 5 years in a row. Like, how dare they lose with the double-digit lead in the fourth quarter?
Does Nikola Jokic need a Robin?
Does he? Yes, I know.
Okay, I see where this is going.
Do you?
Yeah, that it's okay.
I'm not saying it's okay. No, it's never okay to lose. But what I'm saying is there's always going to be an overreaction. And rightfully so. I don't even think it was an overreaction because they didn't ever lead in the game. They are a 1 seed. Oklahoma City on the opposite side of being a 1 seed is 2-0. I understand not all losses, not all wins are the same. But if you have one of the worst games that you played, the first game of the postseason, and we're all disappointed because there's no wins in the LCA. There's no postseason wins since 2008, no series wins, all those different things. But let's not let it cloud our judgment of what this team still has in front of them.
Yeah, I would just say you don't have to feel bad for feeling bad on Sunday night. And we all said this week we still believe the Pistons would win the series. Tonight would go a long way. Got to win tonight.
Right.
248-539-9797. Mike Vrabel spoke yesterday.
Oh, finally.
You specifically had some thoughts on what he had to say.
Well, I do the Dear John segment.
You have some advice for Mike Vrabel?
We'll just hit that one maybe a tiny bit early.
Okay, we'll do that next. It's 97.1. All right, guys, when it's time to make that move with your home, it's Shaner Roofing. Because if you need a new roof, of course, that's what Shaner's been doing. Windows and siding, part of the portfolio now as well. Big decisions for your home. When it's time, company you can trust for over 30 years is Shaner Roofing. Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner, and now they're bringing that 5-star service to the windows and siding. Sets them apart. They're local, family-owned, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof they install, lifetime transferable warranty. They've earned a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners, a reputation that's not bought, it's earned. Decades of doing the job right. So, if you're in the market for a new roof, if you need new windows, or you want to get new siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. So let's do that. MyMichiganRoof.com. Check it out. MyMichiganRoof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. 12-4 final. They'll make contact, they'll run, and if you're not on your game, they will make you look like the bad news bears. There were some adventures last night for the Tigers.
There were, but I mean, there was a stat that I shared with you, and I know you heard it on the broadcast last night. Kevin McGonagal. And yeah, I'm not trying to shine a light on anything positive from last night, but from the season to this point, you've got a rookie that in the games that he's played has only had one game to this point where he has not reached base safely. That to me is remarkable. If we're talking about an 8-year Major League Baseball veteran with a bat like his and having something like this, I think that would be cool, but it's not mentionable. This for a rookie that skipped AAA, got the new deal, continues to back up all the reasons why he's the best hitter on this team.
I'll put some perspective. Best hitter on this team. You know what his WAR is now on the season?
No.
1.8. It's number 3 in all of baseball. It's ahead of guys you may have heard of. Yordan Alvarez, Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout, Aaron Judge. They're all looking up at Kevin McGonagal.
Yeah.
I actually think we've underhyped this.
Yeah.
Like, not only fans to a degree, but this is unprecedented.
Right.
He's already worth damn near 2 wins, and they've only played like 20 ball games.
Right. It's 24 to be exact.
I know.
But
Just
it's remarkable.
I think maybe the only reason why it's not getting as much hype as it probably should is the home runs.
Right. But what does it say that he's only got the 1, right?
Right.
And he's still contributing in every area of the ball club with walks and hits and plays in the field.
Be nice if somebody could bring him home.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that would be nice. But when you're talking about he's only got the 1 home run, his OPS is 904.
Yep.
And it's with 2 doubles. I'm sorry, 8 doubles, 2 triples, 1 home run. I mean, it's 43 total bases, 13 walks, only 12 strikeouts, a stolen. He's doing it all. And he's doing it all at a high level. All right, so he's only got 1 home run. Oh, boo-hoo.
I found that one negative.
And sometimes
they
relish in negativity.
248-539-9797. This one says it's only been 24 games, but long relief is looking like a must-add as of right now. That's Patrick in Grand Rapids.
Come on, nobody messes with the Jesus.
It's the middle innings. I think they got 3 dudes at the back end of the bullpen I think are going to be pretty good. You can always add relief pitching at the deadline. That's kind of a normal deal.
Yeah.
Getting a little concerned with the non-closers in the bullpen. Anderson, DeJesus, Herder have all looked very mediocre, if not bad. Bad news bears, Brian in a Bronco. That's correct. To add to John's stat about McGonagal, he's reached base in every game he started, according to the broadcast last night. I thought there was one he didn't. Because Petrie said it was like an 0 for 4.
Right. And yeah, I have to go back and look at every game.
He had one game he came in as a replacement. That was the Parker Meadows game.
Right.
But I think he had an off day in there too, and there was an 0 for 4 day in there. Either way, they're few and far between. The guy's almost pencil him in every day. He's going to be on base.
Right. I mean, it's unbelievable what he is doing to this point.
How about this? Chill on McGonagal. He's off to a nice start, but reality will set in. We've seen hot starts like this before. No need to overhype him. He's a good player, but will have a drop-off soon.
Okay, so in 24 games, he's had a slump. 1 game where he went 0 for 4. Yeah, he's going to fall off the face of the earth.
But I'm curious where a text like that comes from. I'm trying to get in the psyche of the texter. They want us to be less excited about the bright, young, shiny star we have blossoming in the city of Detroit. Don't say too many nice things about him.
Right. Yeah, because eventually he's going to have a game where he doesn't reach base. And then we'll have to just completely take back.
I think what they're just trying to say is keep the disco away from the guy.
Okay, I think fair. I'll keep the sequins and a little boogaloo away from
we're not
Kevin.
doing the double-digit disco on his WAR by the end of the year?
Yeah. Could he be a 10 more player? 248.
Oh, this guy.
What's the record for
you
WAR
have
in a season?
one disco that comes through on the negative side of things, and now you're just going to disco everything.
You see what the spread is for the Pistons tonight? I think it's 9.5. We'll get to it at 6:35. Channel A Pistons all-time great ahead of tonight's matchup. You have thoughts on Mike Vrabel?
I did, and I think first, so he finally spoke yesterday. They normally have, as we heard from Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, all the the press conferences leading up to the draft. Most coaches, most GMs did it about a week or so ago, and I know it's soon after the pictures were taken in Arizona, the couples only, the adults only, resort. But he finally spoke yesterday, and this is Mike Vrabel. Do you think Robert Kraft, do you think there was a tough conversation he had to have with Robert Kraft? A tough conversation he had to have with his team? Mm-hmm. Do you think anybody really cared? The NFL's not going to investigate any of this. They've already said they won't. Mm-hmm. And the Robert Kraft, you think he's going to investigate it? He's the one that was arrested for the massage parlor incident. You think anybody, the players, okay, maybe there's a couple of players that lose a little bit of respect for him, as they should. Mm-hmm. But in the large part, do you think it's conduct detrimental to the team, that the team will somehow be affected?
No.
The only tough conversations he should be talking about are the ones that he had with his wife and the ones that he's having with his kids that have. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kraft. Come on, man. So, and then I'm going to stand out here and I want to talk to the media before the players have to talk to the media and answer questions. You think the players are going to say anything about this situation? No. They may be asked, hey, what do you think? Well, I don't think much of it. No. And nobody's going to ask his wife. No one's going to ask his kids. Those are the tough conversations. What were you doing there? What's going on? If you want to mess around, then leave your wife. Don't drag her through the mud, or your kids and the questions that they've got to answer from everyone else not in the media.
So you found that to be inadequate?
I just thought, what was the point of coming out and saying that? Yeah, okay, I'm going to have some tough conversations. Yeah, I had to talk to my wife and I had to talk to my kids.
About what, Mike?
I understand the follow-up. And the answer would be, well, those conversations are going to remain private.
No, I know, but was this him confirming without saying?
Oh, yeah, 100%. That's how I took it. I don't know how you can't take it any other way.
That's how I took it. But then take accountability.
Right.
Not this wishy-washy. We all know what I'm saying, but I'm not actually going to say it. I'm going to kind of bury my head and talk slowly and just hope this goes away.
And it's, I understand there's another party involved. So things that he says affects Diana Rossini as well.
More so.
Right.
And I think some people get upset like that it's some kind of double standard or that it's sexist. It's truly just about the difference in the two professions. They're both breaking up families, which is awful on a moral level.
Right.
But from a professional ethics standpoint, Vrabel's not the only coach, player, NFL personnel to cheat. If you're an insider who's trading access for stories,
right,
that's a huge professional ethical issue for Diana Rossini. It's not because she's a woman and he's a man or because he's a football coach. It's because she's a football reporter.
Right. That's why The Athletic was investigating, and it's why the NFL is not.
Text says the only thing that Robert Kraft said to Vrabel is, "Did you get a massage with that?" Vrabel's comments missed one word, and it's a critical word. Sorry.
Right.
It's a really good point.
Mm-hmm.
What was the hard conversation with Kraft? Should have gone to the massage parlor? Says, buddy, they can't take pictures inside there. That's the way to go.
Yeah, the only picture come out of that's a mugshot.
Yeah, no kidding. Look, I found it to be inadequate. I'm happy that you felt the same way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as soon as I heard it, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, I mean, if you, I have no idea, nor do I really care about the relationship between him and his wife.
It's their business.
It's 100% their business. However they want to handle that privately, they're going to handle it. But I think that texter is spot on. I'm sorry. Maybe that's the only words that he needed to actually say.
Few texts coming in. I think McGonagal's power will come through. He'll hit 20 homers this season. He showed in the spring he can hit balls 400 feet. Text Pistons minus 9.5. So to cover, it has to be by double digits. Let's go, baby. Who cares?
Don't egg this man on. Just don't put that out in the universe for him.
It says, as a lifelong sports fan, I just don't care about the Vrabel situation. I don't care at all, and I don't want to hear about it. That's signed Ryan. But you can see why it's a big story, right? You have the NFL Coach of the Year having an affair,
yeah,
it appears, with one of the lead reporters of the NFL who breaks stories.
Right. If you're a public figure,
yeah,
and what you do, positive and negative, and honestly, the world we live in, more than negative, is going to make news.
All right, we'll talk Pistons coming up next. Going to channel a little bit of one of the all-time greats. It's 97.1. All right. I got Moran here. Let's talk about Moran then. Let's do it. Truck Month at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. That's 2 years in a row. And with spring here, and depending on the day, you can tell it's spring. Other days, I'm not so sure. With spring here, tax refunds hitting, it's a great time to make your move. So here's what you do. You can get the Silverado, the RST 4x4 Crew Cab with the V8 engine, starting at $249 a month. That's a 24-month lease, just $999 down. Get yourself in that 2026 Silverado or shop for whatever vehicle you're looking for at MoranExpress.com. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Finally, get the playoffs back underway for the Pistons. Get Sunday in the rearview mirror. Get the taste out of your mouth. Play tonight.
Yeah, it almost felt like a week of NFL season, right? Hey, it's Sunday to Sunday. You got to sit and stew on that one for too long. And it feels like it's been a long time since the Pistons were on the court, even though it was just Sunday.
And I imagine, John, when you had a bad game, it was a tough week. I imagine for Jalen Duren, he is itching to get back out there tonight.
Oh, I'm sure he is. And those tough weeks, those moments, they make you better.
Mm-hmm. They're
supposed to. Like, hey, that pain, I don't want to feel that again. So how do I make it not happen? Well, I go out there and play better. We go out there and win.
Do you expect a much different outcome tonight?
Yeah, I expect a win. Much different. 180 degrees in the other direction.
How confident are you that the Pistons will right the ship tonight and even the series? On a scale of 1 to Rasheed Wallace, by the way, I think we have that audio.
Oh, well, let's hear it.
Let's a little throwback. Are you as confident as this Piston great?
So he's a 10. I think it's safe to say. On a scale of 1 to 10, Rasheed's a 10.
Yeah, guaranteed is a we're not losing this game.
Yeah.
That's the Tayshaun Block game. They were that block away from not winning that game.
Yeah.
Put it in the papers. Front page, back page, column 1, column 2, column A, column B.
I'm probably more of an 8. Okay. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah.
But it's a game. You play the game, and let's see if the Magic's not the first team to try and take away what Jalen Duren does. Mm-hmm. And if they do that again, Jalen Duren should lead the team in assists.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, I mean, you get the ball in the paint, and they tight things down, and then I can't get my shot. I don't have the hook shot. I don't have the post moves. But what I can do is find the open guy. And there should be a whole lot of guys that are wide open, and now those guys just have to knock down threes or knock down their shot, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, Tobias Harris should not go 1 of 7 from deep in another game, right? Like, while I think there's going to be a healthy conversation about, I don't think you can expect Cade to score 40, he shouldn't have to. The team around him shouldn't shoot 34%.
Right.
They should make more shots around Cade just on the law of averages. Beyond that, I'm confident because Asar's got to play more minutes in the second half. And if he does, they're going to be a better defense in the second half. If Jalen Duren plays a more inspired brand of basketball on both ends of the floor, the Magic aren't shooting 50%.
Right.
If they're not shooting 50% and you can get some semblance of jump shots to fall, you're going to take care of business. You're going to come out like your hair's on fire and win this basketball game.
I think the biggest thing that needs to change from Sunday to tonight, I think the biggest reason why this turns around is the Pistons get back to what they do. It's unique, and it's the energy, it's the defense. And I talk about, hey, is Jalen Duren, should he lead the team in assists? Sure. If that's what it takes because they're going to pack the paint, then so be it. But defensively, that wasn't the performance that started off at 6:30, and Tom Gore said, "Hey, the future of the Pistons starts now." Well, what do they want that future to be? Right now, it needs to be focused on defense.
Yeah, if you want to ask why will things be different in Game 2, I have to point to they are much better defensively in this game. They get back to more of what their identity is. Look, I think they have real Robin concerns. There are real spacing concerns. Those aren't going to change. What's the one thing that I feel like has to and will change? They're going to be more dogged on defense. So Asar needs to be on the ball and stop the penetration so they're not getting downhill drives to the cup and high percentage shots. Because they'll try to pull Duren out with some spacing, but you have to defend on ball. Asar Thompson is going to have to be more of a menace. And to do it, he's going to have to play. So I think that's adjustment number 1 is this dude's playing 30-plus minutes in this game. Mm-hmm. And adjustment number 2 is, when they get to the rim, you're going to contest those shots more effectively. They do those things, they'll get steals, they'll get blocks, they'll get transition. They won't have to score 120 points to win the game. Therefore, the robbing and shooting concerns are minimized. Everything comes back to you better play like one of the two best defenses in basketball tonight, or you're going to be down to the wire with this team.
And I don't want to put it all on Jalen Duren because, as you mentioned, like Asar Thompson, got to have the defense that you've been praised for.
And that's a JB criticism.
It is in the second half, only playing 9 minutes. But getting back to Jalen Duren, if we're talking about the assists, it's also the rebounds. Like 7 rebounds, only 1 offensive rebound. Like if you want more than 8 points, second chance opportunities have to be a part of that equation.
Yeah, offensive rebounding needs to be better, but I don't think Tobias Harris took enough heat for game 1. I think Jalen Duren took a lot of the strays. Tobias Harris has to be better.
Yeah.
I mean, the talk of moving him at the deadline was a real thing. And you got to keep Unc around and this and that, and he's good for the team and the culture and all that and stuff. But you know what? He's got a playoff reputation as not being that good in the playoffs. That needs to change if this team's going to be successful long term.
The 3 biggest issues from game 1. Duren, largely a no-show. Tobias Harris not capitalizing on a packed paint. And JB Bickerstaff not playing his defensive player of the year candidate big minutes down the stretch to try to keep that game tight.
And I'll give you a 4th too. He was important for him during the season, so he's got to be in the playoffs, and it's Jenkins.
Yeah.
Is he a fraud? He played horrible the other night.
Yeah. I mean, he just dribbling around, trying to create his own shot. It's just not who he is or what his abilities are.
Open lines, Pistons fans. Is this a guaranteed? Is this game 2 will go our way? We will win game 2? And what's the biggest change you need to see? Let's get to Duke. Good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Morning, Duke.
Hey, what's up? I just was thinking, like, I listen to you all every morning while I'm delivering, but have we thought about, like, to not panic and just maybe because Cade has just come back, like, didn't his body language wise, didn't he look a little hesitant at the beginning of the game? And maybe they're just finding their spaces playing with Cade again. Their spacing, their groove playing with Cade again.
If it had been his first game back, I could buy a little bit more into that argument, but he had 3 games at the end of the regular season, 1 against Charlotte, then 1 against Indiana. You could just say, hey, it's a G League team.
I don't feel like he was hesitant. I mean, I
didn't know.
I mean, I could rewatch and study the body language, but it felt like he tried to get downhill and he tried to get Duren the ball. And I'm sorry,
like in the second half they played much better, but in the first half he looked hesitant. To me, I watched.
Well, weren't they within? Again. They were within 4 points at halftime.
At halftime, yeah. At one point, just before half, they were within 1.
Yeah, I think they tied. When did they tie it? I mean, they never led. That's the problem,
right?
And the game ended up getting away from them late. Look, I don't want to ask Cade to score 40 tonight.
No, and I mentioned it on Monday. I think if he's scoring above 35 and it's not an overtime game, there's too much. Let's let Cade go win this for us versus how can I support him? How can I contribute? What can I do to take a little bit of weight off and make things easier on Cade?
7 o'clock hour, we will give away Weezer tickets, doing it all week long for their show coming up on September 23rd. Pistons talk. Let's play that Rashid coming back again. Is this one that you feel confident about? This team will respond. They will win game 2. It's 97-1.
I put the first mow on the lawn over the weekend. If you haven't yet, probably looking at that lawn going, I probably should. If you want a beautiful lawn, green, lush, thick, no weeds, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. They've been treating my lawn at 2 separate places for a little over 5 years now, and every single year it's the same thing. It's green, it's lush, and I don't have dandelions, I don't have crabgrass. It doesn't thin by the end of summer. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. That program is Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green, save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount and for a limited time. I also want to let you know that if you purchase a full lawn program, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. Start early and you're going to see great results. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
Channeling Rasheed Wallace, we will win game 2. Your level of confidence, the Pistons even this thing up tonight. 248-539-9797. And what has to change from game 1 to game 2? Let's get to Miguel in Windsor. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. I'm at 100%, 10 out of 10 confidence level they're going to win tonight. They're just built differently than any other team, and I think they were shell-shocked a little bit, got some jitters. If they can't win tonight, then we have to really rethink what this team was really about. 60 wins, the way they play together. They have a healthy team now. The only other way to make it guaranteed is to put in Garen Reed. He needs more time on the court, and I think he might be able to throw in a little bit of a mix for Orlando, and I think they'd have their hands full. But I think Pistons win tonight, no doubt.
No doubt. Leave no doubt is the other way to look at it, right? I mean, you are the 1 seed. And I know Orlando might not be a typical 8 seed, but you are the 1 seed. Act like it. You're playing a home game. Give these people who are going down there a reason to cheer and come away with the tied series. What's got to change? Their spacing issues are real. Their lack of a true Robin who can create shots, very real. Mm-hmm. I don't think those problems are going away in this postseason. But the one thing that should change is defensively. Asar's got to play more down the stretch. They've got to be better defending the rim. Jalen Duren's got to grab more boards, even if he's not going to score as many points. If they're going to put up a wall, he's still got to be a physical presence at and near the rim. Those things can, should, and I'll say will change tonight. I can't imagine they're going down 0-2.
No, I can't imagine it either. 2 losses at home as the number 1 seed to start the playoffs off. Like, that's a hole that you're starting to really dig.
Pistons are 5-0 in games I've attended, this says Caleb in Whitmore Lake, including one against Orlando. I bought tickets tonight, so I can guarantee a dub in game 2.
There you go.
Caleb, it's on you.
Uh-huh.
Pistons have struggled with Orlando all season. Orlando is uniquely built to counter what the Pistons want to do. In December, Cade had a 40-point triple-double, and we still lost. Nathan in Beverly Hills.
That's my point. I mean, it just reinforces, if he's scoring more than 35, I don't think the Pistons win.
So I look at it like this. I don't think he will score 40. He had 39 in the last game. And you could say that's going to make it harder for the Pistons to win. But are they going to shoot 18 of 53 outside of him? I have to think no.
Right. I would think no as well.
I was at the game. I couldn't be more livid with the fourth quarter rotation. Cade, Duren, Herter, Beef Stew, and Dennis Jenkins. It was a rotation I hadn't seen in a single game in the regular season. What are we doing? The eye test from the last game tells me that betting the Magic tonight would be a lock, but Vegas always knows something. Do you guys see the Pistons dominating all of a sudden? That's Keith and Frazier. Yeah, they're big favorites tonight.
But I also don't think it's all of a sudden. Like, it's, okay, they played crappy on Sunday.
Good at it.
Do I, yeah, no, internal filter there. But do I expect them to play that same way in back-to-back nights? No. I expect them to be the team that we saw through 82 games, a resilient team, a young team that's going to come out and play with energy, play really good defense, and on the offensive side, not be as poor shooters as they were.
To his point about the betting, they're 8.5-point favorites as of this moment. Another way to look at it is I don't care how many points they win by, just win the game.
Oh, since you started talking, now it's gone down?
Just win the game. To bet them to just win the game, you got to bet $4 to win $1.
Yeah.
There's a degree of confidence that the Pistons are winning tonight, even from the books.
Yeah.
Let's get to Brett. You're next up. You're out in Grand Rapids. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Brett, good morning.
Brett?
Oh, man.
Oh, come on. We got to get
Sleeping
you more
at the
alert.
wheel in GR. Come on, man.
Wake up. Texter says it's funny playing the Sheed clip because Sheed is exactly what this team needs. Matt in Redford.
Suit him up.
I mean, Sheed was ahead of the curve, right? I mean, he could shoot a little bit, more than a little bit, and still be a guy that held his own in the paint and on defense. Tex says, I'm sick of hearing people saying the fans weren't hype enough for game 1. It's hard to get going for your team when they're down 10 from the jump and played their worst game. Yeah, I hate the fan policing. Yeah. So we did some of this with the Red Wings, and it's like, why was the crowd dead? Because the team was dead. Why didn't the crowd get more excited? Because the Pistons led for 0 minutes. Like, imagine a sequence where the Pistons are up a dozen in the first quarter. You don't think the crowd's into it?
Yeah.
You don't think you go on a run and grab the mantle and you're leading in the fourth quarter, that crowd's not going to bear down on Orlando?
Yeah,
you got to give them a reason.
Yeah, you go to Ford Field and the Lions are down 2 scores. I don't think the energy is what it is if they're tied or if they're up by 3.
And yet we'd still get messages. Why didn't the Lions fans hold up their end of the bargain? Home field advantage. We're not going to cheer when our team's losing.
Right.
Give us a reason.
Yeah. And all the opponent's fans or the team is looking at the scoreboard going, scoreboard.
Confidence level the Pistons get this thing done. That's what we're talking about this morning.
I'm at an 8. Mentioned that already. And I think that I'm not going to sit there and say it's a lock. I think they do respond. I think there's a lot of pride in JB, a lot of pride in Cade, a lot of pride in all of these players. And they had to be embarrassed by that performance.
I would think so too. And this is a necessary response. Can't win the series tonight, but you could lose it.
Sure. If they go down 0-2,
I'm not going to hold people back. I mean, we're going to get flooded with calls. What are they going to be saying?
Yeah. We'll be playing a lot of that.
Don't go down 0-2.
I absolutely love that. That was
You said they were playing
such a great moment. Yeah, I caught the end of I was sitting waiting for Jack to get done with practice, and I was waiting because they were supposed to be done an hour before they were. And so I was listening to Rico and Mike, and yeah, they were playing the hell out of that. And I laughed every time.
And just so people don't know, Jim got into it yesterday about 9:25 with the Pistons caller about Jalen Duren and being a max guy.
Yeah, I told him he could stay on the line, and then he said he's going to hang up, and 7 o'clock hour.
Anytime anybody leaves town in sports.
Yeah.
Dylan Larkin.
Well,
10 seconds.
Chance to win Weezer tickets, NFL Draft, Mock Draft Mania, a live draft with you guys. We'll do that at 7:35. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Tigers dropped their series opener with the Milwaukee Brewers 12-4 last night. It was a decent start for Cater Montero as he went 5 2/3 innings with only 3 runs allowed, a walk, and 3 Ks. Things got out of hand when Emmanuel DeJesus came into the game, though, as he allowed 7 runs between the 7th and 8th innings. Tigers never really had a chance to get back into it after that, but that doesn't mean there aren't any highlights from last night as Tigers catcher Jake Rogers recorded his first career strikeout in the 9th inning. Kevin McGonagal also knocked in another RBI in the 9th as well. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 6:40 right here on 97.1. There was some exciting action in the NBA playoffs last night as both 2 seeds lost. In the East, Boston fell to Philly 111-97 as the series is now 1-1 going to Philly. The Spurs were also without Victor Wembanyama for most of the game as he left with a concussion. They went on to lose 106-103 to the Blazers. The Pistons are getting ready for their second game of the series tonight against the Magic. They'll need Jalen Duren to be better than he was in Game 1. Here's what he said made that game so difficult. Pistons are 27-5 when Duren reaches his season averages in points and rebounds. Tip-off tonight in Game 2 is at 7 o'clock at LCA. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
$7:35, a live mock draft. John and I will pick all the way up to 17 and put Lions fans on the clock. 7 o'clock hour also means a chance to win tickets to see Weezer. We're doing it all week long, different hours every day. 7 o'clock hour, you're going to listen for Island in the Sun by Weezer. When you hear it, call in, win a pair of tickets to see the band, Little Caesars Arena, September 23rd. They have one of the great covers of all time.
Yeah.
Africa by Toto.
Right. And I mean, when you listen to that, like, when did the cover for Weezer come out? It came out, 3 years ago?
No, it's like 2018.
Oh, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Pre-pandemic. It throws a wrench in all my timing. And everyone, I mean, they loved it, right? And because there's a measure of love for the songs that we hear originally, and then when a band does it right, and they put their spin on it, and they do the cover, sometimes you love it even more.
Yeah,
in fact, there's times where you don't even know it's a cover because whoever did it second did it so much better.
Yeah, I mean, the original came out in 82, and then decades later,
right,
they did it better.
So the other thing, too, is when it's done in 82, like, okay, when were you born?
93.
All right, so it was done 11 years prior to you. Now, I'm sure maybe growing up, you heard the song.
Of course, yeah.
But then Weezer does it again. There are some people that maybe they don't. Like, it's not their genre of music, but then Weezer does it, and they think it's the original until they find out, oh, wait, it's a cover.
So if you look around for the lists of the best cover songs of all time, there's one list from 2011. I feel like it's kind of dated. I'd like us to put together an updated list. So if we could put that out there for the world, with your help, 248-539-9797, we'd like a list of the best cover songs of all time. And we will, Greg, be sure to start with putting Weezer on that list. What else needs to be on the list of the all-time great cover songs?
And we'll take all submissions, and maybe it's just your favorite in terms of what the best ones are. And this may be at the top of my list, simply because, and it's more of a personal reason. My brother-in-law, who passed 5 or 6 years ago, his favorite song, one of his favorite songs is Africa. So every time it comes on the radio, Lisa and I, we sit there and we tell the story about Scotty. And Teddy now knows, Teddy never met him.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those things. So they redid it, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, this is great.
Which do you prefer, the Weezer or the
original, simply because that was Scotty's favorite.
Okay. Understood.
But I think Weezer does a tremendous job at it.
What would you like to nominate?
So I have one that I think we need to nominate, and I'm not going to, I hope I don't steal anybody I want to take the calls and get their submissions text as well.
Oh, okay.
But
just go one then.
Luke Combs.
Oh, yeah.
Fast Car. Tracy Chapman.
He crushed that.
I thought that was
and no disrespect,
awesome.
I think he has the better version.
That's debatable.
Right.
But I think when we talk about doing the covers, like we've heard some covers, and the second one is like,
I know.
This one, I think he did a tremendous job of honoring the song by Tracy Chapman.
So I think what makes a good cover is the reason I like the Weezer one is it rebirthed the song. They kind of gotten lost, to a new, younger generation. I think that's can make a good cover. I also think what makes a cover is when the cover is actually better than the original. And I think the one that definitely fits that is Johnny Cash's Hurt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was 9 Inch Nails. He did it in 2002. He had not put out much music for years.
Right.
So it rebirthed an artist to younger generations. And then also you had the Walk the Line movie came out not long after that. So I think Hurt by Johnny Cash is one of the best.
Yeah, that's I think it's like top 5 on a lot of these albeit dated lists. But yeah, that one's an all-timer.
It's like from the soul, man, the way he sings that.
Greg, we have that, right? We have a little bit of Hurt. I know he's screening calls. We're putting it. Greg is like Inspector Gadget right now. He's got like he's got to be a DJ, screen the calls, play the hits.
Yeah,
we could just take some calls. Let's get to Justin in Southgate. Justin, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you today?
Good.
I'm singing "Smooth Criminal" by Alien Ant.
Yes,
one of the best covers. Unbelievable. And then Chris Cornell's cover of "Nothing Compares to You." It's haunting. His voice, haunting. 2 of my favorite covers of all time.
Those are 2 really good ones.
Yeah, I think actually Sinead O'Connor did the cover "Nothing Compares to You."
That's a Prince song.
Oh, different. Nothing compares to you.
Yes, way different. Two completely different ones. But
Okay.
Chris Cornell, his voice is just something else.
Like the Smooth Criminal one, I think is a real toss-up. Which version's better?
Yeah,
And like
absolutely.
Michael Jackson's is awesome, but Alien Ant Farm, again, they put their own spin on it. It's not the same sound, but it
now
feels
I hear it in my head.
just as
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Which one?
Yes,
The
incredible one.
yeah.
Yeah. We got no shortage of people who want to jump in on this. Let's go to Kyle and Grand Blanc. Kyle, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Doing good. I was thinking Hallelujah by Jeff Buckley. It kind of goes with the Johnny Cash one. I'm pretty sure Leonard Cohen said that that's his favorite version too. And I believe the Nine Inch Nails guy said Johnny Cash did his the best. So that one's right up there on that list.
Appreciate it, Kyle. We'll make note.
It is also really cool. And, we talked about the Fast Car by Tracy Chapman that Luke Combs did. When you hear the original artist compliment the one that's doing the cover, whether it's Leonard Cohen talking about Jeff Buckley or it's whoever it is, like that also gives it credibility.
How about this? Unnamed texter. We saw Toto in Grand Rapids, and they covered Hash Pipe by Weezer. It was epic. I love that.
Yeah.
Says, no matter what, the original is always the best. I don't know about that. I don't know if people realize this, but Aretha, Respect, that's a cover song, right?
It is a cover song.
And I think she did it best.
Yeah.
A little surprised when I saw that today. I go, wait, hold on. She's not the OG, but she did it best.
Right.
Now, where do you stand on the music snob guy that says there shouldn't be cover songs? Come up with your own content. I hate that guy so much.
Well, a lot of these artists, they have their own stuff, but it's an homage. It's to honor, like you said, rebirth some classics.
Right. Now, when you're talking about like covers that aren't as good as the original, and Tom, I think maybe you'll get some of the comedy in this one.
When me and Jim did the national anthem.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. The Twist by Chubby Checker. You know who redid it?
No.
Who?
Oh, come on. This is an 80s classic.
I just not.
Fat Boys.
Oh, please.
Yeah. Yeah. People aren't a fan of my cover of Cher.
Yeah. Sometimes the original is the better version.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point. Let's go right back to people. Adam in Grosse Pointe. Good morning.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
Not much, man. I got two by the same artist. I think Metallica does a great version of Turn the Page by Bob Seger. And also Whiskey in the Jar is the cover. I don't remember who did it originally, but I love that song.
Yeah, I agree with Turn the Page. I think Metallica, it was a completely different version. Obviously, the Metallica and Bob Seger are not the same genre of artist, but I think they did a great job of keeping enough of the original, but putting their spin on it.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a different song, and I also think it rebirthed it for a lot of people that weren't listening to Bob Seger, especially not in Michigan.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Ken in Macomb, you've been waiting the longest. Let's get your thoughts on this. With us giving away Weezer tickets. They have one of the all-time great covers of all time. What should be on that list? Ken, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. The first one that came to mind was Careless Whisper by Seether, originally done by Wham. I didn't even know it was a cover until I ended up hearing it in the bar one night, and I was born in 81, so I should have known that. But I do want to throw out Simon and Garfunkel's Sound of Silence, redone by Disturbed.
Oh my gosh, I stumbled onto that. It came up on like a TikTok feed like in the last year, and I could not believe how well they did that. It's different, but it's incredible, the vocals on it.
It is chilling.
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Yeah, the original Sound of Silence is a classic, but the Disturbed version, it
takes it to a different level.
Because he's got like the thing with his voice, I don't know, just chilling is a good way to put it. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Jim in Westland. Jim, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Good. So I listen to a lot of cover songs. There's a compilation CDs, well, maybe not CDs anymore. I guess it's on Spotify called Pop Goes Punk. So they take punk bands or rock bands and they redo popular pop songs.
Sure.
And two bands from Detroit have been featured on that compilation. We Came as Romans and I Prevail. They both have done Taylor Swift songs. We Came as Romans did I Knew You Were Trouble, and I Prevail did Blank Space. And they're absolutely incredible because they changed that from a pop song to like a punk kind of hard rock song. And they're completely incredible. If neither of you have checked them out before, highly recommend it. You'll kind of think to yourself, like, wait, this was a Taylor Swift song? Like, that's what you get when you listen to it because they do such a good job making it a punk song.
I will have to check it out, Jim. Thanks for the recommendation. This is great.
Oh, yeah.
People, this is one of those things. Everybody's got an answer to that question.
Oh, sure.
So, look, we can roll with it next. I said we've got a mock draft conversation at 7:35. John and I will alternate through all the picks before the Lions are on the clock, and then
we'll let you pick.
And we give it to you guys to make that pick. It's 97.1.
Here's what I like about Guardian Alarm. They're not just some national security company pretending to know Michigan. They're from here. They've been protecting Michigan homes and businesses from break-ins, fires, and emergencies since 1930. No matter where you're located, from the suburbs to downtown and beyond, Guardian Alarms got you covered with security cameras, fire protection, and real people monitoring 24/7. Local team, local service, real protection. If you want security from a company that actually knows this community, call Guardian Alarm. You can give them a call at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
All week long, we've been giving away tickets to see Weezer this September 23rd. Weezer has one of the all-time great covers, Africa by Toto. We've been asking you guys, there's a lot of dated lists on the internet. Can we do like an update? What are some of the great cover songs of all time? And we got calls to get to.
Oh, yeah.
John, I can't believe I didn't think of Fast Car. That's a great one.
One that's probably before your time, and maybe somebody, maybe even those a little bit older than me. Me and Bobby McGee.
Yeah.
First done by Chris Christopherson, which I like that version just because I'm a fan of the Highwaymen, that era. But Janis Joplin's obviously the one that hers is much more famous.
Yeah, like you got songs like Wagon Wheel, Darius Rucker coming out on the text. That's a great one.
Yeah.
Best cover ever, I Will Always Love You, Whitney Houston.
Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're saying. Like, there are instances where the cover's better than the original.
I'm a Dolly fan.
I like Dolly too, but Whitney, she crushed that.
Tom, turn your mic off. I know where you're going with this. Go ahead, say it.
I don't think. No, you completely threw me off track, John. Jeez. We played the Smooth Criminal coming out of break. Is it better than Michael Jackson?
To me, that's more of a toss-up.
It is.
I think that's a
50-50
compliment.
Yeah.
But that's a compliment because the original, I mean, Michael Jackson's incredible. And another vote, Mike and Royal Oak, The Sound of Silence by Disturbed. Unbelievable cover, completely different genre. The guy called in, said it was chilling. I would use the word haunting. John, I don't know if you've heard it.
I don't think I have.
I'll have to play it for you at some point. But let's get to the people. We got plenty. I don't want to steal too much of the thunder here. Let's go to Sean. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
What came to mind was Marilyn Manson, Sweet Dreams, or Tainted Love.
I haven't heard
both great covers.
Manson's version of Tainted Love.
Kind of put Manson on the map, if you ask me.
Okay. All right, I'll take a listen.
Yeah. Like I said, we're looking for, because there's the top Google, just for behind the curtain. You Google this, and it's a list from 2011. And like some of this stuff's on there, but I kind of feel like we need a refresh. Dave in Fenton, you're next. You're on 97.1.
How you guys doing today?
Good.
Hey, my cover is, I was never a Beatles fan, so I love Helter Skelter by Motley Crue.
I agree. And it may have actually turned some people on to the Beatles. It's kind of one of those things where you hear it and you're like, oh, if you didn't know it was a cover, then maybe it didn't. But the further down the road you get, I mean, I agree with you. I like their version better.
All right.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. Have a great
day.
You too.
We did get a text, Sweet Dreams, Marilyn Manson, so multiple votes for that. Craig in Canton. Craig, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
Hey, I've got one, but the guy mentioned Tainted Love. That song was by Soft Cell in the 80s. That was actually a cover of an R&B song from the late 50s also.
Cover of a cover.
But I wanted to bring up Manic Monday by the Bangles. That was a Prince tune, and they made a hit out of that one.
Yeah, they did.
I didn't realize it was a Prince tune.
I didn't either.
Yeah, it's a Prince song. Hey, I was wondering if I could sing a song for you guys, for John.
Sure.
The Michigan song.
Yeah, what do you got?
I was born in Michigan, and I often wish again that I was back in the town where I was born. There's a farm in Michigan, and I'd like to fish again in the river that flows beside the field of waving corn. A lonesome soul am I. Here's the reason why. I want to go back. I want to go back. I want to go back to the farm, far away from harm, with a milk pail on my arm. I miss the rooster, the one that used to wake me up at 4 a.m. I think your great big city's very pretty. Nevertheless, I want to be there. I want to see there a certain someone full of charm.
How many lines does this have?
That's why I wish again that I was in Michigan down on the farm.
What just
Thanks,
happened?
Craig.
Thank you.
I don't
That
know.
was
Yeah.
dedicated to you, John.
Yeah. Appreciate it, bud.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
That's for you.
I didn't know how long it was going to go. I didn't mean to cut him off. We're looking at each other like, is this like the Jaws thing?
I know.
I thought it was going to be a little bit of a chorus, and then we move on. But
Yeah.
we got a full-on concert. And John, that's for you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, Craig.
Were you pointing to one call you wanted to get to here?
Yeah, let's get to Tim in
All
the
right,
truck. 3.
Let's get to Tim. You're on 97.1.
What's up? Holy cow, following that guy, it's unbelievable. I got Simple Man by Shinedown.
Right. Originally done, what, by Skinnerd?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a great one. I love both versions.
Yeah, so do I. But that
Which
one guy
one-
can sing from Shinedown. That guy
Yeah.
can sing.
No question. Which one do you like better?
I think the Shinedown one, because that guy can sing. But
Yeah.
I like both of them.
Yeah, I know. That one, it probably more, for me, I'd defer because it's Skinnerd to the original.
Okay, what do we got? Adam Algonac, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Listen, I don't have a song either because I carry a tune about as well as the Red Wings carry momentum into the playoffs. But
well done.
You know, I called in with one, but I came up with a couple more. And Jansen, I think you'll appreciate them. If you haven't heard them yet, I think you'll like them if you do. Stone Sour redid the Rolling Stones' "Gimme Shelter."
Okay. Yep.
Hailstorm redid "Shoot to Thrill," which we were both at the concert last year. That was actually the last time I called into you guys.
Yep.
But the one that I called in for is Avenged Sevenfold, Pink Floyd's "Wish You Were Here."
Which one do you like better? Sevenfold or Floyd?
They both got a lot of meaning to them, but it's got meaning because of Dad. So I'm going to go with Floyd because that's what we listened to together.
Yeah.
But when I heard Sevenfold, man, I got my best friend is a massive Sevenfold fan. We call him the Ginge. He's seen them like 30, 40 times. Every time they play the song, he sends me a video. So I can appreciate both versions. But if you're asking hands down, it's got to be Floyd for the memories.
Yeah, that's the thing about the original too, is it strikes so many memories. That's why, like Africa, for me, it strikes all those memories of my brother-in-law.
Yeah. Please stop that guy from singing. He sucks. What the F is this song? Way to ruin my Wednesday morning. This is cringy AF. Guys, I'm sorry. We let him go too long. I just wanted to, like,
I thought there was going to be an end.
Yeah, like...
So far, a couple that I don't think I heard mentioned. It's been hectic back here.
Yeah.
Walk This Way by Run DMC.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Classic.
Yeah.
And then Wild Horses, a band called The Sundays. I don't know anything about them, but they actually covered Rolling Stones' Wild Horses, and it's actually good.
It is really good.
Yes.
Yep. There's been a lot of people that have attempted covering Stone songs because there's so many great ones.
Right. Jamel, you're in Windsor. You're next. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, y'all. John, go blue.
Go blue.
Yep. So I really love Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak's cover of Love's Train by Confunction. Man, I am in love with it. They snapped on that one.
I don't feel like I've heard it, and I like Bruno. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, man. Cookies, you're gonna love it.
it's really good. The song "Love Train." I believe it came out in the '80s, which was before my time. But yeah, that cover that they did, man, it's dope. It's amazing.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Add it to the list.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I mean, take your pick, dude. Like,
let's see here.
What haven't we hit that you want to make sure we spotlight here?
Let's go to 5.
All right, we could do 5. Let's go to Jason in Toledo. Jason, good morning.
Good morning. First time caller, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
I got Gary Jules that did Mad World for Tears for Fears. I think it's one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, it's a really good one. I agree with you on that one. He did a great job of putting his own spin on it.
Oh, yeah. It's emotional, with the way he hits it.
Yep, I agree.
So, thanks for the call, guys. Thanks for the call in.
Yeah, don't be a stranger. Call back anytime. Brad and Royal Oak. We'll go in order here. You're next. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys.
What do you got for us?
It's hard to have a cover list without having Red Hot Chili Peppers cover Stevie Wonder's Higher Ground.
It's funny. I was just in a different part of the building, and I think they played that song by the Chili Peppers.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, like
Pistons in 6.
And there you go. He's working in some Pistons talk.
Mm-hmm.
You feel good about tonight?
What's that?
You feel good about tonight, then, I take it?
I do. Yeah, tonight's a dub.
It's got to be. We played a little bit of that Rasheed Wallace audio from back in the day, the guaranteed we will win game 2.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the rallying cry in the city today. We will win game 2. We'll get back into that end of this hour, maybe around top of the hour, 8 o'clock. We got the draft stuff still to get to. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, the Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. We'll start there. Not much of a competition. You got 2 choices on the Rams side of things, and you could choose from their award-winning Pentastar V6 or Rams' legendary 5.7 Hemi V8 for the competition. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Can't tow, can't play, can't work, can't pass. It's just not going to be much fun. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and literally all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother the ride is in a Ram. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do, pull into any Ram dealer today. Start one up, and you're going to hear the difference.
NFL Draft Eve. We've got a mock draft mania. John and I will alternate picks until we get to the Lions, where we turn it over to you guys. Number 1 pick in the draft. The Las Vegas Raiders. And when I think of Las Vegas and Sin City, I think of Fernando Mendoza. Number 1 pick. Now, let's call it what it is. I don't know what he's going to be in the NFL, John.
Nobody knows. A quarterback may be the biggest gamble there is.
I think Tom made a joke. Kenny Pickett's going 1 in this draft.
It's possible.
It's certainly not Andrew Luck, so somewhere in the middle, but there's your number 1 pick.
All right, not a surprise. The Jets start off at number 2, and I believe, and there's some scuttle now, they go edge, and I think they go David Bailey. Edge out of Texas Tech. I think he's the most polished. I've talked about that. I think he comes in and instant impact. Aaron Glenn saw the impact of Aiden Hutchinson. Now, I don't think he's Aiden, but I don't know that you have that in this draft.
3rd pick is the Arizona Cardinals, and I think with Bailey off the board, they go with a different front 7 missile in Arvell Reese. You could play him at the edge spot. You can play him at linebacker. Cardinals could use an upgrade on defense. He helps them in multiple areas.
That'd be a good pick for him. And they need many good picks to get things off the ground there. I think the draft really begins at 4 or 5, depending on what Tennessee does at 4, because there's a lot of question marks. Obviously, Cam Ward, young quarterback, what are they going to do? Are they going to pair? Are they going to go offensive line to try and protect him? Are they going to give him more weapons? They go more weapons with Jeremiah Love, running back out of Notre Dame. And a lot of the scuttle coming out of there is, hey, Robert Saleh understands what Christian McCaffrey meant to the Niners. He had two opportunities to be in San Francisco, see that happen. The difference is when Christian McCaffrey arrived there, they already had an offensive line.
I was going to say,
they don't in Tennessee.
I don't know if I like that pick, but I could see it happening. That gets us to number 5, the Giants, who have 2 picks in the top 10. I think they take their pick of 2 Ohio State defensive pieces, knowing that, they could probably get the other, the tackle at 10.
Yeah.
I've got him going with Caleb Downs here, and I love the idea that Harbaugh has that chess piece for his defense in New York.
Yeah, Caleb Downs, I think most people think he is the best in this draft. I don't think, obviously Mendoza's going 1. It's the value of the quarterback versus the value of a safety. This is a little bit higher than you would normally take a safety, but he's that level of talent. The Browns are up next at 6, and I think they go offensive line, try to protect the 5 quarterbacks that they will put on the field at one time. And that is the tackle out of the mountain of a man out of Miami, Francis Maui Noah.
I really like him. So he is the first tackle off the board. At 7, the Commanders, they will take Sonny Styles, linebacker out of Ohio State. Can never have enough players on that defense.
No, and they play that 3-4 style of defense, and he's that off-the-ball linebacker, edge defender. I think he fits that extremely well. New Orleans on the board at number 8. They go wide receiver. I don't know who they have throwing the ball to him, but they're going to go Carnell Tate.
Okay. He's wide receiver 1 in this draft. Big body, go up and get it.
Most people believe he's wide receiver 1. Some have a different one up there, but we'll get to him in a little bit.
Oh, okay. Now I'm interested. Are you some?
No, I think he's the most polished receiver. I think that most people think the best upside is Jordan Tyson.
Oh, okay, yeah. Get to it when we get to it. Pick number 9 then?
Yes.
I got the Chiefs. This is a very popular Reuben Bain spot, but I'm going Spencer Fano. They need to build up that offensive line. You cannot have it where your quarterback's running for his life and he's your leading rusher. Yeah. I think they need a tackle.
Yep. I agree with you. And tackles are starting to scream off the board. And since the Giants went at number 5 with Caleb Downs, they got their tackle at 10, and I hate them for it because they take Monroe Freeling at
10. How could you? You're going to give that guy to Mike Valenti's Giants?
I don't want to see it. Trust me.
You're supposed to put a fix in and take some bum with a blown knee or something.
Yeah, well, trust me, I'd love to see it, but...
Anyway, that puts out the Dolphins. I'm going to go Jordan Tyson here. Everybody knows they need help pass catchers. You trade Waddle. There's no more Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Got to throw the ball to somebody. I think he's a very good player out of Arizona State.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, there's a lot of people that think, hey, maybe in year 1, he's not the number 1 receiver in this class, but years 2, 3, and 4, as he continues to develop as a NFL receiver, that he may have the best career over Carnell Tate. And they have the time. the luxury because nobody thinks they're going to be anything this year, and I agree, they're not going to be. Number 12, the Dallas Cowboys. They go with a cornerback out of LSU, Mansour Delane.
Number 1 corner, they need help in their secondary. Number 13, the Rams. I don't know what to do with this. Everybody says Mekhi Lemon, so I'm just not going to overthink it. Mekhi Lemon.
Because you've got a aging Devontae Adams. You've got a receiver in rehab. You don't know what he's going to do. I think he'll probably be okay, but...
And they hit the corner position aggressly in free agency. That was the other thing.
Trade.
I think, and trade that you could look for here.
Yeah, and so Reuben Bain's still on the board. And I think he goes to the Ravens.
Oh, come on. Of course.
If it falls, a defensive stud falls right into the Ravens' lap.
Is there anything more Ravens
14
than just, oh, hey, the guy everybody loves ends up in Baltimore?
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, everybody loves him except for his short arms.
Yeah, Ayton had short arms too, though.
Yeah, but I mean, so that's where Reuben Bain finally gets off the board.
15, the Bucks. This is the spot for Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end playmaker out of Oregon.
Yeah, and 16. Who's got the pick at 16? I failed to write that one down.
The Jets.
Oh, Jets. Yes, they go Jermond McCoy. He only falls a little bit in the draft, doesn't fall all the way because of the bone plug that everybody has this question about. Yes, that is actual facts.
Bone plug?
Bone plug, yes. And I believe it is...
Isn't that what people go to the hospital for? The ER?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or they mail those packages to...
Yes.
We had that one. So I'm not sure where the issue is. Apparently it's in some tendon.
Okay. But you have him going to the Jets. So that's Aaron Glenn, who's a defensive back by trade.
Yep.
Sees the upside, the profile.
Well,
also,
and it's
by the way, there's some risk in making that pick. You don't know how long you're going to be in New York.
Well, yes. And the issue is defensively, they really struggled. And they've already got, I think, 6 new starters on defense because they've tried to remake that defense. Yeah. If they go David Bailey at 2 and then at 16 they go Jermond McCoy, like maybe they'll actually get an interception this year. So who's on the board now?
Okay, so then here's where we turn it over to you guys. And we want to know, what do the Lions do at 17? You still have Caden Proctor. Mm-hmm. Blake Miller's another tackle. Vega Ione is the big mauling guard if you want to stay on the offensive line. If you say, F it, I don't love those guys, I want defense. Akeem Mestador, the edge who can squeeze down and play D-tackle as well out of Miami.
Safety,
Dylan Thieneman is there, the number 2 safety in this draft behind only Caleb Downs. He was a great safety at Oregon. What do you want the Lions to do if the draft falls this way? 248-539-9797.
And, I mean, that's obviously with 3 tackles already off the board. Maui Noah from Miami, Fano out of Utah, and Monroe Freeling, the guy that we want. And that's why I say I don't know that he's even on the board for the Lions at 17. And if he goes at 10 to the Giants, that's too far for them to try and trade up. If they have fallen in love with Monroe Freeling, he's the next best guy. He fits a need. I just don't think 10 they're able to give enough to jump up to 10 and take him.
Yeah, 3 tackles in the top 10 is, I think, what puts them in this position. You want to take a stab at it?
The one that I would think that they would go with is a guy that started over 50 games, and let's go with Blake Miller. It may be a little bit high, but if you're trying to rebuild that offensive line, do you want to establish that? I think he is. It may be overdrafting him a little bit, but you're taking lesser talent because this isn't a deep draft of high-end talent. I think he gives you everything you need. I think he's a great fit into the culture and personality of this team. He's dependable. He's reliable. He's aggressive. He's got a nasty personality. I think at 17, I take Blake Miller.
So Freeling's RAS score was off the charts.
Yeah.
Blake Miller was
just
behind
him, yeah.
Just a tick behind him. And he played 50-plus games of college football. And the guy, not only did he not miss games, he hardly missed practice. There's a mean streak to him. The athletic profile's there. He plays right tackle. If you're moving Sewell to left tackle, John, I would take my bookend tackle and Blake Miller out of Clemson. But we leave it to you guys. There are guards, there are tackles, there are edge players, safeties. What should the Lions do? We'll get your feedback and your phone calls next. 97.1.
Lately, it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. Hard to keep up. You got mergers, name changes, and digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing's not changing. The commitment First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. And I'm talking about real boots on the ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who work, live, and shop right here in the great state of Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking. They're passionate about helping our state prosper. Why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. All you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Sun's coming up. Good morning. 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park with the day off. Gov and Greg behind the glass. 8 o'clock hour. The rallying cry for the city of Detroit. Pistons back in action for Game 2 against the Magic.
About damn time.
I know. I feel like Sunday was too long ago. Get the taste out of your mouth. Mm-hmm. We asked people what you want the Lions to do with pick 17 based on our mock draft. A live mock where we went back and forth through the first 16 picks and left you guys the decision of what to do with the pick. John, I plugged in our draft into Pro Football Focus and did their little mock draft summary.
Okay.
And their top available players, Dylan Thieneman is the number 1. Vega Ione, the guard out of Penn State, is their number 2 player. Akeem Mestador is still available.
Yep.
And if you want to tackle, because we all want this team to address the offensive line, Caden Proctor and Blake Miller are 2 tackles still on the board.
Yeah. I've already given my feelings about Caden Proctor. I think if you have weight issues throughout college, it shows, to me, you're going to have weight issues through the NFL. As you get older, it's harder to maintain your weight. I mean, I lived it. And it also talks about how disciplined, how much does it mean to you? Because it used to be, now, as professionals, you're going to get paid. And, now all of a sudden it means more. It's not the case anymore. You're getting paid in college too.
Right.
So the remaining guys here, the 5 we're kind of looking at, do you guys shy away at all from Mestador because of age? 25.
I don't, because I think older players coming out of college, and we're going to see more of that because NIL is keeping more in longer. The more you're developed in college, the less I have to do in the NFL.
Right, but you're talking about longevity in terms of being on your team, maybe. You're 3 years farther down, maybe 4 years.
By the time the 5th-year option kicks in, you're 30.
Yeah, I mean, there's some 20-year-olds that enter the NFL.
Okay, so I only got to pay you for 2 contracts instead of 3.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I understand the argument of, he's older, but I also think he is more apt to hit the ground running versus a 21-year-old that's still trying to figure out a lot of things.
Because of who's left here, what you guys said, that I am intrigued of taking Mestador as a talent over Blake. I can't think of it, from Clemson.
Miller.
Yeah. I was going to say that, and then I thought I had it wrong.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by going defensive end first and going offensive lineman second.
So if you go offensive lineman second, I think you're now in the range of, I think Max, the kid out of Arizona State, is probably off the board. Caleb Lomu, the other tackle out of Utah, maybe he's available. Then you're talking about one of the great mullets and gingers in this draft, Jennings Dunker out of Iowa.
That's the Iowa guy, yeah.
I don't like this now because it's a ginger and there's no good ginger. Oh, wait a minute. Sam Darnold proves
gingers
that
have
wrong.
souls.
But an intriguing prospect, if that's the way that you go. Caleb Tiernan out of Northwestern, I think would be a quality pick at 50.
We're saying if you don't start with the tackle.
I wouldn't hate that.
Got a couple calls to get to. Do you know who... I don't know how much stock to put into this stuff. Do you know who the betting favorite is for the Lions to pick at pick 17?
No.
Because they keep track of this. He's available in our mock. Caden Proctor's the most likely pick according to DraftKings.
I'm hoping that there's just a lot of smoke and smoke and mirrors. This is that time where there's a bunch of smoke and mirrors coming out, a lot of fallacies.
The number 2 player is Monroe Freeling.
Okay.
And the third highest odds, it's a name that Blake wants to bring up. Blake, who would you take?
What up, though? Home team all day. Hey, I would say this. Based upon your scenario, I'm going Street Fighter. Let's go, Vega. Vega!
I wouldn't hate it because of the player that he is. I think he is a unique talent at guard, and it's his movement, it's his pad level. But I think the biggest fit for him is just the viciousness and the violence that he plays the game with.
So he would come in and be their starting left guard. You took Ratledge last year at right guard. Caden Mays is the center. Your interior's a lot better. Penei Sewell's the anchor on the left side.
And Larry Borum is your starting tackle.
Right. Now, you could draft someone in the second round, compete for that spot, and hopefully win that spot.
Yeah, but then you're not
addressing defense in any meaningful way with the top 100 pick. I know.
Right.
The comp for Vega on NFL.com, Cooper Beebe.
Yeah. I'll be all right with that. Yeah. And here's the thing, too, is we're doing it as, hey, they're picking at 17, they're picking at 50. I don't know that there's a world where they move up in the first round. With Brad Holmes, you never know. But I do think that even though they don't have a third-round pick right now, they will eventually pick in this year's draft in the third round.
Totally see it. Let's go to Brett in Grand Rapids. Brett, good morning.
Hey, I'm so sorry for being on mute earlier. John, you are the greatest offensive lineman ever to play for that Go Blue.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to know.
I'm more of a Jake Long guy.
Well, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But when we drafted Miles Frazier, was he or was he not a two-way player at LSU? Didn't he play tackle as well?
I think he had some reps at tackle. I think there's a chance that he might be able to make that move. I don't know that I love him doing that at the NFL level. I don't know that I want him, whether it's left or right, as an offensive tackle in the NFL.
Because he's just too big to play guard, too high, too tall, especially for Jared Goff. I think we need to get that Mauler out of Penn State to shore up the center of our line, because you're an offensive lineman. You know as well as I do that if Jared Goff gets any pressure up the middle at any point in the game, he's done. We have to shore up them three big fat boys in the middle.
I agree. Last year, it was really hard to watch because we couldn't run between the tackles, and we couldn't protect Jared Goff. When Decker was there, when Sewell was there, yeah, we had the width of the pocket, but we didn't have the depth of the pocket. And if you've got pressure at Jared Goff's face instantly, it's not a recipe for success.
Now, can I ask you a question? And you don't have to answer because you're an ex-player.
Sure.
Why in the world would you say the worst guard in the NFL and let two of the top 10 guards in the NFL the last 2 years go away on free agency and pay, Glasgow more money than them two guys got in free agency? What was the logic behind that? You're an offensive lineman. Is there something I'm not seeing?
Well, I think last year they felt like they were going to have Frank, and then all of a sudden they didn't. I think they got caught with their pants down.
I know, but even if Frank did play, we still would have had Glasgow as our left tackle.
Our left guard, yeah.
But we let Zeitler go that year, and then I forget the guy before him.
Well, Zeitler left because he wanted to play. He wanted to live in Tennessee, and sometimes there's just not much you can do about that.
A lot of votes for Vega coming in on the text saying, hey, that's the best player on the board, and it addresses the offensive line. Talking Pistons next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. After having won 8 of their previous 10 games, the Tigers have now lost 2 in a row with a 12-4 defeat at the hands of the Milwaukee Brewers last night. Detroit is now 12-12 this season and hoping to get back above 500 tonight in Game 2 of the series at 6:40. We'll have pregame here on 97.1 at 6:15. The Pistons currently have the longest home playoff losing streak in NBA history, as it's been 11 years since they won a playoff game in front of a Detroit crowd. Sunday was supposed to end that streak, but the Magic surprised the Pistons with a gut punch win in Game 1. Despite all the shortcomings in the loss and the reactions from it yesterday, J.B. Bickerstaff said there are some valuable lessons they learned. Higher seeded teams that fall behind 2-0 have only gone on to win the series 13% of the time, so it's safe to say it's a must-win for the Pistons tonight. They'll tip it off at 7 o'clock in downtown Detroit. The only other NBA game on this evening is the other 1 seed as OKC and Phoenix meet for Game 2 at 9:30. And 3 of the 4 series that played last night are now tied at 1-1 in the NHL as Tampa, Boston, and Utah all won. Avalanche took a 2-0 lead in their series with an overtime win against the Kings. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, shout out to Mike in Riverview. He won the Weezer tickets. He listened all hour long. He heard Island in the Sun. He called in, got a pair of tickets for the show at Little Caesars Arena on September 23rd. 2 more chances. Tomorrow and Friday. Different hours. Try to help different people out on their commutes. We'll get to the Pistons. Finally get to put Sunday behind them. Mm-hmm. And we're going to channel a little bit of Detroit Pistons history to look ahead to this matchup. Quickly, we'll check back on the phones, wrap up our draft conversation. Is this Issa? You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good. I think there's a player in the draft that's getting really underlooked, an Avion Terrell, defensive back out of Clemson. Mm-hmm. A lot of mock drafts, he falls in the 20s in the first round. I think that's a person that can make a really big impact. He's just what Detroit is all about. I mean, if you see the guy's reps, he looks like an athlete and someone who could just make the impact that defense needs in that secondary. I think offensive line is a second round thing because I think we have 2 really good offensive line. I mean, one really great, one really good one, and then a couple that are developing. And maybe we can snag someone in the second round because it's pretty offensive line heavy. There's real talent at that DB spot this year.
Brad Holmes does fashion himself a bit of a DB snob. So, I mean, it would depend on his grade of him. But sure, mm-hmm. I mean, it wouldn't be off the board because we just know he's willing to pick outside the premium positions.
Right. I don't know that I want to go with him at 17.
Yeah. All right, John, we got the game tonight. Pistons are playing the Orlando Magic. Let's channel a little bit of Rasheed Wallace as we look to game 2. Is this a guaranteed confidence level? The Pistons are going to even this thing up tonight.
So on a level of, or a scale of 1 to Sheed, I'm going to guess he's a 10, solid 10. I'm going to go 8. And I think that we see better defense than we saw. I think we'll see more Sar Thompson. I think we'll see better defense, even though I don't know that there's not a lot more to be had from Jalen Duren defensively. I think you're going to see a better plan in place. But offensively, and it's not just Jalen Duren, but we've focused a lot on him over the last couple of days. If he's only going to have 4 shots and he's only going to have 8 points, then he needs to have an improvement in 2 stats. 1, rebounds. I think he only had, 7 or 8 on Sunday night. 1 offensive rebound. So if you want to score more than 8 points and they're packing the paint, then the second chance offensive rebound, that's where he's going to have to make some hay. The other thing is he should maybe lead the team in assist. If they're going to be able to, if he's going to have the ball in his hands and they're just going to pack the paint and say, we know you can't make a move, then he needs to find the open man, distribute the ball. There should be a lot of open jump shots available for Cade, for Duncan, for Tobias Harris, for everyone else.
I have a hard time believing this team's going down 0-2. At home, chance to respond, and what's going to be different? Well, let's just start. I mean, they need to play Asar Thompson more in the second half. They need to play more, period. Your team is built off of a defensive backbone. You want to score in transition. You want to lower the number of points you have to score to win the game, knowing, hey, there is no bona fide number 2 offensive player to create his own shot, right? Mm-hmm. Spacing is kind of clunky, more than kind of clunky at times. So the non-negotiable is they have to play much better defense than they did in game one. The easiest answer is play the guy who nearly won Defensive Player of the Year all of the second half. Don't let him leave the floor. That would be the number one adjustment for me. And then, yes, of course, in doing so, you're going to need to see more from Jalen Duren. Around the rim on both ends. I know everyone's going to say, hey, offensively, get your points. I want to take away offensive rebounds. Box out. Defend the rim. Don't let Orlando shoot 50%. If those things happen, Detroit should win this game. Well, I don't think Cade's getting to 40. I also don't expect the others to shoot 34%.
Right.
So if Cade's in the 20s, couple extra shots are made around him, they play defense, they're even in this thing up tonight. Front page, back page, column 1, column 2.
Yeah, everywhere. I mean, it's they have to. This is a gotta have it moment for this team. It's a must. Yeah, it's a must win. There's no question. It's a must win. You don't want to go down 0-2 as the number 1 seed, lose both games at home. Now you're going to Orlando to play the next couple.
You go down 0-2, floodgates are going to open. Calls the next morning.
Yes, that's what everybody will be saying.
Wave goodbye. Season's over. Yeah, you got to win tonight. 248-539-9797. What needs to change game 1 to game 2? And are you guaranteed we will win game 2? Is that the feeling in the city today as you wake up and make your way around? We will win game 2.
And okay, so yeah, if that's what people think, and you wake up tomorrow morning, the Pistons are 1-1. Mm-hmm. Guess who else was 1-1 in their series? The Boston Celtics. And they happen to be now healthy with Jason Tatum. Playing their best all year. Jaylen Brown, the additions they made at the trade deadline, they could shoot threes from anywhere on the floor.
And as Jay Billis said on their game 1 game, they don't have Batman and Robin. They've got Batman and Batman.
Right. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can't believe that they've lost a game. It's remarkable. So they're 1-1. The Spurs, now, okay, granted, yep, they lost Wemby yesterday, and they dropped one, so they're 1-1.
Is that good? Losing Wemby, by the way?
No. But it's a concussion. I don't know how long he'd be out.
Right.
Like I still think they'll win the series.
Like earlier in the show, I mean, Jim was talking about, well, yeah, tied 1-1, but it's because they lost Wemby. Losing to Wemby's not good.
No, but I'm just giving a reason as to why they have lost that game. And so the Knicks, with a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, they lose. They're 1-1. The Nuggets, with a 3-time MVP, a guy that's finished in the top 3 5 years in a row, they're 1-1. It's unbelievable. How is this possible? The only team that really matters to us that we talk about, 2, Oklahoma City, who's the 1 seed on the other side in the West, they're 2-0. They're taking care of business. That's what a 1 seed's supposed to do, but they're also the reigning champs. And the Cavs are 2-0. They have not struggled at all. They haven't missed there's no beats to miss.
Look, you bring it up. I know it's going to come up today on the station. Look, these other teams are 1-1 too. I'm not particularly. I don't care if other teams lose their series. I care about how the Pistons
just talking
look.
About the context of what the conversation will be tomorrow if the Pistons are 1-1. Okay, yeah, they had a bad game. All right, the Knicks had a bad fourth quarter. They had a double-digit lead.
Yeah, but I think how you lose the games also plays into the psyche of how we talk about them. So for Boston, no excuse, but like 13 of 50 feels ridiculous from 3 for a team that's a good 3-point shooting team.
But they still lost. Okay,
no, I know.
13 to 50. That sounds ridiculous. And so does not ever leading in a game. That sounds ridiculous, but it happened.
But does that incite panic in Boston that they didn't make enough threes, or are they going, our 3-point shooting?
The fact that they had to shoot 50 threes?
Well, that's just kind of what they are and who they are. But for the Pistons to lead 0 minutes, yeah, that's a little more concerning than a team that was cold shooting for a night.
Well, maybe they were cold defensively for a night.
Right.
Jalen Duren, like everything was off for a night. That is a possibility. And I'm not going to sit here and make a whole bunch of excuses because it was disgusting.
You know what's on the line tonight, too? Just as you look ahead to tomorrow, if they were to lose, some questions are going to be asked. Is this the most fraudulent team we've ever had in Detroit? Seriously.
We'll tackle that tomorrow if we have to.
I know, but that's what's at stake here. I mean, really, the whole credibility of the season's at stake. Could they still come back? Yeah, it's super hard.
Or were they playing at their playoff level all season long? and other teams are now playing at playoff level.
Yeah. I just want to point out, too, that, look, Jalen Duren, justifiably so, probably taking the most bullets since game one, right? Mm-hmm. But I think Tobias Harris should take some, too. He was horrible. He was 33% shooting, played 36 minutes. And they kept him here. And maybe that puts some on Langdon, too, for not moving him. I mean, he was the expiring contract to reshape the roster. And instead, they trusted him. And I know some of that was for culture and all that stuff. But come on, dude. He's always been a poor playoff performer.
Yeah, he was 5 of 15 on Sunday night, 1 of 7 from 3. And you highlight it specifically because when JB says they packed the paint, well, your stretch 4 is supposed to make him pay, punish him. So, yeah, if you want to look back to game 1 and say what was the biggest reason they lost the game, I think it falls into 3 camps. 1, Jalen Duren. Hello. I mean, come on. Tobias Harris and JB Bickerstaff not playing their best defensive player more in that basketball
And I'll
game.
throw a fourth in, too. I think Jenkins has to look like he belongs on the court. I thought in the second half he looked like a deer in headlights and completely out of place.
Yeah, well, he did. I mean, he was dribbling way too much, dribbling into nowhere, dribbling to try and create a shot. It's just like it's not who he should be for this team.
Well, I wonder, he was very good when Cade was out. Is he not a 2-guard? They played him as their 2-guard down the stretch in the fourth quarter of a playoff game. I don't know. I mean, he flourished without Cade, maybe not as effective off ball.
Well,
and I know they tried to get him on ball and get Cade off ball, but
right. But let's not forget he was a G leaguer at the start of the season.
Right, a great story that he blossomed into a rotational player.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean you're a crunch time playoff guy.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah,
I don't know that you necessarily go from G leaguer to crunch time playoff guy in the same year.
Neil, you're next. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Great combo so far. I want to ask a question. Where the heck was Paul Reed at, right?
Right.
Duren wasn't playing that great, as we know. But besides that point, Paul Reed played great, in my opinion, last year in the playoffs against the Knicks when Stewart was out. He also played very well offensively and defensively when both Duren and Stewart were out because of the suspension.
Yep.
If nothing else, you need another body in there to help wear Banchero down. He gives you the size, he gives you the rebound ability, and he can score offensively. He's got a nice little mid-range shot, and he can finish around the basket. For him to not get any minutes, to me, that's on JB. You got to get Paul Reed some playing time. I want to hear what you guys think about that because I haven't heard anybody mention his name recently. Not just you guys, but just in general.
Yeah, there was some text that came in Monday, but you're right. It hasn't been a huge topic. We noted that they played 11 guys.
Right.
Which tends to be
heavy.
Yeah, for playoff basketball. So now we're saying they should have played 12? And I'm not disputing, B-Ball Paul has had some moments and spurts and can spark the team.
Sure. But
I think
the other thing about Paul Reed is I don't think you go to 12, but then who do you take away that was out there? And I don't think it's Isaiah Stewart or certainly not Jalen Duren. So you got to put 3 in the rotation?
So that call is about Paul Reed, but that call is also about Jalen Duren.
Right.
If Duren plays well, we're not getting that phone call.
100%.
Text, feedback, your response. Rasheed Wallace, we will win game 2. Is that your feeling? It's 97.1. Rasheed Wallace back in the day. Is that how you feel today? We will win game 2. The guaranteed. Text says, Pistons by 15. Guaranteed. Wade. Schwartz Creek. Pistons statement win. A beatdown. Cade drops 40+. Guys, same game plan. Just don't shoot yourself in the foot with bad turnovers. Don't have Duran's worst game of the year. Guaranteed Pistons win. That's people who are not shaken from game 1. Text says, as long as we employ JB, JD, and playoff Tobias, we will never win a playoff series. And another says, I don't see a path to beating the Magic. They're bigger, stronger, tougher. They're physical. This is a matchup I did not want because I don't think we stand a chance against them. They could be a bad matchup, but buck up, buddy. You're the 1 seed.
Yeah, and I mean, let's go back to last week. I know you weren't here Friday, but we had the conversation about who would you rather play. I said the Hornets because I think it would be more fun to beat them and and all their sass, all that stuff. But I think it was. I know Stoney talked about not taking the easier path, but it being a better matchup for the Pistons. Now are we all of a sudden because we lost one, we're going back on that? Oh, now it's a bad matchup, but we can't beat them.
They're just a team that will play a paint-oriented style, and they're going to defend. And in that way, it just turns into a slugfest. Now, I think the Pistons should be able to go into a back alley and win this series. I don't want to make excuses. I think if they had played a perimeter jump shooting team, though, they would have pummeled and caved in Charlotte. In terms of tonight, we spotlighted things. Duran's the obvious one. Hey, let's get back to double-doubles. Let's get back to being a force around the rim. Don't let people bully you. I'd love to see Asar back out there in crunch time. Play the kind of defense that got you here in the first place. Can Tobias Harris not shoot 1 of 7 from 3? How about 3 of 7 from 3?
Right, make a couple more.
It goes a long way. I mean, these are things that I don't think are unrealistic to ask of this team.
No, I think the most realistic ask is not asking somebody to do something that is out of their skill set. Like, I'm not going to ask Tobias Harris to be, 7 of 8 from behind the arc. Like, that would be awesome. It's not going to happen. Maybe Duncan Robinson has a performance like that, but I think the one thing you can rely on, should be able to rely on and count on tonight, is the defense playing at the level we saw throughout the course of the regular season, but we didn't see on Sunday.
Yeah, I think people who are freaking are already giving up. I think you have to trust the season results, and the fact that Orlando shot 5% better the other night than they typically do during the season. That's the thing. It's like the Pistons defense, it needs to improve, but odds suggest that Orlando doesn't shoot that well.
Yeah, they're not a good shooting team.
Yeah, they had a good shooting night, and I think that's why people are freaking a little bit, because Orlando probably played the best game they could. The season suggests they won't play a game like that the rest of the series, especially against what you think is a good defensive team.
Mm-hmm. One of the defensive adjustments we keep harping on is get Asar out there, right?
Yeah.
Text says, Boncaro was statistically the worst pull-up shooter in the league this season. I don't want to hear people talking about putting Asar on him. I think how they use Asar is also very interesting. Like, he needs to play north of 30 minutes. Get him out there 35 plus.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of who he's on, he spent some time on Desmond Bane in game 1, who's probably their best shooting threat. But that's not a guy you're going to sag off of. I actually think it'd be nice to see him more on Wagner. Because Wagner was getting downhill to the basket. You want to head him off at the pass, and you can sag off him a little bit. Try to get in the passing lanes, rove, steal, block. But you could mess around and put Asar on Suggs. The beauty of his game is he can defend 4 of the 5 positions. I'm not putting him on a low block, but I can use him creatively.
Right.
And I want him out there as much as possible. Let's get to Kevin in Sterling Heights. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Good. How you doing?
Oh, I'm great. I'm just trying to figure why everybody's harping on all of that when we were missing free throws like crazy on
they missed 9
on Sunday. Yes, and what did we lose by?
11.
But then a lot of the free throws that they missed was at key points in momentum changing minutes in the game. They were tied at one point, and then they missed 2 free throws right when they tied the game on a foul.
I agree with you that I think free throws are very important. I don't think this one was lost because they shot 76%. I mean, the Magic shot worse. They were at 74%.
Doesn't matter what they shot, though. That's what I'm saying.
You're competing with them.
Yes, but I don't expect them to shoot 100% from the line. If instead of 76% and they go 29 of 38, so maybe they go 34 of 38, and they still lose by 7.
But that's what I'm saying. That they were at key momentum changing points that they could have, it would have got the crowd into it because, like I said, there was that 56-56. And they came up and missed 2 free throws at that time.
Yeah, you're talking about a chance to have a lead the only time in the game,
right.
And does that shift?
And I get momentum. I get the fact that, hey, just having a lead, maybe it changes the outlook and everything while they're in that game. I think there were bigger issues than missing 9 free throws.
Okay, I disagree, but okay.
But I'll give you this. I'll throw you this bone, Kevin. They're not a good free throw shooting team. And this could be something that we're hearing about more as the playoffs go on. What did you say they shot in the game?
They were 76%, 29 to 38. Cade was, and the starters were pretty good. Like Tobias Harris was 6 of 7. Cade was 10 of 11.
On the season, they shot 76%.
Okay.
Which was the 4th worst in the NBA.
Yeah.
And I believe only the Timberwolves shot worse from the free throw line among playoff teams.
All right, so do we want to jump on Jalen Duren again? He was 2 of 4 from the line. How dare he?
50%, John. I don't think that's why they lost game 1. What I'm saying is his point may be clairvoyant. There may be a game along the way where free throws hurt this team.
I'm just trying to throw the possibility.
Yeah, just because it hasn't been a strength, it's been an issue.
Yeah.
They had 14 turnovers. What if instead of 14 turnovers, they made 14 more shots?
Right, Greg. Exactly. Text says, my 51 is on the Pistons today, but only 51% confidence. That's from Chad.
So you're on the scale of 1 to Sheed, you're 5.1.
Pistons, worst 1 seed of all time, ? Tom invited some of this. We have some of these texts. It says most fraudulent. Well, you said if they lose, their credibility gets shot.
Yeah.
And we'd be talking about them as one of the most fraudulent Detroit sports teams ever.
A topic we'll do tomorrow.
Not today.
If that's the case.
But we have a couple texts.
Talking about what's at stake.
Yeah. We got a couple texts. This one says last year's Tigers are more fraudulent. Last year's Tigers advanced in the postseason.
Yeah. They won a series. And they should have been a 3 or a 2.
More fraudulent. What about the 15-win NFL team that lost by 20 in their first playoff game?
I thought about that, but then you think about all the injuries. I mean, if you could talk about the fraudulent offense that it was.
Plus, we had the Buffalo loss late in the season that basically previewed what was about to come.
Yeah.
I love the Pistons, but can we all take a step back for a second and finally admit what everyone else had been saying? This is the worst 1 seed in NBA history. There have been 1 seeds that have lost to 8 seeds.
Yeah. Which is why we were concerned about Miami.
Right, because they pulled it off and went to the finals as an 8 seed.
Right.
And I believe there was a Dirk Dallas team that won as an 8 seed.
Yeah, I think they lost to the... Oh, you're saying a Dirk Dallas that won as an 8 seed?
I believe they won as an 8 seed. Was that against... was it... Gosh, it's been a few... It's been
I
more
know
than
they
a few
lost
years.
as a 1 seed.
Maybe that's what
to
it
the
was.
Warriors. I think it was the Baron Davis.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yep.
And that was a huge upset.
Yeah. How about putting Reed on Boncaro, especially when the Magic have 3 bigs on the floor? And other thoughts?
So are you going to then have Isaiah Stewart, Jalen Duren, and Paul Reed on the floor at the same time just to match up with 3 bigs? No.
We're really taking this back to the Sheed days. First to 70 wins. Not worried about game 1. They ran into a team that was playing their 3rd playoff game. Pistons were coming off over a week layoff. They didn't play any games. Sometimes experience and intensity can't be matched until you're in it. That's Austin in a car.
Well, then tonight better be a gem.
Yeah.
They're back in it.
I mean, that is kind of the way I'm looking at this. Like, you need to impose your will. They could be not your typical 8 seed. You're the 1 seed playing at home. You didn't lead for a minute. Duren, and I reference this for you, John. Duren is that NFL player who had a bunch of bad plays on tape. You got to get back out there next week and make amends for it. And you were in that spot.
Yeah.
It eats at you. He better come out hungry, and I think he will.
This is I would expect when we watch the first 10 minutes of this game, it's going to be fast and furious for the Pistons.
All right, we got Ross Tucker joining us next. Talk a little bit about the NFL draft, get some of his thoughts. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Really not much of a competition, but we'll go through it. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only 4 under the hood? You can't pull anything. You can't play the way you want. You can't work. You can't tow. You can't pass. It's just no fun. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and literally all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother the ride is in a Ram. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. And when you do, tell them I sent you.
NFL Draft is tomorrow. Joining us to talk about it, Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. You can check him out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Ross, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Doing good. Great to hear your voice. Will there be any surprise with the Raiders pick at 1? Any chance they don't go Mendoza?
No, that's happening. They're drafting Mendoza. That's a done deal. Although I will say, it's kind of nice that there's still some intrigue as to who the Jets take at 2. A lot of intrigue about the Cardinals at 3, Titans at 4. I don't know if you guys remember, but 20 years ago, we knew who the first 7. There was a year. I think it was like when Sean Taylor and Kellen Winslow were drafted. We all literally knew who the first 6 or 7 picks were, and there was no debate until pick 8. It has changed a lot, and a big part of that is just the propensity for these teams to make trades and to move around. And I think it's because the salary cap has gone up so much over time that these teams have more salary cap space to be able to do it.
What do you make of Mendoza in terms of the kind of caliber of QB prospect he is?
Well, that's a great question. And I think he's a good prospect, and I think he's going to have success in the NFL. And I think the things that make him successful are going to enable him to be good in the NFL. Like, he's smart. He's accurate. I like the toughness, all those things. The flip side is he doesn't have, like, the wow natural ability that a lot of times you see from quarterbacks taken that high overall. It's so weird because you hear people compare him to a guy like Jared Goff, and they say that as a negative. And my whole thing is, if you knew you were getting Jared Goff, you would sign up for that 10 times out of 10. I mean, Jared Goff's been a top 10 quarterback in the NFL for a pretty long time now. I don't understand when people talk about that as if it's a negative.
Ross, when we talk about one being a foregone conclusion, where is the drama of this draft? Where do we get something juicy to sink our teeth into?
I think there's a bunch of spots. I think the Cardinals might be the most interesting. The Jets are either going to take either David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech, or Arvell Reese from Ohio State. So there's not that much intrigue there. Where there's really intrigue is the Cardinals at 3. There's a lot of talk now that they might take a running back. They might take Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame, which is fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Look, we all know he's a really good player, and I'm sure you guys had this debate a little bit when the Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs a few years ago. The problem is, or not the problem, but the concern is that when you look at a running back like Jeremiah Love, if he's the 3rd overall pick, he'd get over $50 million guaranteed. That would be the most in NFL history. And so the way these teams look at it sometimes is the top of the running back market is $19 million a year. So even if you draft Love and he's immediately one of the best running backs, you're not really saving that much money because you're paying him whatever it is, $12, $13 million a year. Meanwhile, compare that to the Jets. The Jets with Arvell Reese or David Bailey, if one of those guys at number 2 ends up being a really good edge rusher, Will Anderson from the Texans just got $50 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're paying an edge rusher $12 or $13 million a year, you're saving $30 million a year in terms of cap space. So I think you can have a really interesting discussion about positional value from a purely financial standpoint.
Well, I don't necessarily want to go down that rabbit hole because we did it with Jahmyr Gibbs. We're doing it now in terms of does he get the extension, especially with the 5-year, the 5th-year option on the table. But the best player in this draft, I think it's Caleb Downs. I think he goes to the Giants at 5. Where do you feel he goes? And do you agree, is he the best overall player in this draft?
I would agree with you on Caleb Downs being the best player. And that's where it goes right back to what we were just talking about in terms of the positional value. I mean, it is wild because the safeties only make $20 million at the top. And I agree with you, John. I think John Harbaugh really wants Caleb Downs. What is going to be cool about this, do they take him at 5 or do they take somebody else at 5, like a receiver, maybe Jordan Tyson from Arizona State, and then roll the dice that they can still get Downs at 10? Because you look at some of these other teams and you're like, well, I don't think they would take him. I don't think they would take him. So the Giants are another team now that they got the number 10 overall pick in the Dexter Lawrence trade. I think John Harbaugh, because listen, the guy's been the coach for the Ravens when they had Ed Reed, when they had Kyle Hamilton. You don't need to tell John Harbaugh about the value of a big-time safety. But whether or not they take him at 5, do they roll the dice? They take somebody else at 5 and think they can still get him at 10? Or do they just take Downs at 5 and then see who's left at receiver if it's Carnell Tate or Tyson? But a lot of people think those two guys are going to go before 10. You look at the Browns, you look at the Saints, the Commanders, the Chiefs, they all need receivers. So I think the Giants, if they want to get a big-time receiver, they would have to take him at 5 and then come back and take Downs at 10 and hope he's still there.
Who do the Lions take at 17?
Ooh. By the way, can I just tell you, I totally disagree with this notion of just moving Penei Sewell over to left tackle. I don't know what you've been saying, John, about it, but I've seen, I think, was it Dan said that or Brad Holmes? Which one of those guys said that's a possibility?
Dan did.
Yeah, and I love Dan, and Dan and I were teammates for a minute. I personally, I don't see a big distinction anymore between right tackle and left tackle. You guys know I do the Eagles preseason games. Their best offensive lineman for the last decade has been Lane Johnson at right tackle, and they've never moved him over to left tackle. What people don't talk about enough, and John, you know this, a lot of times teams will slide the protection left more often. Think about the guys you're blocking, by the way, at right tackle. T.J. Watt, Max Crosby, a lot of the best rushers rush over the right tackle now. I don't know. I mean, I know the Bucs did it with Wirfs, and they had some success there, and maybe the Lions would do that, but I just don't think that is necessary or nearly what it used to be.
We don't have the time to get into that debate. Maybe another time, because I somewhat agree with you, somewhat disagree. But having said all that, who do they go with at 17?
Give me a couple names. I mean, because at 17, there's a lot of guys that it could potentially be, whether it's O-line or edge. Maybe they take one of the safeties. Maybe they take one of the corners.
All right,
so give me 2 or 3 that you guys are debating between.
Do you think Monroe Freeling is available at 17?
No, I do not. I think Monroe Freeling is going to be the first offensive lineman taken because I think Maui Noah has a herniated disc. He's going to drop. I'm not aware of an offensive lineman with a herniated disc in their back that didn't eventually have to get surgery. And I think teams are going to be a little bit scared by that. That's one of those things, if you're betting on the draft, I like Freeling to be the first offensive lineman off the board before Maui Noah.
All right, so let me give you 3 more options then, since we're a little bit pressed for time. Vega Ione out of Penn State, guard. Caden Proctor, tackle out of Alabama. Or Blake Miller, the tackle from Clemson.
Yeah, out of those, it's clearly Vega from Penn State. He's exactly what you're looking for at guard. Those guys make a lot of money now. I think he's a stud. Blake Miller, I would not take in the top 20. And Caden Proctor has the physical ability. He started the season at 390.
Yeah.
And, my whole thing is this. This is your last year of college. This is the most important year of your life for the draft, and you're going to start the season at 390 pounds.
Totally agree.
That would give me some pause.
Yep.
You guys are both simpatico on Proctor. Hey, Ross, before we get you out of here, myfrontpagestory.com.
Well, you guys know, we talked about it Valentine's Day. It's by far the best Mother's Day gift ever for your mom, your wife, grandma, whoever. You guys have the most ridiculous audience in the country. Anytime I mention anything, double-digit people order it, which is incredible. Anybody that wants to sell anything in Detroit, you got to go on Costa and Jansen, 97.1, the ticket, including myfrontpagestory.com. To be able to tell your mom or your wife, I want to do something special for you, so I had a story written about you, I can almost guarantee it's the best Mother's Day gift they will ever receive. And if it's not, Moneybags Jansen will give you your money back. So myfrontpagestory.com, best Mother's Day gift ever. If it's not, you can find John on social media. He'll reimburse you, John. That's so generous. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ross.
What are
yes.
teammates for?
Yeah,
Ross,
yeah.
thank you.
See you guys.
It's Ross Tucker, 97.1.
The old Ethos pitch.
Got him.
Uh-huh.
Jake Rogers, the best pitcher for the Tigers last night. Yeah, that's how it goes. Gave up 12 runs to the Brewers, and the Brewers are one of those teams, man. They make contact, they run, and if you are not on your P's and Q's, they'll make you look like a little league group. All right, at 9 o'clock, Mike Vrabel speaks. John Jansen sounds off. We'll do that top of the hour. We'll get back into the Pistons in the 9 o'clock hour. A little bit of Rasheed Wallace. We will win game 2 vibes in the city today. You may have seen a headline. Mike Tomlin going to join NBC for their coverage this season.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, he's got a wealth of experience. We've heard him talk a number of different times. He does a nice job of addressing the media. Now he'll be a member of it.
So this is the whole Cowher pipeline, right? You win Super Bowl, you stay in Pittsburgh your whole career, and then you go to TV.
Sure. Yeah. And then for the next 5 years, we'll be debating, where is he going to go next? Does he come out of the booth? Does he like the booth?
Does he take the NC State job?
Right.
Tom had a really good question, and I'd like to put this out for people. Which of Detroit's current coaches would make the best TV analyst? Tomlin's going to do it. He's going to go to NBC, Sunday Night Football, the whole thing. Among our coaches, I think we got great options. We talked to all these guys. AJ Hinch is maybe my favorite interview week to week that we get.
Well, because we get him more than we get JB. We've seen JB as a desk analyst.
JB's done First Take. Yeah. I think everybody loves Todd McClellan's realness. But then if we're talking about people who keep it real, Dan Campbell, say it.
Yeah.
He would bring, everybody thinks he's a caveman. He could still bring the X's and O's, but he'd also bring the come on, brother.
Yeah.
Come on, man. He'd bring kind of the camaraderie, a little Charles Barkley in that way.
It would be very Charles Barkley. The question would be who, Charles has Shaq. Who would be the addition to Dan Campbell?
And again, we like all these coaches. Years and years in the future, who would make the best analyst?
All right, so the key to this is who's going to remain authentic and who's going to have the cojones to criticize former colleagues. Which coach can be able to talk bad about a coach that they coached against? Maybe a friend.
Right, because Charles famously did it against MJ.
Yes.
And they didn't speak for 2 decades.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And now they're kumbaya.
But you have to be willing to ruffle feathers or you're not going to say anything interesting. Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Who would be the most interesting of the group?
I think Campbell would remain authentic because I think he's authentic all the time for the most part. I think for an interview with us on a weekly basis, he's pretty, open.
Yeah,
about
he's incredibly open. Yeah.
But I think AJ is too.
Yeah. AJ a little more analytical, maybe not as from an entertainment standpoint.
But you need that in baseball.
You
right.
do.
I think AJ would probably be the number one because he also brings a perspective of being in the front office. Mm-hmm. So you could talk to him about personnel moves. You could talk to him about baseball strategy. He's got the pitching chaos. He's got the lineup changes, lefty, righty, which we discussed earlier this week.
Yep.
All of those things. I think AJ would be number one. Dan, to me, would be number 2.
See, with McClellan, I almost wonder if he would be less critical in a studio than he would as the coach. I wonder if he would say the same things from afar.
That's a good question. I don't know either. I mean, I would think. He calls a spade a spade. I mean, and I don't know. Are you saying he's doing it to try to get a rise out of his team and he wouldn't be the same guy as an analyst? I don't know, but I could tell you the way he talked about his Red Wings team, he didn't pull any punches. And those are the kind of guys you like on the desk when they go to the intermission report and they tell you, oh, these guys are jerseys out there. You want to hear that from an analyst. It means something coming from guys like that.
PK Subban did that at every Red Wings game that was not national television down the stretch.
Right. I mean, rank them. 248-539-9797. I think I'd put Campbell 1 as we're hashing this out. I think I'd put McClellan 2. AJ 3 and JB 4, and I hate putting JB 4.
Yeah, but JB, I don't know that. I think JB is more of the guy that is, I don't want to say he doesn't want to offend. I think he would be more politically correct.
Okay. Text says JB is the guy they would most like as an analyst. Dan Campbell as a broadcaster would be like McAfee, in my opinion, but I would love it nonetheless. How about this? All four of them at a desk feeding off of one another. How would that go?
That'd be outstanding. Wouldn't that be a great podcast?
Yeah, if you get these guys
some
like
sort
a
of
summit.
moderator.
Summit. Once a year, you get the four coaches together.
Yeah, you could be the moderator. That'd be something special. I don't think you'd get 60 minutes in.
No.
At some point, you tick them off with your smarm. You already ticked two of them off.
Yeah.
And to be fair, if we had Todd down the stretch a little more, might have happened with him too. Although, I mean, it's not his fault, but those are the questions you face. Like the March stuff.
Well, I know
he
you
didn't
wanted to
hear
ask him
about
too. I know you wanted to ask him. Are you doing a good job?
Hey, Todd.
You know, somebody finally say to you, like, enough already. And then you just get in their face and go, bye.
Bye.
The first one was real, and it was spot on.
248-539-9797. Something fun. If we get some text on it, we can read them. John, you want to be able to spend a few minutes on Vrabel here?
Yeah, I think we heard from Mike Vrabel for the first time since the incident happened. And I do have some comments about how he addressed the media, when he addressed the media, and things that he said to the media.
And we have sound on that, right, Greg? Yeah. We can play that for people to start the next hour. We'll make sure to carve out more time for the Pistons to round things out. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Tough night at the ballpark for the Tigers as they dropped the series opener 12-4 to the Brewers last night. Milwaukee had 16 hits as opposed to just 9 for Detroit. Before the Tigers scored 3 runs in garbage time in the 9th inning, the Brewers bullpen had allowed just 2 hits in 4 innings across 3 different pitchers. Those 3 guys combined for 2 walks and 4 strikeouts and provided a stark contrast to Detroit's bullpen performances from Emmanuel DeJesus and Connor Siebold. Fear not, though, Jake Rogers got a strikeout on a knuckleball. Game 2 is this evening at 6:40. After a lackluster performance and effort in Game 1 against the Magic, Duncan Robinson is ready to move on. He's not worried about why Detroit had low effort in Game 1. He's just ready to fix it tonight. Getting a win would be a pretty sweet birthday present for Robinson, who turns 32 today. That game will be broadcast on our sister station, WWJ News Radio 950 at 7 o'clock. They'll have pregame coverage of Pistons Magic at 6:15. One other NBA playoff game tonight, that's between the Thunder and Suns, Game 2, as OKC is the only 1 or 2 seed that hasn't lost yet so far. They're favored by almost 18 points tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
We asked you the question with Mike Tomlin going to NBC to be an analyst, a commentator. Which Detroit sports coach would make the best analyst? Text says Hinch is number 1. Campbell would have no credibility when it comes to talking game management and strategy. Mark and Yale. What do you mean? It's a 4th down revolution. He'd be great. Says Campbell's so passionate about football, he'd criticize awful organizations. It'd be pure entertainment with spit flying all over. He'd get fired up over big-time blocks. I would love Dan Campbell.
Yeah. I mean, it's you see some of those moments, you start going down those rabbit holes, and all of a sudden you start talking a little bit faster, you start talking a little bit louder, the spit starts flying out of your mouth, and
I actually, starting to chew on this a little bit, I wonder how good Campbell would be as a color commentator.
Like in the booth during the game. Yeah, as opposed to a halftime analyst.
Yeah.
It's a different skill set.
It's a different skill set, but here's one of the things that I love when I do get a chance to talk in depth to any position coach, but especially coordinators and head coaches, and it may be like a simulcast where he's not the lead analyst on Monday Night Football or Thursday Night Football, but Amazon has all these different broadcasts you can watch. if you could get him to break down defenses from what he sees, what's coming, and do all those different things, like the in-depth knowledge that these guys have, I don't know if you're talking about, hey, I can only speak for 20 seconds, I got to fit it all in. Yes. It's probably not the best. But if you don't care about making the next snap and you're talking about what just happened and what you saw and what you're predicting maybe a couple plays down the road, or I think that would be brilliant.
Now, if we had this panel of the coaches and you needed a moderator, somebody text in Stoney. Because at some point he would get into Stoney stuff.
Oh. Yeah, get off the rails with those guys. That would be awesome.
Actually, would be really funny. Dan Campbell would be like stone cold as a commentator. Reminds me of him. The look, the personality, biting kneecaps. Says it, and then at the end of the show, mashing 2 beers together and chugging both of them.
Yeah.
With AJ, I could listen to him talk baseball all day long. Kevin and Wixom, he would be the number one. I will say, when he gets into playoff mode, and he's like thinking 3 steps ahead with these lineup decisions or planning for the 6th inning. It'd be very interesting to get like in-game, pick his brain without the like, hey, I got to hide some of this for strategy.
Right. Yeah, because you don't get, no matter which coach we're talking to, you don't get exactly what they want to say. You only get what they want anyone to know.
And ranking. In order on Twitch, Hinch, Campbell, McClellan, Bickerstaff.
Yeah, that's kind of my lineup as well.
Yeah, I have Campbell 1. I had McClellan 2 and Hinch 3, but there's just 2 different. I'm getting 2 different things. McClellan, I think you're going to get a little more critical. AJ, you're probably going to learn a little more. So it just depends on your preference.
What you're looking for, yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll get to the Pistons later this hour. Mike Vrabel spoke yesterday.
Yes, he did. And, we'll just start with Mike Vrabel. So just off the top, did you think that was, without saying I did it, it was an admission of guilt?
Yes. It's saying it without saying it.
Right. And so when I heard that, my instant reaction was, I don't think you're going to hear anything from Robert Kraft. Like, there's no tough conversation there. Your team, I don't think there's any tough conversations there. The negative impact on your team, how about mentioning the negative impact on my family? How about I'm sorry to put my family in this position?
He never said he was sorry.
Never said anything about, the tough conversation. The tough conversations aren't with those individuals. The tough conversations are with your wife. The tough conversations are with your kids. And in my opinion, the timing is all screwed up. The order of things. Like, if you're driving to that hotel and that's what you believe could happen if you're putting yourself in that position, the tough conversation with your wife should have come before that.
No kidding.
The tough conversation with your kids should have come before that. I'm not happy. I'm not, whatever the reason is, I'm moving on.
Yeah.
That's the tough conversation. That's the timing. And for him to come and talk about, the negative impact on my team. There's no negative impact on your team.
I was just going to say, John, you played. Guys, it's not a secret. Athletes cheat. They cheat on their wife and their kids. I'm glad you brought
that up because, and everybody probably is wondering, okay, why did this touch a nerve with me? Because then everybody looks at athletes, former athletes, like, oh, they're all doing that. And this wasn't what Stoney was intending, but last week when we were doing the cookie jar, his reference to like, something that he had done prior in his life, he said, well, maybe you have done this. And he looked at me like
the reputation of athletes.
The reputation of athletes. That is something that we battle all the time. I don't want the reputation just because I was an athlete that, he cheats. It's okay. They all do it.
And I'm not saying it's okay.
They all do it.
Or even that they'll do it, but some do. Some of your teammates did.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that run businesses that do the same thing.
Right.
I mean, we saw in a concert last year.
The Coldplay concert, right? Yeah. My point, though, is the infidelity is bad. And that's not a denial really anymore. I mean, that's bad. But you got to own it to your family more than your team. Your team is in somewhat desensitized to it.
Well, and to your point, so there's some of those guys, and I know Greg and I have joked about this a little bit. There's some guys in that locker room on that team will probably be like, hey, high five.
Yeah.
I mean, that's there's no negative impact to the family. The NFL is not going to investigate this.
No.
The New England Patriots. In fact, we heard reports that Bob Kraft tried to get this to all go away. And the New York Post gave both Vrabel and Rossini the opportunity to provide credible evidence to the contrary. They couldn't, so they went with the story.
Well, that's the other part of this, okay? Like, his response is inadequate. It was inadequate when the story first broke, and it's inadequate today. He is not leading. He's looking down, speaking quietly, and hoping it goes away.
Yeah.
That's not accountability. That's not leadership. That's not the way you handle something like this. I mean, they're just hoping it goes away.
And with the draft tomorrow night and who they take and who they're, trading for, who they're going to pick up June 1, all those things will take over. The news cycle will regenerate and he'll move on.
Tex says Vrabel not addressing the picks when they first came out was laughable. He essentially lied, then realized he was in trouble, and then backtrack. I think his credibility took a hit, and he comes across as phony. Says, nailed it, John, exactly. I thought Vrabel was spot on. Signed, Tiger Woods. He did say he talked about it with his family. Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah, but then it was. Well, we don't want anything to negatively impact my team. Is it referring to his family as his team as well?
At no point, too, and this is from a texter when we talked about this earlier in the show, he never used the word sorry.
He's not sorry about what happened.
Even if he didn't say, like, if he says he's sorry to his family, then you could say, oh, he's admitting it and stuff. Or,
well, he basically
if he just said
it.
Sorry for
putting them in this position.
Entire distraction.
But I think that's what kind of irks me, too, the whole saying it without saying it. It's the Dan Campbell thing. Say it. Like, what? Why are you? What negativity, Mike? What distractions did you bring, Mike? The thing you've denied happened? Which is it? Like it's kind of playing this like mealy mouth, like, well, I have plausible deniability.
Well, and then it gaslit everyone by saying, well, I wanted to make sure I got up here and address this before the players address the media tomorrow, so that they're not the ones that are answering these questions first. No one on that team is going to say anything about this. You're going to get asked the question, hey, what do you think about the pictures of your coach? What do you think about that? Nah, that's his deal.
Yeah, you think Drake May's going to go, actually, they were hooking up. I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, they're going to shoot it down if they're even asked about it at all. It's his story to address.
Right.
And that's how he chose to address it. And to your point, he's not going to lose his job over this.
No, the stakes are much different for him versus Diana Rossini.
Her. And again, it's not because man and woman. It's not a sexist double standard. It's about the professions. Her profession is directly tied to
credibility.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. So we got the Vrabel stuff in the mix. We're going to get back into Pistons basketball. Want to know about Game 2 tonight. Guaranteed? Is that the mood? We will win Game 2. It's 97-1.
I've been talking about Rapid Roof for a couple of years now, and here's the thing. They did exactly what they said. I trusted them with my biggest investment, my home. They came in. They do most roofs in one day, and that's how they did mine. It was rip the roof off, make the repairs, replace the roof, clean everything up, and they're gone. It's no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest guidance. And beyond roofing, Rapid also does siding, windows, and gutter installation. You can give them a call at 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF, or more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Brightside Dental for a brighter and straighter smile. Think about it like early summer prep for wedding seasons and graduations. Take care of your smile. If you receive a tax refund, you can use it as a bonus. Invest in your smile. Maybe you've been waiting to have something done. You always wanted that straighter, cleaner, white teeth. So here's the deal. Someone in your family, you can treat them. Take care of yourself. Brightside Dental is your spot. Flexible online scheduling. After work appointments, that's big. They can work it in your schedule as well as weekends and same-day emergency care appointments. So, Brightside Dental, 1-800-PAINLESS. Visit them online. That's brightsidedental.com. Brightside Dental, no judgment, just care. Yeah, at one point you had back-to-back triples. Brewers put up 12 runs. Speed, contact, and if you don't field the baseball, bad news bears. Greg Gania on the call with Dickerson on TV. We'll get to the Pistons later in the hour, talk about them ahead of Game 2. Got calls and feedback on the Mike Vrabel stuff. You said you wanted to sound off on it.
Yeah, which I did.
Didn't feel adequate. He didn't address enough of the harm he'd done to his family. He didn't really address what he did either.
No, there was no, which is, you know, why it was a well-crafted statement.
Right, and he's reading from it slowly with his head down.
Yeah. And I don't know if he's trying to protect any, future events that may happen. Maybe there's...
Right, but when you come out and say that any insinuation was laughable, his initial statement was the pictures show a completely innocent interaction and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve any further response, end quote. Yet, here he is saying it without saying it. So either own it
and if that
or
was
don't.
still the case, then you lead with the same statement.
Right. So things have changed because people have been digging more.
Mm-hmm.
So while he hasn't admitted to it, he basically insinuated that it's true.
Sure.
Difficult conversations. What about Mike? And look, I just think Texter puts it this way. His reputation is a guy that does it the right way, leader of men.
I don't know. I don't think any of us know him well enough. I know him a little bit. Played against him. Did some shows with him. But I wouldn't sit there and say I know he does it things the right way. That's a reputation.
Read more of these texts after we talk to Chris in Detroit. Chris, good morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Morning. Good, but I'm outraged by this trend of these athletes and celebrities who do these statements. I mean, who's advising them to say these things? Are they afraid they're going to implicate themselves in some future lawsuit? I mean, not only did he not apologize, right? I'm used to the non-apology statement, but he also didn't even admit that he did anything.
Right. It's crafted by an attorney that is trying to protect them from any other actions that somebody may take in the future.
Yeah, like
whether
does
it's
his
his
contract
wife,
have a morality clause.
Yeah, his wife, his employer, Diana Rossini herself.
Yeah, sues him for something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the attorneys out there if that actually buys him anything, because it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, because it's unsatisfying. It's not a satisfactory response to what people have seen the photos and insinuated has happened, and he's not saying it's laughable anymore. So
no,
he can't deny it. He's also not going to publicly accept it. He's just sitting up there mumbling.
And there was there was a lot of talk about negative impacts. But not one time did he say the negative impact on my family.
Right. That's what really stuck out to you. That's what bothered you. And this text says, now think about it. His wife's in a weird spot. If you don't get divorced, people will go, wow, kind of gets walked all over. It's from an unnamed text. It says, Vrabel's always come across as likable. Now I have a reason to hate the Patriots again. Have you guys considered that Vrabel and his wife have an open marriage? And he's not sorry because this is okay in his house. Just doesn't want to deal with the media attention that comes with an open marriage. Justin in Madison Heights.
Sure, that's a possibility. I don't know that I would buy into that theory, though.
What is Mike Vrabel doing? She's not even hot. Definitely no Laura Rutledge. Toman Mike.
Jeez.
You brought these in here. It says, crazy how similar Vrabel and Ward Manuel are. Zero accountability and hoping problems just go away, end quote. Ironic.
So the open marriage comment there a second ago on the text.
Yeah.
The thing about that is, okay, let's say that is it. Do the kids know?
Oh, right. Yeah.
It still creates awkwardness. I would bet
That's not a conversation that
kids
they
don't
have with their
know.
kids. You're right. Yeah. Well, how come mommy's going out tonight? How come daddy's going out?
Well, let me ask you this.
What media member she's going to see?
Oh, well, see.
No,
But that's part of why this is such a big deal, too, is that it's not just with, a random person.
Right, and take that concept out of it right now. It's the conversation that you got to have with your kids, because I doubt that's a conversation they had with them in regards to, well, yeah, your mom and dad and I, we've got an open marriage. Well, what does that mean? But now it's front and center for these kids.
Again, you played, and I'm not insinuating all athletes cheat, but
it does happen.
It happens
in a lot of professions.
And how much of that is those wives know, but they don't ask? They're not okay with it. They don't want it to happen, but they bite their tongue.
I think that is less than you think.
Okay. And now it's in, everybody's face.
Right. Not a lot of women I know would just sit there and say, I'm just going to look the other way.
But it's the lifestyle it affords you.
Yeah.
I don't know. 248-539-9797. Texter says, the woman lost her job, the man didn't. Denise in Fort Myers.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about that. Go ahead, Tom.
She resigned.
Right.
Now, she did that because of the heat from the story, but she could have let it play out, as you always use, and see if she just would have been maybe suspended.
Well, it seemed like initially the Athletic was on her side, but then people at the Athletic within the building were like, well, hold on, you better actually dig in and make sure, because this hurts all our credibility. And then when they started digging, she said, you know what, I'm just gonna resign.
Yeah.
I don't need them to keep digging into me. I'm going to get out of the way. Some damage control there. So she resigned as opposed to seeing a more thorough investigation go through. Now, if they found out that they did cheat, if they did have a relationship, she can't be the reporter for The Athletic.
No.
It's a huge professional hit to what she does.
Right.
Not even talking personally.
The Athletic has reason to investigate this. The NFL doesn't.
Right. It's just the difference in what their jobs require. Mike Vrabel's job is to study film, put together a game plan, and get the most out of his players. And if you think this hurts maybe the way the players view him, I suppose that's where you'd say it hurts him professionally. But his job is less based on perception, where Diana Rossini's entire job is perception.
Did you run into the Vrabels on a cruise?
No,
That's the ticket text.
Okay.
You want to swap?
If you knew that was her husband, would you?
When did the ticket become TMZ? What else we got on here? Did Cookies run into the Vrabels? Hell yeah, brother. Brett in Mississippi. Guys, he didn't murder anyone. He cheated, but that doesn't affect any of us. Chill out with the outcry. Good Lord, JT, in a car.
No, but
I don't think it's like an outcry as much as it's newsworthy.
It is newsworthy, and he is a public figure. People are going to they're always going to be taking pictures. They're going to be trying to dig for stuff because that's what a lot of people do. That's their job, not just their hobby. That's their job.
I see what Jansen did there. It was a well-crafted statement.
Yes. I will not take credit for that. I'm not that smart.
Okay. They wanted to give you credit.
Yes, but thank you.
All right, let's talk Pistons hoops because they're going to play game 2 tonight, and it feels like we've been waiting forever for this game.
Yeah, I mean, the pain of Monday, Tuesday, now it's Wednesday morning, just sitting there waiting after such an unbelievably bad performance on Sunday at the LCA. We got another opportunity tonight, and it's finally here. We could finally get the taste out of our mouth. That's why I think when this game starts, it's going to be fast and furious for the Pistons. They should be chomping at the bit to change a lot of narratives, but really just get back to winning.
Some of what we do is obviously we talk and give our opinions, but I would love to know what the sentiment is in the city. Is it that of the Rasheed Wallace? We will win game 2. Game 1 was just not who we are. Is there an overwhelming confidence this thing's going 1-1? Because Sunday was bad on all levels. I mean, from the jump, they're down. And even when they made a push near the end of the first half, how did they start the second half? Immediately falling into a deficit. Everybody knows about the Robin concerns, and everybody knows that, you can pack the paint and make this team struggle. But for them to give up damn near 50% shooting, there was a lot from that game to stew over, to fester for a couple days now. Do you feel like the team is going to be on another level, raring to go, playing the way they're supposed to play? They're damn near double-digit favorites tonight at home. Yes, it's going to be 1-1. Do you have that level of confidence in this team? Or did that spook you, what you saw on Sunday night? Because we've gotten texts from people going, I think we're going to win, but...
Yeah, I mean, certainly it spooks you, because if they come out and play the same way, but you have to take, I'm not going to discredit what we saw through 82 games. And the team that this is, I think they do respond. I think they do respond with the win. And I think the panic or the overreaction comes from how it happened.
Yeah.
Never having led, Jalen Duren with 8 points. Like, the guys that you thought were going to be able to be there for this team, they weren't. And JB, whether or not you agree with the coaching moves or with the fact that he didn't play Ausar Thompson but 9 minutes in the second half, a guy that's a top 3 defender in the NBA, there were things that he was counting on as well that didn't get. So it's not all the coach, not all the players. There's enough blame to go around, but part of it was just the first game. You're the 1 seed. Because you look around the NBA and you're looking at going, well, the Celtics are now 1-1, but they won the first one, lost the second one. Same thing with the Spurs, 1-1, lost one. Knicks won the first one, lost the second one, lost a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. The Nuggets, same thing. They won the first one, lost the second one. So the panic meter in those towns, because they've seen a win, is less versus the panic meter in this town, because we haven't seen a win here locally since 2008.
Yeah. No home wins since 2008, 11 straight playoff losses for the Pistons.
But if you wake up tomorrow morning and it's 1-1, it's no different than all these other teams.
Right. Well, that's the point, is you got to even this thing up.
Yeah.
You can't. This is a must-win game for the Pistons. So, roll call. As you wake up today on game day, what is your confidence? Are you feeling a guaranteed, we will win game 2? And what's the biggest reason why the Pistons win? It's 97-1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminino Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. It's not just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. All you got to do is give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
You feeling the way Rashid felt that day? Confidence level. Hey, we're the 1 seed. Not going to happen at home. Not again. Not back to back. Or did you see stuff that concerned you to the point that you don't feel confident going into tonight?
Did we see any new concerns? That, okay, they didn't play defense like they normally do. Mm-hmm. I think that's fixable. I think they'll get back to playing that defense. But having the second shooter that spaces the floor, that keeps the paint clean for Jalen Duren, like, it's not the first time we've seen a team try and take away Jalen Duren. So I don't know that there was anything that we learned on Sunday. It's disturbing because it happened in the playoffs in the first game, but I don't know that there's anything we learned about this team. What I think we know about this team is that they will respond.
That's what this text says. They will respond in a strong way and kick ass. If the Celtics lost like they did, but it was game 1, the panic meter would be much higher.
Right. Order of events does matter. If they had won game 1 but lost game 2 for the Pistons, I'd be like, okay, because we didn't think it was going to be a sweep anyway.
Right.
It's disturbing that it happened at home, but...
Yeah. And the way you lose, too.
Yeah.
Right, you don't lead a single minute. If the Pistons lose this series, I'll start looking at JB the same as I look at Flip Saunders. Great regular season coach, but unable to make adjustments in a playoff series. Mickey in GC. There's going to be a lot of JB questions if they falter here.
Oh, there's no question,
and
as there should be.
Specifically, running an 11-man mega rotation in the playoffs to the detriment of your best defensive player not being on the floor for extended stretches in the second half, that's got to change. And if Duren is, if they are packing the paint, it's not like you just throw up your hands and the game's over. You're going to have to find other ways to generate chances.
But okay, I agree with the Asar Thompson situation in the second half. But is he running that 11-man rotation? Because he also has identified we don't have a number 2. We've got a 1 and a 3 in Cade and Duren, but we don't have that number 2. So I've got to rotate guys through and find out who's going to be the number 2 today.
Right, but I think that becomes really difficult. If you don't have someone and the other team's got a solidified starting 5, a crunch time group, a group they feel strongly about.
Right, but is that on JB?
Well, no.
Okay, so that's how this conversation was going. It was the fact that JB goes with 11 guys versus 8 or 9.
But at some point you go, my guys are on the floor. Not I'm trying new lineups in the playoffs.
You go full Hoosiers on them.
Right.
My team's on the floor.
Guys, I think they'll respond in a strong way. Read that one. Says the Pistons, as they're currently constructed, could be the NBA version of the Bills. Great regular season, not so much in the postseason. They have to get another great player who can create their own shot. I think the Pistons theme song should be David Bowie's Panic in Detroit until they win. Give Orlando credit. They were on and hot. That's Fenton, not from Fenton.
Uh-huh.
If Harris and Jenkins get 22 shots again, we lose. Well, some of that is Duren's going to shoot more than 4 times.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have roughly the same amount of shots per game,
right?
Give or take. But it's who's taking those shots and how effective are they?
I'd rather watch the Tigers lose by 10 runs again than watch another second of Pistons basketball. I had to turn the game off Sunday at halftime. It was so bad, I just don't see it improving. You turned off a 4-point game at halftime? I mean, you do you.
Well, I would find it surprising that somebody would turn it off at halftime. Not surprising that you might be so disgusted that you would turn it off 5 minutes into the second half because they did not respond.
Right.
There was nothing coming out of halftime that you're like, okay, well, hey, rusty in the first half, out of rhythm, just jitters, whatever. You could put it on in the first half. That's not the case in the second.
How about this? The opposite of a guaranteed. My confidence level is 0. The Orlando Magic are flat out the better roster with the better coach. They're more physical. They're tougher than us. I don't see how we win this game.
Wow. Well, I doubt he's going to a watch party tonight.
I think people are overreacting to the way Orlando played in game 1. That's not who they've been all season long.
Right.
But some of that is they didn't have their team all season long.
I know that, and that's the little scary part of playing against them right now. But to think that they're going to come out and shoot 49% again, which is 5% above their regular season average, which is a significant deal in one game. And then the Pistons play not their best D again. I just don't see. Look, it could be a tight game, like a super tight game.
What did Orlando finish with? They had 112 points. Sound right?
Yeah.
They're not a great offensive team, and the Pistons are supposed to be a really good defensive team. This game needs to be played in the upper 90s.
Yeah.
You know, if it's going to be in the mud, it's going to be in the mud, but I don't think that's something the Pistons would run from. I mean, that's the preferred style of basketball for them.
Well, we thought that going in before game one, and they did that last year against the Knicks some.
I think they should make the Magic play in the 90s and then play in the 120s.
It's a great idea, Greg. I'm going to send that over to JB, see if he agrees. Text says, what I didn't know is that Wendell Carter is dating Jalen Duren's ex-girlfriend, Angel Reese. On TikTok, they were trolling that Carter took her from Jalen.
I'll have
this is the storyline that John is
yesterday,
dying
the day
to.
before.
Yeah.
This is out there.
I really couldn't care less. If that is a factor in how Jalen Duren plays, then the answer to is he a max contract guy yesterday that we had? No.
What will we say to him? Bye.
Sure, right. I did see Angel Reese posted a story of Carter dunking over Duren from game one.
Ooh, boy, that bet that hurt.
Stings. Do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, he was there when it happened. I think that stings more than the post.
Yeah, no kidding. The expectation is at minimum, JD drops a double-double. He knows what's riding on this game for him personally. Matt in a car.
Yeah.
Is this the Duren game?
It doesn't have to be, quote unquote, the Duren game. I'm not expecting him to do something out of, I don't expect 18 rebounds and 28 points. But I do expect that he's going to be right around 20 points and his season average, right around 20 points, right around 10, 11 boards.
Winning game 2, ? I think we're getting swept. Mark, the delivery driver, says as long as they play the way they're supposed to, team basketball, they will win.
Yeah.
I'm at about an 8 out of 10 on the confidence. I think the pressure of not winning a playoff game at home since 2008 is the only thing keeping me from a full-blown guaranteed. I fully expect them to bounce back and not repeat Sunday's performance. I expect a big game from Duren and B-Ball Paul. That's from Antoine.
Okay.
When we say the Duren game, yeah, there might be a tendency to try to do too much after game one. You said if they're going to crash down on you, swing the ball.
Yeah. Lead the team in assists.
And
find the open guy.
Good passing big. Now, he's still got to shoot more than 4 times. You're going to have to
Sure.
work for better shots,
But
move and run and work for better shots.
What happens? All of a sudden, you start finding the open guy.
Yep.
They hit down things that defense loosens up in the middle, and voila, you get some easier buckets.
Asar generates a lot playing defense, fast-paced transition offense. I think Cade played really bad in the first quarter of game 1 from an unnamed text.
Well, it was the same person who texted yesterday that Cade seemed out of sorts.
I didn't agree with that read at all.
I didn't either.
Guys, this is Mike B. from Detroit. I said yesterday when I texted the Pistons will be fine. They'll win this game and the series. Everyone will say, why didn't they play like that in the first game? LOL. I'm at a 7 out of 10 with the Pistons. Orlando can't keep that pace. We won't play that bad. That's Kev in Wayne. In order to win tonight, Cade has to have 10 or more assists, and Duren has to crash the boards. Hit open shots, Jordan in a shop.
Mm-hmm.
Phone calls, texts, get the mood of Detroit on game day. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram, and the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Not much of a competition here, but we'll go through it. You can choose from 2 options that Ram has. The award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only 4 under the hood? No power equals no work and no fun. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do, pull into your Ram dealer today, and trust me, just start one up, and you're going to hear the difference.
Got a batch of texts. Get to the phones. Talking Pistons, gauging the mood of the city on game day. Playing tonight, LCA against the Magic. Who wants Angel Reese's bum ass anyway? And we know all she can do is rebound. As far as the game tonight, the Pistons says, when the playoffs start, the regular season doesn't matter. The try-hard guy stuff doesn't work. They got matched up with a superior roster in the playoffs, and playoff rosters win games. Orlando in 4. I think the Pistons will be the first 1 seed to be swept in the first round. I'm a huge Detroit fan, but they played their normal game in game 1. I've been watching all year. I expect more of the same. The Pistons were out-muscled and didn't play physical. I don't see it changing against the Magic and their physicality, Dave in Howell. But that is not what I expected us to get today, to be honest with you. I expected a hey, we will win tens. Game 2. Yeah.
A lot of people on the same page as Sheed.
I think it's a sign that people don't trust this team. They didn't trust the regular season.
Mm-hmm. I think some of it, too, is the things that you had said you were worried about, you saw them happen on Sunday.
Right, and we're all predisposed to, is there a jinx at the LCA? We haven't had a win there ever.
Well, only one of our two teams plays playoff action there.
And so it's just is there some type of jinx involved? Is there just a mental hurdle that they've got to get over to get a win at home? They've heard all the same things.
Right. Well, go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say, I think it's those ticket texts that you read, I think are a result of people can remember more than they can project. And so they remember game 1 a lot easier than they can think of hey, they can play better. The Magic rolled really high, Pistons rolled really low. Combination was a Magic win. That those RPG rolls are going to even out a little bit.
Marcus in Dearborn, I see here you want to talk about jinxes?
Yeah. How's everybody doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. So, honestly, man, you guys are talking about the Pistons, before game 1 started, about how they were minus 300 to win the series, minus plus 1,000 to sweep the team, et cetera, et cetera. I didn't get the numbers right, but you guys were saying they were going to destroy the Magic.
Well, so I wasn't in, but yeah.
So I feel like from the go, after seeing how they played Charlotte, how the Magic played Charlotte, that some of that was unfounded, and that, I feel like you guys kind of jinxed us a little bit. I'm a little more optimistic than some of the other callers. I think the Pistons could still win, but that's how I feel.
I mean, I still expect them to win the series, but in terms of jinxes, what did you guys do on Friday?
I don't know. I'm still trying to remember what I did yesterday.
I don't ever remember reading stats about a Pistons sweep. And I think it's fair to point out that this Magic team is not a typical 8 seed. Franz Wagner, their number 2 player, missed 50 games. When the season started, they were actually supposed to finish ahead of the Pistons in the standings after trading 4 first-round picks for Desmond Bane. Yeah. None of this is giving the Pistons an excuse not to win the series. But the idea that this could go 6 or 7 isn't wild. The idea that you'd sweep this team, that this is not your typical 8 seed.
Right. It's not, but it's also not another number 1 seed that you're facing.
Got a little pushback. It's a joke if you think this team's getting swept. I think the overreactions and lack of confidence stem from the recent disappointment with the Wings and Lions, signed Chase in Grosse Pointe.
Sure, there's a buildup of we just want to see our teams win. I mean, a couple of years ago, we were riding high with the Lions. Not so much anymore. And 2 years ago, we were riding high with the Tigers simply because they came out of nowhere at the end of the season. And we thought, hey, the start of the 25 season, everything's going great. Then they fell apart. And it was a disappointment at the end of the year, even though they won a playoff series. It's the same thing they did the year before. They didn't go any further. Now, the Pistons last year lost the series. We think they're going to take the next step. Yep. And everybody, we're predisposed to things that we've witnessed and experienced and are experiencing right now.
Yeah, look, if they lose tonight and they get out physical and they get bullied and the paint is Orlando's, then I welcome all of that because they'll deserve it. But I expect them to win tonight. I do. I think Asar's going to play more. I think their defense is going to be better. I think they'll rally at home, and we'll revisit this for Game 3.
Right.
Because that'll end up being a swing game.
Yeah, and we'll obviously be able to talk about all the good, the bad, the ugly, all those things tomorrow morning.
Speaking of the other teams letting us down, I saw a Twitch comment today pointed out that playoff hockey has been incredible, and that Kenny Cott said yesterday it's like a different sport from the regular season.
Yeah.
It's like if you were like if you listen to a podcast on 1.5 speed, everything's faster and more physical, and it's just a different animal, man.
Well, we haven't witnessed any increase in intensity or speed. And you would have thought March. Maybe the beginning of April.
You would have thought.
Maybe next year.
Which team are you guys going to feel worse about? The Red Wings season falling apart, or if the Pistons lose this series and the national media was right? They could see the Pistons' fake muscles.
I'm going to hold off until...
You don't want to do the Pistons obituary one game into the playoffs?
No.
Yeah, I don't think we should either. But fake muscles, I mean, you can already see the ammunition. People are building it up. Duren is small for a big man. His try-hard shtick works in the regular season. Doesn't work when you get matched up against bigger guys. Look, I think he's going to be a dude that you spotlight tonight to see how he rallies and responds.
Yeah, he's one of them. You're going to spotlight all of them. Like, what are you going to... How does Dennis Jenkins go from the Harlem Globetrotter dribbling maestro to back to where he's more comfortable being a compliment to Cade, not trying to create things for Cade?
Mixed bag today, Gator. Some people feeling chesty, but plenty of people feeling spooked.
I mean, you can understand both sides of it. I mean, they are the number one seed. If you feel like that you're that confident they should be, then yeah, you're chesty. But I mean, they did lose game 1, so I totally understand it. I'm not chesty about it, but I am in the camp where they should win this game. So it's like, it's like a 75% feeling they win this game. I have a hard time thinking that this team is going to do the exact same thing that happened on Sunday. I heard a little bit driving in, and you guys have said some same things I've said over the last couple of days, and that is that I don't think I think what we saw out of Orlando on Sunday, that's not the best that they can play, but it's pretty close to it.
Right.
And what we saw out of the Pistons on Sunday, it's not the worst that they can play, but it's pretty close to it.
Right. You match those up.
Yeah, you lose. It just water finds its level, and then, okay, the Pistons should still win this series, because I don't think Orlando's going to play like that the entire series. They present some tough matchups for the Pistons without question. It's time for the Pistons to start fighting back and show, okay, here are our tough matchups. Guard this. I mean, you're not going to see another game where Jalen Duren's only taken 4 shots, right? That's not going to happen. So,
and while people will point out Cade's probably not going for 40, I would say, yeah, but the supporting cast is going to shoot better collectively, you would think.
Right, yeah. I mean, I could see Cade going, for 30 and dishing off 12 assists.
Right.
I mean, that happens, and that's, as long as, Cade and Duren combined for 50 points, I think they're in good shape. All right. Is that easy to do? It's not easy. You're asking both guys get 25 or 30 and 20, however you want to dole it out there. But I think that's typically where I expect them to see these two guys.
What do you guys got coming up?
Well, obviously, we're going to talk Pistons with a big playoff game tonight. We've got Carson Anderson mock draft 3.0.
Oh.
This is the final one we do prior to the big draft tomorrow night. And we've got our football questions coming up.
Cool.
All right. We'll let you guys take it away. Your deal here at Carson Anderson coming up next. It's 97.1.
Okay, we are here. What's up?
Hey, man. I was with you. Still getting prepared here.
Yeah, just a lot going on here in studio. How are you?
I'm well.
That's good.
I'm excited about tonight in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Got the Pistons in action, game number 2. Tigers try to even up the series against Milwaukee. It's supposed to be really nice weather. I imagine tonight downtown is going to be F-U-N.
I was wondering where you're going with that.
We can't spell fun without F-U.
No,
so,
you're right.
I imagine it's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
You are headed down,
downtown.
correct?
Yes, I am. Okay.
Are you going to pregame somewhere?
I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead as to what my plan is actually going to be. But I'm excited about the Pistons game for sure. I'm always excited about the Tigers too. But I mean, I'm going to the LCA there, so we'll see. We'll see what the plans are. I think I do want to get there early and maybe just pregame in the plaza there.
Yeah. Well, so hopefully Plaza activated and going well. Yeah, it's a big night, obviously, for the Pistons. It's, good time to bounce back for the Tigers. As you know, everything's not a straight line in sports, and our two teams here are examples of it. Tigers with a rough one last night. That game slowly unraveled, and then it really unraveled. And there's some talking points to come out of it. But want to lead today with the Pistons because this game, we deemed it yesterday, thought it was appropriate to actually call it a must-win. And if you're a longtime listener to this program, you know that we try not to be prone to wild emotional swings based upon a game result here, a game result there. But it's a huge one because it felt like the Pistons were the 8 seed and Orlando was the 1 seed, kind of toying with them. And that was a weird, there was so much on the line. And we can go back during the regular season and 5 games where the Pistons didn't look great. But with so much on the line, it's hard to believe that game 1 was one of those games that they did not look great.
Yeah, it is hard to believe that, but whatever. It's nothing you can do about it now except improve on the effort and dissect the film as much as you can and find out why that Jalen Duren wasn't any real part of the offense or what it was that Orlando did to limit that. And Orlando has played Duren reasonably tough throughout the season, so there might be something to that. Take a look at that and what the commonalities, the common denominators with why Duren struggles in games at times, and find a way to combat it. I think the obvious answer is, okay, if it's not working there, you got to hit outside shots. You got to find other guys to shoot the ball and knock them down. And the guys just didn't get it done on Sunday. I suspect things will turn around tonight and they'll put forth a better offensive performance, but also a better defensive performance. I mean, with Orlando shooting 49% from the field, that's you can't have that. And it's not like they were knocking down raining 3-point shots everywhere. They just knocked down all their shots, and there's a lot of the shots were just too damn easy because they had great ball movement, which is something the Pistons didn't have.
248-539-9797. We were once told by somebody higher up, keep it simple. So we're keeping it simple. Did they win tonight? And if so, why? Did the Pistons win game 2 tonight? And if so, what is going to look different from game 1? 248-539-9797. I said it yesterday. Jalen Duren's over-under for this game is 17.5. And look, establishing him early feels to me like something that there will be a conscious effort to do. To take advantage of the resource that is one of the best finishers in the game and try and get him going early. And I just feel like that'll be one of the things that gets double and triple emphasized tonight.
You get Duren going.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so too. I think and there are multiple players that can get that done. It's not just Cade working, the 2-man game with Jalen Duren. Lots of players in this roster have been able to do this as well. And that's the bright side of having Cade out for those games with the collapsed lung, is that other players had to step up and we had to still maintain the same type of basketball, which they did. Like, Duren didn't get worse when Cade Cunningham was out. The offense was still able to flow. And Danish Jenkins was great, and Duren was great. I mean, Duren was leading the team, but they had other guys step up. So get back to playing complementary basketball. I agree with you. I think that they probably will try to get Duren going early, but don't force it. Find some other ways to, if it's – I want them to feed them the ball for sure. But it's up to Duren to decide if he's going to try to play the back to his basket game and post it up, or is he going to just kick it back out and let's get the ball moving around.
Yesterday was a weird day for us in that some of you are in a very dark place with the Pistons. In a very I was expecting to get at some point yesterday, I thought we're going to get same old Pistons. They're never going to win until the Ford sell the team. Like, I was expecting those kinds of It's what it felt like, didn't it? Like,
I hear you. And I heard some comments driving in today from some people that I was like, what? I mean, Jim and John were reading some texts that I was stunned to hear. Somebody said, yeah, I turned the game off at halftime on Sunday. Like, that's a tight game at halftime. You turned it off. Really? Like, they're that disappointed with the Pistons? I don't believe it for a second. If somebody's watching that game and it's like a 4-point game at halftime and you say, oh, I'm done with them. I don't believe that for a second. But the hyperbole is there.
If you look around the NBA, okay, last night Boston had no answer for the edge come kid early and for Maxey late. And Philly ran away and hid from Boston. The Celtics are tied at a game apiece with Philly.
Well, that's Boston's fault for concentrating too much on stopping Joel Embiid.
The Knicks.
Oh, wait, he's not playing.
No, the Knicks are 1-1 against this young Atlanta team. Last night, the Spurs lost. Now, they lost Victor Wembanyama in the middle of that game when he fell and banged his head, and he's got a concussion. They are 1-1. We talked about Minnesota and Denver yesterday. They are 1-1, and I'm going to apply all the logic used from some of the calls yesterday. Boston, the Knicks, San Antonio, they're cooked. They're done. They're done. That's what some of the calls we took sound like they would say in those towns.
Well, the difference is that those are game 2.
There are differences.
And that's a major difference. If those had been game 1, I think that you would have seen, I don't know if you would have seen that panic. If Detroit, I don't know if you'd see those panic
but if Detroit wins tonight and it's 1-1, they're in the same place as all those teams. Now,
the only
here's the mistake.
Okay, go ahead.
Here's the mistake I think people make, and this is the point I'm trying to make. The measurement, the true important measurement, is measuring yourself against your peers. It's not measuring yourself against perfection. It's not measuring yourself against the greatest of all time. The most important measurement when you're going for a championship is measuring yourself against your peers. And if the Pistons win tonight, they'll be sitting in the same place that the 3 of the other 4 real contenders 2 of the other 3 real contenders in the East are sitting, and a couple of the contenders in the West are sitting. And we can see the variance between game 1 and game 2. How much did Boston win game 1 by? And came back and lost last night in game 2? And Philly ran away and hid. Boston cut it close, and then Maxey hit some big threes. And
it was a 14-point game last night.
Yeah, and they ran away and hid. Boston won game 1 by 32 points. Okay? That speaks to how much variance there can be from game to game.
Yeah, the only team, I think the only fan base that's really panicking right now, I mean, Pistons fans seem to be, some of them are, but it would be San Antonio because
the injury.
Oh, that happened.
Are you meaning to ring the bell, or is the bell just
No, the bell just happened.
Okay.
The ring was over there. Right. I'm meaning to pound the table with a thud.
Is that the sound of Wembanyama's head hitting the floor?
It's just strange. It's not like he was, going up for a dunk and he's 3 feet up in the air and comes crashing down. It was just a weird fall, and then he goes face first. I hope the guy's okay because he's unbelievable. But in concussion protocol, he may be out for a little bit, which is really, that's going to ruin San Antonio's chances.
All right, keeping it simple, do the Pistons win tonight? And if so, why? And if not, why not? 248-539-9797. Hey, the hottest day of the week just got hotter. That's right. Twin Peaks brings hump day to a whole new level. It's your last week to get in on bourbons and brews before they transition to tequilas and cervezas next week. And what makes Wednesdays even better? Local playoff basketball. So the hottest Twin Peaks girls in the state, decked out in their finest black lingerie, playoff basketball at 7, the coldest draft beer in the country, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, a scratch kitchen that delivers the best bar food you've ever had, and wall-to-wall TVs showing you all the sports action that you crave. What are you waiting for? And if you can't make it today, you don't want to miss their draft party tomorrow. Guess Detroit's first-round pick, and you're entered to win a 65-inch TV or Twin Peaks gift cards. Bust out your Honolulu Blue and get there early for your chance to win. The party never stops at your favorite lodge. The menu's outstanding. Take advantage of one of the best sports bars in the country. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so look, huge game tonight. Pistons with an early postseason gut check. I don't remember a team that we felt like had legitimate playoff or championship aspirations having a gut check this early. So maybe it means they don't have legitimate championship aspirations, or maybe it just means, hey, this is a tough matchup. They got to show up. And they're going to have to be just better in the postseason than they were in the regular season. And the game Sunday, game 1 was an example 1A as to why that's the case. So do they win tonight? And if so, why or why not? We actually tweeted out that question, and we'll read the best Twitter responses on the air. Do the Pistons win tonight? Yes, they tie it up. Has 83.3% of the vote. No, they'll go down 2-0, 16.7. David writes in, the Pistons did not look like themselves at all in game one, and I refuse to think Orlando of all teams is the one to break up the 25-26 Pistons for another 3 losses like they did on Sunday. I expect a pissed-off Piston team to come out and get this W. I would not be shocked if it's close, though, hoping for a bulldozing, 15 points or more. Tom writes in, JB will have to shorten the bench. I know that's a philosophy change, but you cannot roll 11 deep in the playoffs. I expect a blowout win tonight. Pistons win big. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Art in Monroe. You're on 97.1. Hi, Art.
Hey, good morning, guys. Let me ask you this. Orlando's obviously a tough match, and coaching is going to make a difference. Here's what bothered me watching the game. I remember clearly that JB was great in Cleveland, and they ran him out of there because of lack of success in the playoffs, and a lot of it had to do with rotations. And I look at that game, and I wonder what you guys think. I'm still confused how Paul Reed was a DMP, and I haven't seen Dennis and Cade on the floor enough together, and I'm just wondering, is there anything to that, or am I a little bit nervous about the history with JB?
I think there are a lot of people who have said this before, and when you go back and you look at it, he got such incredible improvement in Cleveland, and when they got ousted from the playoffs, when they decided to move on from him, the team that knocked him out ended up either winning the championship. They certainly won the East. I figure if Boston won the championship that year or not. But Boston won the East, and that's the team that knocked out Cleveland from the playoffs. So I don't think there's any shame in that. Did they have their reasons to move on from him? Sure. Does it have anything to do with rotation? I don't know. You have to ask Cleveland. But we can ask the question ourselves, do we like the rotation we saw on Sunday? Using 11 guys off the bench, or in total with 6 guys off the bench and not using Paul Reed? I didn't like that. I thought Paul Reed was one of their most valuable players down the stretch. When we were dealing with all these injuries with Isaiah Stewart out of the lineup and Jalen Duren with his suspension, and Paul Reed was a stud for this team.
Isn't Paul Reed only getting talked, though, because Jalen Duren didn't play well? Like, would we really be that concerned about it if Duren went out and had a typical game?
I would, you guys, because it's obvious that we need some help off the bench. And the other thing I really wanted to run by you, am I overestimating Dennis Jenkins based on what I saw?
No. Here's the thing, and we appreciate the phone call. Dennis Jenkins forced the issue in game one. My opinion is Dennis Jenkins got the basketball in his hands and launched into playing one-on-one basketball. He dribbled the air out of it, tried to create shots for himself, and I think he made a youthful exuberance mistake. And he just needs to be reset by the head coach. Now, again, I say this all the time. I'm not a coach, but that was my observation. I don't know what they told him. I don't know what they said about matchups. I don't know if they said, when you see this guy, take him to the rack. I don't know. But it looked to me like Dennis Jenkins was forcing the issue.
Yeah, I thought so as well, just a little bit. And I think that the problem that you have when you match up with Orlando is they do have 3 big rim protectors. 3 guys that are 6'10" or 6'11". So that's a lot of beef when you get into the paint. And if you're one of the little guys trying to penetrate and get through there that way, it doesn't seem like it's going to have a huge success rate. Need to knock down some outside shots. Let the big guys handle the stuff inside. And if you're going to have a guard penetrate and trying to split all those guys, it's got to be Cade.
Yeah, I expect the rotation to be different tonight. Adjustments are always made during a playoff 7-game series. JB's going to make adjustments. I bet you we see a Asar Thompson tonight. I think the biggest reason they win tonight is the defensive pressure. They step up. They just weren't that tough-nosed defensive team that we've seen all season long. The Orlando Magic shot almost 50% from the field. They only shot 19 free throws. That may seem like, all right, well, the Pistons didn't foul them. The Pistons are a fouling team because they play physical. They just weren't physical enough. They didn't press enough. They didn't pick up full court enough. They got to, put the pressure on Orlando. Orlando, all year, their offensive efficiency is not that good. They played really well game one, and the Pistons played really poorly. I think the number one thing the Pistons need to do is step up the defensive pressure, and then everything else will follow with this team because that's how they work things. That's how they get their mojo and energy going. defense. They had like 35 points in the first quarter. That was ridiculous. And they never caught up after that.
Detroit committed the most fouls per game in the NBA. And the fact that Orlando didn't get to the line says a lot more about the way Detroit played than anything.
Exactly. And then, like I said, from the field, they shot like 49% Orlando. You got to make it tough for them, and they got big. Their front court is big. I'd like to see Osor guarding Franz. Franz was getting to the rack a lot and very easily in the second half, it seemed like. Put pressure on Paolo. He seemed to be doing whatever he wanted out there.
Roy writes in, to be honest, Doug, I could care less, he writes. You couldn't care less. But to be honest, Doug, I couldn't care less what the other top teams did last night. I care about how poorly the Pistons looked in game one. Roy, yes, of course the Pistons need to play better and can't repeat that performance. I'm just saying, keep in mind that these aren't just punch button, roll out the basketball wins. Other top seeds are having some of the same issues that Detroit is. So, there's the script has not been written yet. Like, it's not unusual to have some stinkers in the postseason. Philly jumped on top of Boston. Boston made a run, and Philly did what Orlando did to Detroit, and that is responded resoundingly and ran away and hit. And so, Roy, they have to play better. If they're not going to play better, it doesn't matter. They'll get ousted in the first round. But when you think about what they're capable of, what they've shown to be capable of through 82 games, in the regular season, it's not like they were out there curling for 82 games. They were playing a semblance of basketball. Yes, the playoffs are different. Unnamed texter. The Pistons tried to get the ball to Duren, but too many hands from Orlando kept the ball away. The key is to hit the outside shots, keep Orlando away, then Duren gets his.
There's no question the Pistons have to be better from the outside, and that means that Duncan Robinson, Tobias Harris, those are the guys that get all the minutes. They're going to have to knock down their shots, and Kevin Huerter coming off the bench is going to have to be a force. Karis LeVert, when he comes off the bench, is going to have to do his part too. All the while, this incredible burden is on Cade Cunningham's shoulders to do, keep being a superstar, in which I think he's very comfortable with it. So we'll see where that goes. I look at this and I say at the first game, and I said this during the crosstalk with Jim and John, I don't know if Orlando can play much better. Can Orlando keep playing at that level is the question. The Pistons, I'm pretty sure they're not going to play that poorly consistently throughout the series. If they does, then they're done.
Yep.
Somehow water's going to find its level, and the Pistons are the better team, and they'll prevail. But if they're going to keep playing like they did on Sunday, they don't have a chance.
An unnamed texter writes in, I don't know, man. JB pressed the wrong buttons. We go on a run, cut it to one, then JB takes everybody out. JB's got to show me he's going to make better decisions. Well, he didn't take everybody out, but he made some decisions, that didn't work. He's got to adjust.
Yeah, the Asar Thompson decision to keep him out of the fourth quarter for most of it is a little peculiar, given that he's your best defensive
player. The players that he went with didn't reward him. And that's his choice, but the players need to respond too.
No, but when you go back and you look at, because there was some discussion, I guess, from some people that Asar Thompson got a little bit snubbed he didn't win the Defensive Player of the Year award. He was third in the voting, all right? The last two Pistons to win the Defensive Player of the Year award were Dennis Rodman and Ben Wallace. Those guys would never come off the floor, right? Certainly Rodman wouldn't come off the floor.
They were both offensively challenged.
Yes, but you'd keep them out there because of their defensive abilities, and they would shut down other players. Asar needs to be that guy. He needs to be the guy that you can't take him off the floor because he's matched up with Banchero or whoever it is,
right?
And all of a sudden that guy isn't getting his 23 points a game. He's struggling to get to 15.
Next text, Pistons win tonight if Duren can be Duren. And K goes back to dishing assists. Also, Harris and Duncan have to hit those open shots. That's from Jordan in a shop. 248-539-9797. A couple announcements. One, at 11 o'clock, Carson Anderson 3.0 gets underway, which is our final perfect pick at 17. If you haven't played along in the past, we'll explain how it works today at 11 a.m. In the meantime, we got our NFL draft news aggregate blitz thingy. That coming up at 10:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are decisions for your home that are huge, right? They come with a big price tag, and you want to make sure that when it's time to go ahead and make those decisions, that you've got a company you can trust. Well, for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing, and now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Now, here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like their own family. Every roof that they install, it comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. Now, that kind of reputation, you don't buy that reputation, you earn it, and they've earned it through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
All right, every day before the NFL draft, we've aggregated all the Detroit Lions news and reports that are out there. How does it impact us as we get set for tomorrow's first round of the NFL draft? Let's go. All right, today, Dan Graziano of ESPN is reporting that Miami's Francis Maui-Noah has a herniated disc in his back, which is worrying some teams. Quote, I'm not predicting a huge drop from Maui-Noah, but it wouldn't surprise me if Fano or even Ione went before him. If Maui-Noah falls all the way to 17, would you?
Wow. I mean, there's a red flag if he falls all the way to 17, right? And if it's just simply this report, which, by the way, the report says it's asymptomatic at this point in time. Yep. I feel like this is more, this report coming out and people reacting to it is more along that's a smokescreen. You know, this is your classic prior to the draft. Somebody is throwing it out there to try to see if he's going to slip and fall. I don't know if Brad Holmes planted this story or not, but I think that it feels like a story that isn't going to gain much legs, particularly if this herniated disc is asymptomatic. Now, is it something to watch out for? Sure. And I imagine that Mauanoa is well aware of this, and he's been aware of this and still played at a high level despite that he's got it. And I do have concerns, but I don't have concerns enough to pass on the best offensive lineman in the draft. I suspect he's not going to make it out of the top 10, but if he does, I wouldn't hesitate to take him. But in my mind, I have no hesitation at all. In reality, I would probably wait out the 8 minutes on the clock before I make the final pick there for him if he's there, just to see if there's any trade interest, because I'm going to do my due diligence. But he's not going to be there.
Risk tolerance. Those are the key words. Every team has different risk tolerance, right? 32 different medical reports on the same player. If he's a short-term red flag, as far as maybe you have to redshirt him this year, but long-term he'll be okay, and he's available at 17, you absolutely take him. I mean, that's him and Sewell, your bookend tackles for years to come. Absolutely. I don't really endorse taking a guy you have to redshirt the first year, but with him, that kind of talent, I definitely would. But if it's a long-term injury, obviously, hell no, I'm passing on him. So, yeah, as long as your risk tolerance, your doctors tell you it's okay, then I take him at 17. That's crazy.
I agree with both of you here, but I don't think he'll be available. B, I'd probably jump on him. Albert Breer calls it a cleanup surgery. What he reported today, it's when he will have it done, not if. Right now, as you mentioned, symptom-free. He feels fine. So he's going to do it either right away as soon as he gets drafted, in which case he'll miss 3 months and have this cleanup surgery, and he'll come back in the middle of training camp and probably be slowed at the beginning of the season, or he'll put it off till after the season and deal with it in the offseason, or if something goes bad during the season. I don't think he's going to be there. If he is, I would take him. But I agree with you. I think this is a classic pre-draft smokescreen. All right, there are now 3 mocks with the Lions moving up. ESPN's Pete Schrager added to that list today. All 3 have the Lions moving up to 13 and drafting where the Rams are. Albert Breer reporting today that Tampa at 15 is looking to trade back, and Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network says the Jets could be coaxed out of 16. I don't know if the Lions are moving up 2 spots or 1 spot, but with the entire world projecting an offensive lineman to Detroit, the 15 and 16 spots are spots teams could try to leapfrog into to scoop up Detroit's coveted O-lineman. If you're Brad Holmes, does this compel you to move up, compel you more to move up, and not lose your guy?
Well, I would say this. I would be pretty damn laser focused on my number 1 bucket guy, the realistic bucket guy that you think you can get. And if he is there at 13, I'm moving up and getting him. All right. Because that's my number 1 guy and I want to get him. If he's gone by that point, because I think maybe that's the cutoff point, if he's gone by 12, then I'm going to be very confident in my bucket list of players. And knowing Brad Holmes and how he has operated in the draft, not that I know Brad Holmes, but the way he's operated, I know. I don't think he's going to be fixated on a position group. He's fixated on the best players he can get. And if teams are going to leapfrog past the Lions and move into spots 15 and 16 to take offensive linemen that we may like, that's not going to say that that's exactly what Brad Holmes likes. Brad Holmes may like the safety and he's going to take him. May like another edge rusher and he'll take him. Maybe he goes linebacker, whatever. He's going to do what he's going to do. And it's not going to be because, not in the first round anyway, it's not going to be because he sees teams behind him trying to move up.
Yeah, Brad Holmes has a list, and it's not by position. It's by best player available. And if that player happens to be an offensive lineman that other people think that the Lions are focused on, and they move ahead of the Lions, so be it. Brad Holmes moves on to the next player on his list. I personally don't feel compelled enough for any certain player to move up. I want them to keep their draft capital that they have, because look, this year they don't have a 3rd-round pick. I'm kind of sick of not having 3rd-round picks moving forward. But so unless it's some guy that you really feel strongly about, which I don't, I wouldn't move up. I'd rather move back, to be honest with you, and get more draft capital. So if the team's going to leapfrog the Lions for an offensive lineman, so be it. Brad Holmes will move on to the next guy.
Speculation of teams behind the Lions that want to move up include Carolina, Philly, San Francisco. And look, obviously this question's hard to answer not seeing the board, right? You have to see the board and see who's available. I tend to think, go ahead and leapfrog the Lions, because there is several buckets of players at multiple positions that make sense. I think it's a decent year, given their needs to be drafting at 17. Okay, you guys want to scoop up all the O-linemen? That pushes a better edge rusher to us, or a better defensive back to us, whatever the case may be. So I'd be compelled not to move up in a defensive tactic. Next item, Justin Rogers. The Detroit Football Network was on with Dan Miller and Jennifer Hammond, their talk show, and he led the discussion on pick 17 with Monroe Freeling and Blake Miller, those two, the tackles. Then he threw in a third name, Keldrick Falk, edge rusher, Auburn. How would you feel if Keldrick Falk from Auburn, the edge rusher, was the pick?
I'm going to say this clearly. I do not like Keldrick Falk. I think he looks like the Johnny Bravo of this year's draft, and that he fits the suit. He looks the part, and specifically, I don't like him because I think he, just as a physical specimen, looks to be what the Lions like in a player. Hey, he's huge. He's 6'6" and 285 pounds. He can play inside. He can play outside. I don't want that. I don't want it. He doesn't have the production in college. He had 10 sacks in 3 years. His high sack total was 7 a couple years ago. This past year, he ended up with just 2 sacks. They say he's an edge setter, and yet, he's not some massive tackling guy. He's a massive guy, and imagine if he gets his hands on you, that you're going to go down. But I don't see the production from him and leading me into the way that I want to go. I want to pivot to other positions or players for sure. I don't know if Falk could be considered a pressure guy either. So he's a hard pass for me, dog.
Doug, he's very young with lots of room to grow. I think that anyone drafting him thinks that he could reach a ceiling. That's why they would draft him. It's a potential pick, basically what it is. He's got really good size already. Needs to work on his pass rush, though. So like I said, he's got room to grow, right? Solid in the run, apparently. I'm not taking a run stopper at 17. I would pass on this. I would not be happy if they took Kendrick Falk at 17.
So I'm a fan. He is considered a great run stopper. And no, he didn't have the production at Auburn, but everybody says he's got the skill set that they think it will translate to more numbers in the NFL. He's also a character guy. He's got the Lions DNA. Rogers told a great story about how his sophomore year, he was chosen by Auburn to represent them at the SEC Media Days. Not a senior, not a junior. They sent a sophomore. He's got leadership qualities. I just think he reeks of a future Detroit Lion. And finally, Colton Pouncey of The Athletic gave a bucket of players the Lions could be choosing from at 50 on day 2. Here we go. Illinois edge rusher Gabe Akis, Pittsburgh linebacker Kyle Lewis, Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez, Miami defensive back Keontae Scott, Arizona's Traden Stukes, defensive back, Auburn edge Kerryon Crawford, Georgia Tech guard Kalen Rutledge, TCU safety Bud Clark, and Michigan edge Jayshawn Barham, and Oklahoma's Grayson Halton. Who do you want out of that group?
I mean, it's a large group. There are a couple names that stand out to me that if they're there at 50, I'd be really intrigued by it and would take. And it's Rodriguez, the linebacker, and Stukes, the defensive back. Rodriguez, it's interesting. Dave Burkett of the Free Press had a column today talking about how he thinks the number one need for the Lions is linebacker and off-ball linebackers. They like that they've got Jack Campbell in the middle, but maybe not so thrilled with what production they've gotten out of Barnes, and you've got Rodriguez, who was a later pick, who's coming off an ACL and last year, and he was okay last year, but I don't know if he's more than a special teams player. So does it make sense to go get a linebacker? Well, someone like Rodriguez, he looks awfully good, and I'd absolutely would consider Jacob Rodriguez. The idea of Traden Stukes, we discussed, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, he is intriguing because he's a guy that can play safety, he can play corner, might be ideal as a nickelback, and we know the NFL, they throw the ball a ton in the NFL, so it's almost like he's on the field an awful lot as a nickelback. 4.33 speed, and a lot to like. The only thing the negative is he's coming off the ACL, where he missed the entire year of last year and part of the year before. That is a concern, but not at 50. I'd love it at 50.
Yeah, I like Stukes too. He's got really, really good size, like 6'2", almost 200 pounds. My only issue is, will he fit in the Lions' defense? So obviously if Shepard and Campbell don't think he's a man-type cover corner, which it doesn't seem like he might be, they might not like him just because of that alone. But as far as a player and skill-wise, I think he's a ball hawk, good ball skills, a lot of interceptions, pass defended, bigger corner, like I said, that can move to safety, like you said, Gator. I think they like the versatility. I like the versatility. I would take Stooks.
I love Jacob Rodriguez, and I really like Kyle Lewis, Traden Stooks, and Bud Clark. So, at this point, I take one of those four if any of them are available. And if they didn't get a tackle in the first round, I become the biggest Larry Borum fan ever and hold my breath and hope he can get the job done. If they did take a tackle in the first round, then I like this 1-2 combination because there are some defensive playmakers available there in the second round. And there it is. That concludes the very latest reporting on the draft and our Detroit Lions. More of your Piston calls next. Do they win tonight? And if so, why? If not, why not? 248-539-9797. Critical game. Then we get Carson Anderson 3.0 underway at 11 here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Spring into savings with low payments on the 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Pay just $249 a month for 36 months on a Trailblazer LT front-wheel drive with $19.99 down. $249 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH, or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month.
Smoke screen.
Yeah, there's a lot of that goes on this time of year. If I were a GM, I'd have all kinds of smoke screens out there. I would talk glowingly. I mean glowingly of players I had no interest in. Hey, don't tell anybody. Okay, don't say it was from me, all right? Please don't. But I think Fernando Mendoza is worth trading up for. I think he's going to be the best quarterback in years. Don't tell anybody I said so. And just start pumping up players you don't like or you don't have any interest in.
Your idea is to pump up the number one player in the draft?
Well, no, my idea is that's a bad example. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to. He's my next Tua. I think he's my next Tua.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. I don't have a lot of faith in him panning out.
All right. Yep. You're calling a shot early.
Well, you remember I didn't have faith in Tua.
No,
Where
I know
do I
you
sit
did not.
today?
I know you did not.
And
you feel pretty good about yourself.
The irony is he gets replaced by a guy who I did have a ton of faith in.
Yeah. I mean,
I still take crap from these Twitch morons giving me crap about Tua and Malik. Oh, Malik Willis. God, you guys have been pounding that for years. He was the most coveted free agent quarterback on the market.
I like Malik Willis. Do you think it's fair, though, to pile on Tua when really his career has been derailed because of concussion issues?
Yeah, I do think it's fair.
I do
think it's fair.
He was trending in a really good direction. And it
wasn't just concussions, though. He had other injuries, and it was a litany of injuries.
Sure, but
it was a litany of injuries at Bama, and
concussions are a big deal.
There was some weirdness with Tua. Personalities in locker rooms matter.
So you're putting it out. Kang, what do you think of this? He's putting it out there already.
I think
Mendoza's
the
Tua.
next Tua. Yeah.
No, he's been on this for a while, so I give him credit for standing where he planted his flag. So,
yep.
The
problem is,
I agree with you more than not, Doug. Honestly, I'm
on,
not strong
on Mendoza.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about his personality for the locker room and things like that.
Let me ask you about this real quick. Then, do you think Mendoza is the best quarterback available in the draft?
I haven't really, to be honest, because the Lions aren't taking one. I haven't done a deep dive, so I don't know. I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel. He might be. I think it's a terrible year to need a quarterback.
No. We have to lock in on a quarterback. That's our thing. We do it every year. We have to lock in on our guy.
A late round guy.
Just a quarterback. Yeah, I late round or no. It doesn't have to be late round. Malik Willis wasn't late.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie and say I've done a lot of homework on quarterback. I'm not going to lie and say I've done a lot of homework on quarterbacks.
Okay, well, if your goal is to be honest with the audience, then I appreciate that. We can only hope to be that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I would take a flyer on a Nussmeier.
We kind of did this with one of the draft court questions, right? What late round quarterback would you take a?
Yeah, I think we did.
Mine was Drew Aller.
Yeah,
but I'm talking late round. I wouldn't take a guy in the first or second round personally.
I think ours was Cole Payton.
Yeah,
kid from Notre Dame State. Yeah, I mean, look. By the way, just one final note on Malik Willis. He's going to stink in Miami.
Oh, they've given him
nothing.
They've
given him nothing. Like, I was ready to...
They've given him his draft capital.
They gave him a contract.
Yeah, finally, my guy is going to get his chance, and he's going to shine. And then they emptied the locker room, and I'm like, he's going to get killed.
You're going to run for your life. We're going to help you out. We're going to give you maybe another running back, too. And
a rookie wide receiver.
And we have about 24 rookies coming in this year.
Yep.
Don't they have a mess load of picks, don't they?
Yeah, but I mean, he's
right,
going to get killed.
He's not going to have. He did him no favors.
I was like, finally, my guy's going to have his day. And then what happens?
It's like Zach Wilson with the Jets or Zach Wilson with the Dolphins.
Where's Zach Wilson now, Gator?
I don't even know.
Oh wow!
I don't even
thoughts.
Know.
Yeah,
done.
He was with Denver, wasn't he?
Yeah. Anyway, back to the Pistons, as we promised. Pistons playing tonight in a must win game, it feels like. From Paul in Illinois. I feel the Pistons win tonight because JB has always coached the team up, and Cade and Jalen have a great game. Danis Jenkins should not be in the game in the final 9 minutes or so. He cannot match up with playoff team's first unit. He has to thrive against their second units. Next text. Hey, guys, based on this season series, this just appears to be a tough matchup. This may be the toughest series they have throughout the playoffs. Combine that with youth, and I think it's just going to be a tense battle. I still take the Pistons because I'm biased. I I don't know if it'd be the toughest matchup they'd have in the playoffs. That seems like a bit of an overstatement. However, the truth is, watching the playing games, we were so locked in on Charlotte. And to be fair, we kind of missed on previewing any of the Orlando series, which obviously looks like it's going to be a tough one because we were so locked in on Charlotte because of the fisticuffs, because of the double texts, because of the not shaking hands, because of the stare downs. Like it was going to be a NHL Stanley Cup type of series between Detroit and Charlotte. And then Orlando took Charlotte apart, and we weren't previewing this series at all.
No,
So
it feels like both Charlotte and Detroit were caught sleeping, right? Charlotte maybe thinking ahead to Detroit.
Couldn't wait to play Detroit.
Yeah, and then
because
Orlando just hurt us.
Charlotte
badly.
could see that they could align with Detroit, and it was like they were picking a fight with Detroit. They were like, let's get them off their game. And then they never got there. Jenkins failed to finish. Unnamed texter says Jenkins failed to finish at the rim 4 or 5 times. The entire team struggled despite that being a strength during the season. I expect they play more physical tonight.
They missed a lot of shots at the rim, whether it was Jenkins or it was Ron Holland or Sarah Thompson. They missed a lot right at the rim. They'll correct a lot of those. I mean, they shot, 40% from the field? That's not typical Pistons basketball. They're better than that, and they're way better than that defensively than what we saw on Sunday. I'm starting to feel more chesty about tonight.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. 248-539-9797. I did not see this, just reported. Breaking news.
Oh, breaking news.
Michigan State guard Divine Ugochukwu has entered the transfer portal.
Yes.
I did not see that. I apologize.
I think an hour ago I saw that. I was going to mention it right before the show, but
is this a? Yeah, he may come back, right?
I don't know. Who knows? This is somebody enters the portal. It's he's the guy that hurt his leg earlier in the season. So
it might have been a really costly injury too.
Yeah, because he was a guy that was starting to emerge
Starting
as
to come
a shooter.
into his own, yeah.
We'll see what happens with him if they give him the money to come back or not.
Yep.
It sounds like that's what it comes down to, right?
It's the way it is these days, isn't it?
Yes. Now, does this foretell anything like Michigan State is focused on a big in the portal and they're trying to lock that down and that's going to squeeze Ugochukwu out? Maybe.
Yeah, who knows? 248-539-9797. Feedback, we did ask people on Twitter, do you think the Pistons win tonight's game? If so, why or why not? Feedback coming in. Michael says Orlando is the better team when healthy, which they are. They have 4 of the top 5 guys on the court. Pistons and Cade are a bunch of tryhards. They got 60 wins because they're one of the few teams that try in the regular season. We got this a ton yesterday. And a lot of people basing this, if you are basing who you think are going to win series, the Pistons should have lost a lot more games if games are determined by who has the most players in the top 5 on the court that are the best. Like this measurement that people are suddenly using, and we're getting this all the time now, where Orlando has 4 of the top 5 players on the court, which we could debate whether Duren belongs in there. Duren might be second team All-NBA, but if you want to exclude him from this group, that's fine. But if you are looking at this, if that's your measurement, then certainly by all means pick Orlando. The Pistons have won because they were a team where the parts fit together. Everybody knew their role and played their role.
Yeah, they would get complementary parts coming off the bench, and everybody, like you said, played a role. Let's hope they get back to playing that kind of basketball tonight.
Forrest writes in, are these people kidding me? Have some damn confidence and faith. The Pistons win the next 4. Game 1 was as poor as they've played all season. Won't happen again. 97-1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. New this hour, Michigan State basketball guard Divine Ugachukwu has entered the transfer portal today. Ugachukwu transferred to MSU last year from Miami. He averaged 5 points and 1.5 rebounds and assists in 22 games before missing the rest of the season with an injury in early February. Ugachukwu was a last-minute portal addition after it closed last night, making him the only Spartan to enter the portal this season. Michigan State currently remains as the only Big Ten team to not sign at least one player out of the portal so far. The Lions will pick 17 in the draft in the first round tomorrow. However, insider Ian Rappaport went on NFL Network yesterday and explained why Detroit might need to move up in order to get an offensive tackle. The draft starts at 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Tigers face the Brewers here on 97.1 tonight at 6:40. Pistons at 7 o'clock over on WWJ against the Magic in Game 2. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
All right, here we go. Carson Anderson, 97.1. We'll keep taking your Pistons calls throughout the day. We do something leading up to the draft, our mock drafts. How do we do our mock drafts? Well, we try and figure out who the people really want, right? Who the people want the most at 17, within reason. And for the purposes of this exercise, we cannot trade the pick. We had previous mocks where we try to find the players. If a player is available in a couple of mocks, they're available for the purposes of this exercise. So at 17, in Carson Anderson 1.0, the selection was Caleb Lomu, the offensive lineman from Utah. In 2.0, it changed, and it was Akeem Mesidor. Now, there's something to keep in mind. They went edge rusher Miami. Something to keep in mind. The day we did 2.0, it was announced during the show that Taylor Decker was leaving the Lions. In fact, it was near the end of the show. So it was like all the votes were in. And Mesidor had won the thing. So here we sit at the beginning of the start of 3.0. And we're going to start it right now. And we want to know who the perfect pick is at 248-539-9797. The list of unaccessible players includes Fernando Mendoza, the running back Jeremiah Love, the three receivers Tate, Lemon, and Tyson, the tackle Francis Maui Noah. I know we talked about him last hour possibly dropping to the Lions, but nobody has even come remotely close to saying he's going to drop that far because of the injury. The edge defenders Styles, Reese, David Bailey, Reuben Bain. The defensive backs Caleb Down and Mansour Delane. We have left on the board. We got subject to debate. We kind of debated it most of the morning, but Monroe Freeling, Caden Proctor, and Caleb Fanu. Spencer Fanu. Sorry. Caleb Lomu, Spencer Fanu. Spencer Fanu, the tackle from Utah. The guard, Olavivenga Awane from Penn State. The tight end, Kenyon Sadiq. The edge rushers, Akeem Mesidor, Keldrick Falk, and Zion Young. The cornerback, Jamad McCoy from Tennessee, and the safety, Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, and everybody else. But just to kind of prime the pump a little bit, we gave you those names. The question becomes, who's a perfect pick at 17? Everybody would consider trading. Like if somebody gave you a great trade offer, we'd all take it. But for the purposes of this exercise, it's impossible to predict what those are going to be.
No trades in Carson Anderson 3.0 or 2.0 or 1.0.
Who is the perfect pick at 17? Out of those guys, who would you want the most?
Doug, there's a lot of names on that list that you gave out that I'd be very happy with if they got any of those guys, right? But we're looking for the one I think that makes the most sense. And I think it lines up this year. I think the need and players available, best player available, I think they both line up this year in the draft. And I think you're looking at offensive linemen. Yes, they signed Larry Borum in the offseason, right? But they only signed him to a 1-year contract. So I could see them drafting an offensive lineman in the first round and that player competing from day one to earn that spot. May not be starting the season as your right tackle. I think Borum is going to be your right tackle to start the season. But I think this is a guy that competes for it and at some point probably overtakes him. And we know how injuries play a role too, and you hope that that's not the case. But nonetheless, the pick is in. With the 17th selection in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select offensive lineman Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia. I'm not going to sway from that one. I think this guy's a perfect fit for them. He's a massive individual. He's athletic as hell. He has like the 4th best RAS score in NFL combine history since they've been doing that. And I saw him on the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams. And she asked him an interesting question about, what do you say to people that have the criticism that you haven't started enough? And he's like, yeah, I get it. I've only had like 18 starts on the line. What I say to that is that while I wasn't starting, I was competing against the best defensive linemen in college football every single day of practice. When you look at the Jordan Davises and the Jalen Carters of the world, this guy was out there every day in practice working against those guys. So I thought that was a really good point to bring up, because isn't that what you want to know? Don't you want to test yourself against the best? And he was going against that Georgia defense for years. So I really like that response. I already thought that he was my guy. That really kind of solidified it for me.
So there's a couple things about this I want to bring up. You have I know you're huge on Monroe Freeling, and I'm gonna ask Kang this, and Kang, you just tell me what you think. Do you think even a scotch of 1%, Gator wants it to be Monroe Freeling so he can say Monroe Freeling the way Mel Kiper does?
I'll take the over.
Okay. 2 is all the things you brought up. Many of the things you brought up is one of the reasons why I think he is a player that the Lions would covet. I think he's a player the Lions would like. The RAS score thing is proven to be a predictor of who they take. And I said it 2 months ago that if he's on the board at 17, I think they take him. And I concur with that. I still think that's true. I still think if Monroe Freeling is there, they take him. But this is who I would take.
No, I get it.
And who I would take is somebody different.
You would not be upset if they took
I would not be upset if they take Monroe Freeling.
Kang, would you upset they took Monroe Freeling?
I would not be upset.
Okay, Doug.
But my pick is in. And with the 17th pick, the Detroit Lions select edge rusher Akeem Messidor from Miami. And this is about ready to make an impact right now. It's also, he's in that bucket of players that I think should be there amongst the best players available at 17. And I have more faith in Larry Borum than I do DJ Wanham. And I think the defense needs help more than the offense. The offense isn't perfect, and it definitely needs to be, fixed up. But at the end of the day, if they go tackle, I really hope they get reinvigorated and go into the free agent market and go get Cam Jordan at edge rusher. But in Messidor, if they go Messidor in round 1, I hope they come back with an offensive lineman to compete with Larry Borum in round 2.
I'm a huge Messidor fan. I like him a lot. I like how the need matches up with tackle better. But Messidor, when you watch Miami play down the stretch and you compare him to Bain on the other side, I mean, this is what a wealth of riches that they had, having those two guys out there in the field at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm out of line in saying I thought Messidor showed up more than Ruben Bain did. And Bain was there. He was in the backfield the whole time, but Messidor was always there and making plays. And I love his frame. I love his attack mode. And, the knock on Bain is he's got the small arms, little T-Rex arms out there rushing the passer. Still got to the quarterback. But there aren't those concerns with Messidor. For some people have a concern that he's older. I don't care. I like Messidor a lot.
Kang, is your pick in?
I'll get right to it, boys. With the 17th overall pick, the Detroit Lions select offensive tackle from Clemson, Blake Miller.
Ooh.
I think Blake Miller is way under the radar here. I think he'd be the perfect fit. I don't know if the Lions would take him because I really, truly believe they like Borum. They really do. They feel very comfortable with Borum at right tackle if he's the starting right tackle to start the season. With that being said, I would still take Miller because you add depth to the room, you add competition, right? And he's your long-term solution at tackle. He might be your day one starter. He might be that good, all right? Huge frame, 6'7", 320 pounds or so. RAS score through the roof. He set the program record with most career snaps played at Clemson. He was pissed he missed one practice. This guy screams Lion, and he's the opposite of not being available. You know, a lot of fans always text us and call us like, oh, he's injured. He's a Brad Holmes special. Brad Holmes is going to draft him. This guy plays. He wants to play. He hates missing practice time, let alone playing time.
He's a Dan Campbell special.
Yeah, he is. And so the issue with him, apparently, with some people is his ceiling isn't as high as other players, but his floor is very high. I think he still has room to grow as a player as well, but I think Blake Miller would be the perfect pick for me. I think as far as defensive end, I like Messidor too, Doug. I think you can get away with rotational guys at defensive end, whether it's Wanham or Peyton Turner or whoever, Hassanin or whoever else they pick up. But if something were to happen at tackle, that last year they were caught with Dan Skipper. Manu wasn't ready. This year, don't get caught with your pants down.
All right, so who's the perfect pick at 17? We've told you who the Lions do not have access to in Mock 3.0. Mendoza, Love, the three wide receivers, Maui Noah, the tackle, the edge rushers, Styles, Reese, David Bailey, Reuben Bain, the defensive backs, Caleb Down and Mansour Delane. That leaves everybody else. If it goes perfectly, who do you get? Who do the Lions get at 17 in your world? This is your pick, not what you predict they're going to do. 248-539-9797. Get your picks in right now. When you tell us the pick is in, you will get the chime. So get your pick in as Carson Anderson 3.0 is underway. We do take texts and tweets as well. You can follow the link on Twitter at DunganGator971 and respond to that. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Well, April is here, and while the flowers are starting to bloom, the rains are moving in. We felt the rains coming in. They're going to come in perhaps a little bit later this week. Is your home ready? Because before the heavy showers hit, you got to check the basement, make sure that your sump pump is ready to work. And if you're worried about water or a pump that's not going to kick on, do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while you got them there, beat the summer rush by getting your air conditioning or your pool boiler tuned up. Don't wait for the humidity to hit. Get ahead of the heat today. From leaky basements to cooling prep, visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Heavy into draft talk right now. Open the show with Pistons. We'll circle back to the Pistons. But of course, what we do here on Carson Anderson is we have open lines at 248-539-9797. So if you want to talk, if you want to talk Tigers and Red Wings, we'll take those calls. Michigan and Michigan State. Sure. Let's go. But we are talking draft with the draft being tomorrow. And we got a whole bunch of people getting their picks in Carson Anderson 3.0. We tally them up, and by the end of the show, we will have Detroit's final pick at 17, who the fans want the most. Now, again, you can't trade the pick, and there's a bunch of players that we vetoed that aren't allowed to be picked because they aren't going to be on the board under almost any circumstance. Sometimes there's some surprises, but nonetheless, here's the feedback as it comes in. DB Cooper on a plane just wrote us.
Goodness.
Monroe Freeling, 9.99 RAS. Bookend tackles for a decade with him and Panay. Book it.
Well, if we get 10 more years out of Panay, that's huge.
Yep. I mean, look, if Freeling, if they nail that position, if they really nail that position, because I mean, on our resume here, we've got Stocker McDougal, we've got Riley Reif. We've got Aaron Gibson. We've got all kinds of tackles that we thought were going to be bookends for a decade, and they haven't worked out. Decker worked out as a above average, pretty good tackle, maybe even a little bit better than that. Penei Sewell looks like he's going to be a great tackle, one of the best in the league. He has that kind of potential. If they get a guy like that, even if they get Decker and then some, whatever, or even a Decker on the other side, like at the beginning of his career, yeah, let's roll.
Yeah, I would be ecstatic if he ends up, whoever they draft at 17, if they end up with a career like Taylor Decker, that's huge. Mm-hmm. Taylor Decker was great. Was he one of the best tackles in the league? No, but he was. I think he's top third in the league. He was really good for this team, so I'd love to have a guy like that. I think there's so much flexibility with who they take, because the pressure isn't on them to be the guy right away, because they did get Borum. But it's a 1-year window. Borum's out after a year. You would assume it's just a 1-year deal. But if Borum proves to be awesome, then they can give him a contract. I don't suspect that's going to be the case.
Who do you want? 248-539-9797. Tim and Lapeer writes in, the perfect pick at 17 is Ione. I have a feeling there will be a run on tackles, and he is hands down the best guard in the draft. He has Dan and Brad kind of guy written all over him, and he will plug in and play from day one.
He's really hard for me to turn down. Really hard for me to turn down. And when you look at a list of tackles that are available in this year's draft, I think you get down to there's 9 of them that I think would be guys that you could figure would be starters in year 2, if not year 1. When you get towards the end of the list, Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern, Jennings Dunker from Iowa, those are some interesting names there. Isaiah World from Oregon is interesting, and Austin Barber from Florida is a name that I like a lot. Doing more and more research on him, so if Ione is there at 17, I don't have any problem taking him because he seems like he's an absolute stud at guard.
Freeling is the pick without a doubt. That's from Jimmy in Berkeley. For me, stay put and get the premier guard from Penn State, Owane. That is Mike in South Lyon. I heard Mike Greenberg actually put it perfectly. Now, he credited a scout who gave him this. He said, Olavenga Owane is a fortress. When you watch him play, I'm like, yeah, he kind of is. From an unnamed texter, I'm all in on Vega Iwane. BPA, baby. So a run on the guard picks. So Steve tweeted us, they're going to take Jacob Rodriguez in the first round. Steve, that's not the question. Steve Daniels, who tweeted us. Steve, it's who would you take? Not who do you think they're going to take?
Well, I think you still mark it down. That's who he's. That's the name he's got attached to his text, right?
Well, I mean, you want me to put it on the record?
Yeah.
Could I see them taking Jacob Rodriguez? Yes.
At 17?
I could.
Okay.
I could see them doing that. That is being tried and true to their opinion, best player available. There is an underrated need at linebacker. I mean, that's something that we don't talk about a ton, but I think he is going to be a great NFL linebacker.
I think there's a need at linebacker, too. I just think that you can find later picks to grab someone there. I think there's a bigger need and there's more talent available. Although, I mean, the thing is, it's about best player available. And if it's a thin draft at linebacker, if you think it's a thin draft at linebacker, but the top end of it is really good and Rodriguez is towards the top of that group, I understand why people would want to go ahead and jump at that. Is he in my bucket of players that I wanted 17? He is not. But he is absolutely in my bucket of players at 50, or to even move up in the second round, move up higher to get him. I have no problem with that. I just want to use the 17th pick on something other than the linebacker.
Again, the question is, who would you take? Dave and Warren writes in, the pick is in. With the 17th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Caden Proctor from Alabama. Then he writes, not my first choice, but Brad Holmes does love his Alabama players. Dave, it's who would you take? Not
This is
who
you.
This isn't a prediction show.
It's all about you, buddy.
This is a who do you want?
You get even the sounder.
Mm-hmm.
That's all about you.
He played along.
You
played
get to-
along. He got the.
You're handing the card to the commissioner.
You are the one making the call.
By the way, I watched Draft Day again the other night.
Did you?
You can't stop when it's on during draft week.
It's so bad and so good.
How are you supposed to? How am I not supposed to watch Draft Day? Particularly the last 20 minutes. How am I not supposed to watch the amazing dynamics that Sonny is able to pull off those trades? How? Sonny Weaver is the man.
What did he get? A first-round pick for 3 second-round picks? A high first-round pick? I mean, come on. But he sold it, you pancake-eating.
Yeah, exactly.
Jordan writes in, the pick is in. With the 17th pick, the Detroit Lions select Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia. Carl in Schwartz Creek.
Carl!
The pick is in, boys. With the 17th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Monroe Freeling, and he spells it all caps, M-O-N. Injuries are going to happen, and the O-line has got to get back to being a strength like it was 2 years ago, hoping we can sign Cam Jordan to be opposite of Hutch in the draft. After the draft, sorry. That's from Carl.
I might have to call a doctor if they were able to draft Monroe Freeling and then you find out that they sign Cam Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've been calling for Cam Jordan for months. We've been calling for Cam Jordan since the trade deadline. He's still out there.
Yep.
Still available.
Yep.
Please.
Frank in South Rockgood. I'm a Monroe Freeling guy based on what you guys said about him, but I also like him because of the continuity he'll have with Ratledge at his side, having played and practiced with him at Georgia.
No, there is something to be said for that.
That is another factor. 248-539-9797. Who do you want as we are one day away from the NFL draft again? Not what you think they're going to do. Scott writes in 3.0 offensive tackle Blake Miller, Clemson. Me and Kang just became best friends.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
He's solid, guys. I mean, you
he
mentioned
is.
Decker earlier. Like, not every tackle has to be Penei Sewell, right? Like, it's really hard. Like, people want 2 Hutchinsons and 2 Sewells. It don't happen, people. And if you get that, congratulations. You're ahead of everybody else. But for the most part, you want someone that you can count on and trust. And I think Blake Miller is that type of tackle. That you can just lock him up on the right side, move Sewell to the left, and you're done. You know, set it and forget it.
He is number 6 on the tackle list of Mel Kiper's tackles. I like him a lot, too. I love the experience he's got, and his size is awesome.
Yeah, his RAS score is through the roof, too.
If you talk about ratio of players, the likelihood of a player being taken by the Lions and how much we've talked about him, that might be the greatest ratio. We've barely talked about Blake Miller. And I think the likelihood of them taking him is higher than we've given credit for.
I would agree with that.
248-539-9797. Get your picks in right now. Here on Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Who's the perfect pick at 17? We tally up the votes, and by the end of the show, we'll know who the people's choice is on the eve of the National Football League Draft. 97-1.
Man, with a couple of dry days, you're really starting to see the green lawns all across the neighborhoods, right? Well, ensure that they stay green and call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you get green and stay green, and you'll save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. Natural Way has been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and it's a company that I've been using for about a dozen years. I love Natural Way. And look, if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every single summer, you see the dandelions pop up in the crabgrass, it's no good. You got to understand this. Great lawns, they don't happen by accident. You've got to have the right timing and the right program. And at Natural Way, they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It is so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. And early treatments, they set the tone for the entire season. Give them a call today, and for a limited time only, if you purchase a full lawn program, you're going to get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, in the station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Here's some interesting picks as they roll in, and Carson Anderson 3.0. And get your pick in at 248-539-9797 from Twisted Focus on Twitch. Lomo's the best offensive tackle of the bunch. He should be on the list. He is. He is. Everyone who we said is off the board is on the list of available players. We just gave you a few of them on Twitter.
I think there's only two offensive tackles off the list, right? Mawanoa and Fano?
Fano, we left Fano on the list. We left Fano.
Just Mawanoa is the only one who's off the list.
The Athletic came out with a mock today that had Spencer Fano being the Lions pick at 17.
Okay.
And that was all their writers, so each writer for each group.
I've seen him mocked to Detroit before. Team. Not often, but I have seen him mocked to Detroit as well.
Yeah. From Coach Landry, the pick is in, he writes. With the 17th pick, the Detroit Lions select Offensive tackle Blake Miller, Clemson. High floor prospect with elite intangibles. I don't care if people call this a reach. He's the perfect Lion. Thank you.
I don't think he's a reach. I think we'll see. I think we are going to see a run on tackles, and because it's a deep group and people want to get their guy. How many tackles are we going to see in the first round? Are we going to see 6 tackles taken in the first round? I mean, there could really be a run on them. That could be the number one position group in the first round. Where typically we've seen wide receiver be that way.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be wide receiver.
Justin at Fort Gratiot. Oh, follow the directions, Justin. He writes, I'd definitely be satisfied with any of Fano, Awane, or McCoy. Corner's a bigger need than people think, especially since not only has Terrion Arnold not been great, he still isn't out of the danger zone legally. Cool story, bro, but you didn't make one pick. You got to make a pick.
Do you want to make the pick for him? I mean,
No.
well, I'm just saying.
I mean, it sounds like
a lot about the corner.
Yeah, but you got to make a pick. It sounds like he wants to take the corner. What else do we got here? The pick is in. Kenyon Sadiq. Brad sticks to his guns and takes the best player available. That's from Harold and Taylor. So do you think that this is a, do you think that's who he'd take? This is what we're doing not what you think Brad's going to do, what you would do. And I don't know that he's making the case for why he takes Sadiq.
I'm hoping people are understanding this part of it now because we've had a number of texts that come in this way.
Mm-hmm.
It is who you take, not who you think the Lions would take. Would you take Kenyon Sadiq at 17?
Yes. Harold and Taylor. Is that your pick?
You're
on the record right now, Harold. If they take him and all of Detroit crushes this pick on Friday, we're going to say, call Harold and Taylor. That's his guy. Reno and Howell says, gentlemen, the pick is in. With the 17th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select guard Olavivenga Awane, Penn State, 6'5", 320. He's a pass-blocking monster, allowed 0 sacks and over 776 snaps.
I love the guy.
Wouldn't be mad. I mean, it would be great if they had more of a need at guard. If their offensive line need was guard and not tackle, if Decker was back and healthy and ready to go.
Well, they've got a lot of competition at guard, but I'm not sure if what they have is good, right?
Yeah.
They've got all these guys, even the guy they got in the trade as well, whose name I can't remember.
Juice Scruggs.
Scruggs, thank you.
Yeah.
Scruggs, Frazier, and Mahogany seem like 3 guys are going to be competing for that spot. But if Ionia is there, hard to pass on them.
They have also Barch.
Yes, they did get Barch. Yeah.
So they got another guy.
The one thing that may be in play here is Miles Frazier started his career at Florida International as a tackle. He transferred to LSU and played guard there, but he started as a tackle at Florida International. And I don't know if he got any reps at tackle at LSU. And that's a bit of a long shot, maybe a bit of a Hail Mary. Because if you haven't clearly played well, I mean, guard and tackle are different positions, but you'd think if you aren't winning the guard spot, what are the odds that you're going to be a good tackle? But, he's played there, so he could be a factor there. But you're right, there's a lot of guys with potential. It feels like Ratledge is pretty much locked up one spot. What about Mahogany? What about Frazier? What about Scruggs? What about Barch? A lot of dudes, man, a lot of dudes. Dell in Detroit. The pick is in. The 17th pick, the Detroit Lions take Jermon McCoy, cornerback, Tennessee. Okay, this would be the freak out pick. He seems to have more concerns about his injury than Maui Noah, the tackle from Miami, has about his. McCoy might need another knee procedure. That scares people. But if you do that, your doctors better damn well be sure.
And that's the new reporting, right?
Yes.
This was not, as of a couple of days ago, that wasn't something, but now they're talking about that. That could cause him to drop significantly.
Yep.
I have the scouting report on Miles Frazier from last year.
Okay.
From Steve Munch,
Munch? Who's Munch with?
ESPN. Frazier was a 4-year starter who primarily played right guard, but he also started 11 games at left tackle, 9 games at left guard, and 2 games at right tackle. He fires off the ball, and he's strong enough to create holes on gap runs when he keeps his pads down. Frazier tries to bury defenders when he pulls and kicks out. He's quick and plays with a good base and as a pass blocker, while he thrives on zone runs with sound footwork. He's strong enough to lock out when he gets his hands inside, and he mirrors well enough to stay in front of defenders once he's locked on. He easily picks up line stunts and blitzes. And yet, he was a 5th-round pick. 6'6", 317, drafted out of LSU last year by the Lions in the 5th round. I still think there's meat on the bone there with
I
him.
do too. I do too.
I mean, we kept mentioning him last year. And he was hurt and missed some time last year, and then was activated and didn't play, and then he played a little bit. I want to see more from him. I feel like there's more to gather from Miles Frazier as a Detroit Lion.
From an unnamed texter, Vega Awane is the most sure thing in this entire draft. Kelly and Howell. The pick is in with the 17th pick. The Detroit Lions select Monroe Freeling, tackle Georgia. It's a no-brainer. Jack and Highland, if I had to make a pick from this pool and I wouldn't feel good about it, I'd take the Alabama tackle. This draft sucks.
Wow.
I think it sucks at certain positions.
I think it sucks if you're looking for a quarterback.
I would agree with that.
I don't know if I'm thrilled with the wide receiver group.
No, I agree with that too.
What are those? Those are flashy things.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not flashy. Offensive tackle, offensive guard.
Nope.
Looks to be a good draft for those two positions, or at least for tackle for sure.
Yeah. This draft sucks, he says. Wow. From Adam in California, the pick is in. With the 17th pick, the Detroit Lions select Dylan Thieneman, safety from Oregon. How would you feel about that?
I like Dylan Thieneman a lot. I think he's a playmaker. He has experience playing against the best of the best. He's played in the Big Ten at Purdue and then in finishing up at Oregon. I like him a lot. At 17, he's a pick if he's on my list of players, but he's further down that list of players. He'd be a guy that maybe you could trade back a little bit and still get. But if all the tackles are gone, if my guys are gone, which it's not likely that they're all gone, Thieneman is a strong possibility.
Sure is. I mean, I like the safety position a lot in this draft. Mm-hmm. So I feel like, if you're not sure on Thieneman, go with another position and see who's there in round 2.
Yep, or round 4.
Yeah, Bud Clark being one that I really like. The kid, I'm not sure where Stukes from Arizona is going to figure into the mix. Seen him projected at safety, corner, nickel, but he's a Swiss Army knife back there. So
Ramsey from USC.
Yeah.
Wheatley from Penn State is good.
There's some dudes, man.
Halsey from LSU.
Yeah, in fact, Halsey from LSU, I believe, was one of the ones that stood out at the Combine as a Lion-type player. 248-539-9797. We'll continue to take your picks. Also, a reminder, coming up next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? As we'll take a look at some new menu items. If you missed it yesterday, I did try the ice cream on a English muffin. I'm a big fan. You can get different flavors and different types of English muffins, different types of ice cream. But I settled in on the cinnamon and raisin English muffin with the swoop protein ice cream. Works for me. I've tried a couple other combinations that didn't include the protein ice cream, but I recommend it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. So just for the record, last night was the first Bark in the Park for the Tigers, and you were not there with Lois.
I was not there.
No.
I didn't even know about it until I got a call from my brother, probably, I don't know, 45 minutes before the game started, saying he was going to go to the game, and asked if I was. I said, no, I'm not going to stay home and watch it. But he took his daughter and her boyfriend and another niece of his and their dog Luna. Luna is back there. So there is a picture of them with the golden retriever hanging out there.
Okay.
So everybody's happy.
Fam looks good.
Yeah. And I got jealous.
Next one's May 5th.
May 5th?
Yep.
Okay. May. At some point this year, I do want to take her. I'd take Lois to Bark in the Park. I think it looks like a lot of fun. I'll have to catch up with my brother later this week and find out how it went. Looked like it went well.
Mm-hmm.
I love when they show the dogs on the TV.
Oh, I know. I figured you would.
Puts a smile on my face. So,
how do you feel when they show kids on TV?
I think
Young
it's great.
young ones that don't know what's going on. He's trapped. He's trapped. We got him trapped. Because you can't argue that the dogs know what's going on.
Yeah, but they're also way out in the middle of nowhere, out in right field somewhere. I understand what you're
Have you brought Lois to any
Not
of these?
yet.
I can't wait.
Dude, this is going to be the greatest.
Yes.
This is
Now
gonna be
that
We're
the
going to
greatest.
make Sports Center.
She has finally started to slow down a little bit. Maybe I think this could be a year where I take her.
Okay.
But like I said, I want to talk to my brother, see how it worked out. You know, what are the pitfalls of this whole thing? What do I need to know?
There are some Bark in the Park rules. One ticket is needed for the dog, and one ticket is needed for the person.
Mm-hmm.
Maximum of one dog per paid adult. So you can't show up with a horde of dogs. All dogs must wear an identification tag to the game and be accompanied by someone 18 years of age or older.
Yeah. Got that.
Access to the Bark in the Park party area, which includes water stations and doggy restrooms and other amenities.
That's good.
Dog tickets are extremely limited. Special Bark in the Park event ticket is required to participate.
I understand that. Got to think about this ahead of time.
There is a release and a waiver you have to sign.
I imagine there is.
Bark in the Park packages can only be purchased online. No day of game sales.
Can't do that.
Yep. All participants must provide copy of all up-to-date vaccinations upon check-in.
She's up to date.
Yep.
As of last week, she's all up to date.
There's a list of different things there that they need to be able to say that the dog has been vaccinated for. So you can go check it out. It's all that available. And just Google search Bark in the Park Tigers.
It looks like a fun time.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's great to have it in the middle of the week. You know, when you're probably not expecting 35,000 people there, you're probably expecting somewhere around 20 or 15.
Mm-hmm.
Great night to take the dog out.
Yep. Now, the doggy relief stations. Do we know what these are?
I don't. I'm guessing it's some sort of, I don't know if it's faux grass or if they have like hay or something like that.
Somebody's just got to tell us what happens if you have an accident. What happens if the dog you turn around and you look and the dog's.
And she's squatted right there next to your seat.
You got to pick it up,
Well,
right?
you got to clean up.
Yeah.
But did you have to tell the stadium? Do they come in with sanitizer or?
I don't know.
Because I, as someone who might go to the next game, I would like to think that they'd sanitize that area.
I would hope so, yeah. I mean, you're going to, at very least, I think they hose out the area after the game, sure.
Okay. And the dogs, the other thing is, do dogs, and I'm not a dog owner. I know I've seen this in the past, so I don't want to speak for all dogs, but all dogs don't get along.
No, they don't. They don't. And
we do see a lot of fights in stadiums nowadays. Are we going to see a dog fight?
I hope not. I would think that people understand the
dog.
temperament of their dog. And if your dog is, first of all, if your dog doesn't get along with others, don't bring it to the game.
One would think.
Right?
Yep.
And if your dog is great with you, but not great with other dogs, again, either keep it home or, you understand that and you're going to protect the dog from being in a sitch.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, can I come pet? No, you know what? You should probably stay over there. Yeah. No, Lois is harmless in this situation.
Yeah.
And so is Luna.
Are you at a point here where you think Lois could last 9 innings.
9 innings, no way.
Okay.
I don't see that. I mean, I guess it depends because it might just be a couple hours, right? So we'll see how she's going. She's in some medications right now to try to help with some joint relief, and we'll see if this works for her, and then maybe is able to sit comfortably for that kind of time.
Yeah.
Then maybe this is something I really consider. We'll find out in the next month or so. Because
Try-
I have like 4 or 5 of them during the course of the year.
Yeah, they do. And it looks like it's fun for dog owners. The other thing I want to bring up with you today, and I was a little surprised, today is National Jelly Bean Day.
Yeah. Not a fan.
Yeah. Really?
No, never really been a fan of jelly beans. I think my first experience with jelly beans is like Easter. And just didn't really like them. And then it turned into the world of Jelly Bellies.
Yeah.
And I never understood the sensation with the Jelly Bellies. And then you get the flavors that are awful. Some people either love or hate buttered popcorn Jelly Belly. I hate it. I think it's disgusting. But I'm just haven't really been that big on jelly beans. No.
Even when you were a kid?
No. The only ones I liked were like the hot cinnamon flavored ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be it.
So,
like licorice, I like licorice.
Red and black?
Love black licorice.
Do you really?
Love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's gross.
So when you were a kid,
again, that's either love it or hate it.
Yeah.
Black licorice.
I feel like most people hate it though.
I think most people do.
yeah, how about this? Gator with a food take that isn't popular.
What do you feel about it?
I hate it, man. It's disgusting. Black licorice? Oh, it's terrible. Who would like that? You like that?
All right.
How's it feel now, Gator?
I think Doug likes it, actually.
I don't know.
He doesn't want to.
Now, how do you feel, Gator?
Every once in a while, you're gonna tread in a territory that doesn't make it comfortable.
I thought that's what happened to red licorice when it goes bad. Like, this is gross. Don't eat this, guys.
It's stale licorice. Yeah. So you on Easter growing up?
Yeah.
Did the Easter Bunny know? No jelly beans?
No, the Easter Bunny would always deliver jelly. I think my mom likes jelly beans. But yeah, she always make a little basket that had different kinds of chocolate. You've got the Reese's family of chocolate eggs and Cadbury and all that stuff, and then there would be some jelly beans. I think she kind of figured out that I didn't love the jelly beans, so there'd be other things in the basket that would be complementary to them. Or supplement them, I guess this would be the case.
248-539-9797. If anybody out there has any bark in the park advice for Gator, we would definitely, because there's probably some things that you don't think of that maybe if he is going to take Lois, things that he would not.
Can I bring a dog bed?
Can you bring a dog bed?
Yeah.
I don't know. That I don't know.
Some kind of padding makes it feel comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, could be something to consider. Bring a big coat, put the coat down on the ground, maybe if you can't bring a dog bed.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
The other thing is today is National School Bus Driver Appreciation Day.
Yes.
Thank you to all the school bus drivers out there.
Yeah, seriously. I was thinking about this today. That is, I don't know if it's a thankless job because I think there are probably enough people that thank the bus driver for putting up with all the kids on the bus that are unruly that it probably makes their day that there's enough. But my God, that's got to be such a tough job, particularly like for elementary school. It may even get worse as the kids get older.
I think middle school and high school kids are probably, because you're dealing with attitude.
Yeah, you're dealing with attitude and you're dealing with other things that they're being done on the bus that you're like, you can't do that. What are you doing? And how do you police that? And how does that work? I don't know. I always appreciated the school bus driver.
Yeah.
And I was a good kid on the bus.
You behaved yourself?
I behaved myself on the bus.
Wait, did you have to take a bus when you were in high school? When you were a bit of I wouldn't say a troublemaker, but you were up to stuff.
I was a little mischievous,
Yeah.
for sure. But no, when I got to high school, my brother was a senior when I was a freshman. We both were on a swim team, so we had practice before and after school. So I had a ride to school. I think maybe a couple times my freshman year I had to take the bus. My sophomore year, my best friend was a junior. He had a car, and he would drive me to school every day. And by the time I was a junior, I had a car, so I was driving.
Is that the Mustang?
Yeah,
dude.
The 81 hatchback, 4-cylinder, AM radio only, 2 broken seats in the car, with home stereo speakers keeping the seats in place. Yes,
nice. 248
and stuff inside the car.
248-539-9797. I asked you, could Lois go 9? Scott writes in, she could at least go more than 6, especially if it were an important playoff game. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? We'll talk some Tigers next. Get back to the Pistons, and Mock 3.0 continues here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. Ian Rappaport suggested on NFL Network yesterday that the Lions may have to fend off some teams behind them in the draft for moving up ahead of Detroit at 17. Rappaport said a number of teams also interested in an offensive tackle could move ahead of Detroit to take one tomorrow. The draft begins in Pittsburgh at 8 p.m. tomorrow night. Tonight, the Pistons host the Magic at Little Caesars Arena for Game 2 of the series. At shoot-around this morning, Isaiah Stewart acknowledged how important the LCA crowd is to Detroit's momentum and how the team has to give them something to cheer about. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock tonight and can be heard over on WWJ News Radio 950. They'll have pregame coverage at 6:35. At 6:40, we'll have Tiger Baseball here on 97.1 as they face the Milwaukee Brewers for the second game of the series. Casey Mize will take the mound tonight for Detroit as the Tigers look to avoid a third consecutive loss. Pregame show begins at 6:15 tonight. And Michigan State guard Divine Ugachukwu has entered the transfer portal today. He submitted the paperwork last night just before the midnight deadline. If he does remain in the portal and leave MSU, he will land at his third school in 3 years. He averaged 5 points in 22 games last season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Update Kid. It is Carson Anderson, and this is hour 3 of the program, the second hour of Mach 3.0. If you're just joining us, we need your picks for the Detroit Lions. This is what you would do, okay, what you would do at 17. We have some players that you don't have access to. You can't trade the pick. I know everybody, it seems like the vast majority of people would like to trade this pick either up or back, and that's fine. But for the purposes of not knowing what the trade options are, it's not like they're presented ahead of time that you can move up to the Rams pick at 13 and give up a 5th rounder and a 3rd rounder next year. If we knew what the price tag was, it'd certainly be easier to project whether or not it'd be a good trade or not. But with that said, no trading of the pick. Here are the players you do not have access to that are off the board. Quarterback Fernando Mendoza, the running back Jeremiah Love, the wide receivers Tate Lemon and Tyson, the tackle Francis Maui Noah, the edge rushers or edge defenders Styles, Reese, Bailey, and Bain, the defensive backs Downs and Mansour Delane. That's 12 players that you did not have access to. Everybody else you do. Now, will the Lions? No, because I named 12. They're picking at 17, but these are all guys that we've seen in multiple mock drafts be on the board for Detroit. The tackles, Monroe Freeling, Caden Proctor, and Spencer Fanu. The guard, Olavenga Awane from Penn State. The tight end, Kenyon Sadiq from Oregon. The edge defenders, Akeem Messidor from Miami, Keldrick Falk from Auburn, and Zion Young from Missouri. The cornerback, Jermon McKay from Tennessee, and the safety, Dylan Thieneman from Oregon. That's not everybody that they have access to, but we're priming the pump there a little bit for who could be indeed on the board for the Lions. And if you want somebody else, by all means, make that pick. Right in Canada, if you will, 248-539-9797. We are tallying up votes, and we will tell you today in the 1 o'clock hour who the perfect pick is for the Detroit Lions. So 248-539-9797, as selected by you, the people of Detroit. Who do you want most? Gator, your pick was
Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle, Georgia. Love his size. Love the athleticism. Had a monster RAS score, which I think the 4th highest in RAS score history for offensive linemen. He may not have started a ton at Georgia, 18 starts, but there were 18 great starts at Georgia. And as he pointed out in the Kay Adams, Up and Adams show, he got to practice against the best defense in college football and the best defensive lineman in college football and did just fine. I have no concerns whatsoever with Monroe Freeling.
My pick is in, and I went with Akeem Messidor, the edge rusher from Miami. I think he's ready to play now and make an impact, get to the quarterback like he did in the collegiate level, opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. It's a position of need, and this is a little bit more, I trust Larry Borum at right tackle more than I do DJ Wanham at the edge opposite of Hutch as far as their free agent signings are. And maybe that's wrong, but that's just the way I look at it, and so I go with Messidor. Kang made a pick that's gotten a lot of love today.
Yeah, I went with tackle as well, Gator, but not the tackle anyone's really been talking about. I feel like it's tackle from Clemson, Blake Miller. Great size, 6'7", 320, long arms. RAS score also off the charts. He also did the bench press, which Monroe Freeling did not do the bench press, and Miller had like 32 reps. He's always available. I think he had the most career snaps at Clemson for any player in program history. He was pissed he missed one practice. Tons of experience, solid player. Just screams like, hey, let's get back to our roots. And guys that love football hate missing football. I think Blake Miller's the play there.
Other players receiving votes today: Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker from Texas Tech; Caden Proctor, tackle from Alabama; Olavingo Awane, guard from Penn State; Caleb Lomu, tackle from Utah; Kenyon Sadiq, tight end from Oregon; Dylan Thieneman, safety from Oregon; Jamal McCoy, cornerback from Tennessee. Who would you go get? We said we'd talk some Tigers. They lose 12-4 last night. Look, Cater Montero was pretty good. He is JV's replacement. He is getting healthy, and who knows, maybe he sticks around. JV is expected to throw today, and at which time they'll get another update on how he's doing. But this is a game that got a little bit out of hand, and we can start identifying things that aren't working. I still like the bullpen, the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah.
I like the starting pitchers. When you need to come up with the bridge between the starter and the back end of the bullpen, there are issues, Scott Anderson. There are issues.
There are major issues. Anderson has not been very good. DeJesus, I mean, what happened yesterday?
The rundown?
You got the rundown that does not go their way. It leads to 2 runs, and then he comes in the next inning, and there's back-to-back triples. I can't remember ever seeing back-to-back triples, although I'm sure it's happened in games I've watched. I just don't remember it. But he went 1 in the 3rd innings, give up 7 hits, 2 walks, 7 runs during that time. It just got way out of hand, out of control. But DeJesus, Anderson, I'm not sold on Seabold, and he didn't have a great outing last night. Those are 3 guys I don't like. The 3 guys at the back end I love. And when it comes to Vest and Jansen and Finnegan, that's good. And the other guys I'm fine with. They're the 2 other pitchers, Holton and Herter. Those guys are fine. Okay, they're going to have a rough outing here and there, but by and large, they're going to get the job done. But they've got to find better solutions in the bullpen quickly if these guys are going to continue to be below average. And I don't think it was unexpected, frankly, with taking a chance on DeJesus, taking a chance on Anderson. That doesn't surprise me that this didn't work out.
Well, look, a lot of teams. It's hard to put together a good bullpen. You see a lot of teams take a lot of chances on a lot of players. The ones that they took chances on aren't really working out, and there's a reason why literally every trade deadline, every contending team is looking for bullpen arms. 248-539-9797. Are you going to eat that 12:35? Let's get back to your phone calls. DJ is next on 97.1. Hello, DJ.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I just wanted to say I think we should take Akeem Mesidor, the tackles, Monroe Freeling, Max Yanachor. These guys are developmental, and the Lions need to win now. Akeem Mesidor, I think, had 13 sacks at Miami in a high-production room. So I think that Akeem can walk in, be a starting defensive end, and really have an impact on the team. We need to win now. We need the Super Bowl now before these big contracts come up. So I really think we need to take a defensive end, Akeem Mesidor.
He's ready to go. I mean, I know a lot of people, the funny thing that gets used against him all the time is his age. He's a little bit older. I think it just means he's more physically mature and ready to step into an NFL lineup.
Definitely. And, I mean, put him next to Aiden Hutchinson. Those guys are going to be extremely disruptive.
Right, ready to be across from Aiden. But, yes, 248-539-9797. Point taken. We go to Keith next on 97.1. Hello, Keith.
Yes, I want to put in my vote for Caden Proctor. What I'm hearing about Caden Proctor is the same thing we heard about Jalen Carter. And we didn't want him. We didn't want him because, his combat workout was horrible. He quit. He's this. We don't want him. He's an all-pro. He's a monster. Caden Proctor's going to be the same thing. Why would I invest in a guy like Monroe Freeland, who is totally raw? 17 starts. And you're going to tell me he's going to walk in, we're going to win the Super Bowl in the next year?
Why do you think that
Impossible.
it's 18 starts? Why do you think 18 starts is totally raw?
It is against guys that have started 4 years. And he was there for 3 years and didn't start.
Well, I mean, Georgia is one of the top programs in the country, and to his point, Monroe Freeling's point, he got to go against those guys that you talk about every single day in practice.
And everyone else did too.
Yeah,
but
it
didn't
makes you
everyone
better.
else?
They have depth.
But Proctor did too. So, but Proctor went against them for 4 years. This guy went against them for one whole year.
I'm not killing you on your opinion, Keith. If you like Caden Proctor better than Monroe Freeling, that's fine, and you're not alone with that. Are you at all concerned with Caden Proctor being able to keep his weight under control?
I'm about as much concerned as it was for us, Jalen Carter, being under control and not running over anybody else with a car or something.
Yeah, I mean, look, Keith.
No, not at all.
Aaron Gibson couldn't keep his weight under control either. So, I mean, I don't think that just because Aaron Gibson couldn't means that Caden Proctor can't either. And just because Jalen Carter has been a productive player doesn't mean that Caden Proctor is going to be. And you called it impossible. New England just went to the Super Bowl with a rookie tackle.
And the concerns about Jalen Carter were more off the field than they were on. He didn't have a weight problem. Jordan Davis may have had an issue with the weight that the people were concerned about, but not Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter had this ridiculous combine.
Proctor might be fine. Your point of saying you can love Proctor all you want, but the case for any rookie tackle getting there, I mean, New England just did it. They just did it.
I have the major concern I have with Caden Proctor is the weight. This guy, here's a guy who's going to tip the scales at over 350 pounds, played at 370 at Alabama. Some say at times played higher than that, weighed in around 352 at the combine or whatever. But what everybody says is that if you look back at the history, guys that weigh 350 plus, they don't do well. And it's a little bit of a concern. Now, I've been more in Caden Proctor's corner.
It should be something easy to control.
Yeah.
Relative to being like too slow or too short or short arms or not talented enough.
Because he's
athletic. All the things that you can't control. If the weight is something you should be able. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's easier than growing longer arms.
Yes. No, right. You can't do that. I was reading about one of the defensive tackles is very heralded last night, and then there was concern because, he's got a foot injury and had a foot injury going into the combine. Well, as a defensive tackle and you're a big guy, you're around 300 pounds, you got a foot problem, and then the foot problem crops up again. That's a red flag for me. That's like when I look at Zion Williamson and I saw him blow out the shoe the first game he played. I'm like, you know what? I would stay away from Zion Williamson. He's just too big for his body and too big for the sport. I worry about that with when you have defensive tackles that have problems with their feet or their back. It's a concern, and it would be the same thing with a offensive lineman too, to a different extent. But Caden Proctor, it's just about the weight. I think.
If it's a false tag, if he's not lazy, busts his butt, can totally handle the weight thing. It was just the deep, rich fried food of the South playing in Alabama that caught up to him, and he learned his lesson. Then Caden Proctor could be a great NFL.
He could be a great player, and I'm not ruling him out. He's certainly in my list of players, but he's not as high as Monroe Freeling for me.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, I know the Bernstein family personally. If you are hurt, you need a firm that insurance companies actually respect. That's Sam Bernstein Law. They've been winning here for 50 years because they demand respect for their clients. What do? You call Sam.
I think we're going to find out when it comes to the Carson Anderson mock draft 3.0. And this is the pick that you would make at 17. Not that you think the Lions will make, but the pick that you, if you ran the team, who would you take? I think we're finding there's a large group of players that the people would be happy with.
Well, I mean, we got to vote for, I think, 9 different guys so far today, and that's cool. Like, it's there are 10 different guys, a lot of options. And of the 10, probably the biggest eyebrow raisers for me, I'd just say if 2 of these guys are picked, we'll have packed phone lines Friday, people complaining. One is Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon. The other is Jamal McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, which some people are in favor of. Obviously, they've made those picks. But if you get Sadiq, that tells you a little bit about maybe prognosis for the future of Sam Laporta. And that tells me that they think he's like Hall of Fame talent, that they just couldn't pass at 17. And if you get McCoy, it means you think that knee is clean and your doctors are on the clock.
Right?
248-539-9797. Nick is next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. First time, long time.
What's up?
I am going to take the guard out of Penn State. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce his name, but I do know that he is a mauler and he is a Dan Campbell guy all the way through. Then what I'm probably going to do... Go ahead, sorry.
Oluwavenga Awane. Yeah, the perfect description I heard of him today was Mike Greenberg quoted a scout that said he's a fortress, and he is exactly that in the middle of your offensive line.
Yeah, and just completely solidify that middle of the offensive line. Then what I might do is I might be kicking the tires on Taylor Decker, see if he wants to maybe come back for a little reunion. I don't know if you can call it a reunion if he's been out of the building for half an off season, but just throwing that out there.
Nick, it feels like that ship has sailed. However, if days and weeks and months go by and Taylor Decker doesn't have a home, maybe it gets revisited.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd be surprised at this point if he comes back to the Lions. It sounded like that there was a definite gap with what he was expecting to come back to this team for and what the Lions were willing to spend on him. But that being said, if he wants to, I mean, yeah, problem solved at left tackle, at least for another year. I'm certainly not against it, but I just don't see it happening.
It doesn't seem likely, but again, what you're talking about is, when the market shifts, maybe things will fall that direction. I'd take him back. Absolutely. 248-539-9797. More of your picks coming in. The pick is in from Mark doing yard work. 17th pick, the Detroit Lions select Monroe Freeling, tackle from Georgia. From Greg in Coral. The pick is in. The Detroit Lions select Monroe Freeling, but I have a gut feeling they will draft the safety. Go Lions. So you would take Freeling. You think they're going to go safety.
Okay.
Now, which one? Danneman, McNeil, Warren? The Stooks kid from Arizona feels like the more intel's gotten out that he might be a late first rounder. So versatile player in the secondary. He can hit, break on the football. What I saw of him, physical defensive back. Paul in Bloomfield says the pick is in. Blake Miller. He has the pedigree and is always healthy. A lot of Blake Miller love today.
Well,
Carson Anderson.
Be a solid choice, offensive tackle.
Yep. What else do we got here? The pick is in. I'd take Dylan Thieneman. That's from Matt in Berkeley. Berkeley, sorry. Matt Berkeley was a football player. Matt in Berkeley is a completely different person.
This is true.
Brad tweets us one word, Freeling. Mike P says, the pick is in. Monroe Freeling. Absolutely love Awane, a guard, but Freeling is the best marriage of player and need. Mike in Bay City. B Smoke with the 17th pick. The Lions select linebacker Jacob Rodriguez. He's an absolute stud and the best linebacker in the class. He's the perfect fit next to Campbell. Well, I felt that way for a while. I was like, when this started, he had no NFL draft hype. And I thought, perfect mid-round pick. Okay, maybe second round. Crap, I don't think he's going to be there at 50.
I don't think he's going to be there at 50. I think it's more than likely he's there in the second round. And if you want to move up and get him, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would not like it if they moved up and got him, honestly, guys. Like, I'll speak now, right, Doug?
Sure, go for it.
I speak for myself, right? What do you say?
If you don't speak on your own behalf, nobody will.
Right? Yeah, I mean, just off the ball linebacker, I'm not going to give up any more draft capital to go get that guy. I mean, I think that guy they already have it. His name is Rodriguez as well right now. And they used like a 6th-round pick on him. They have Jack Campbell. He's your stud in the middle, calm defense. I would not want to use one of my first 2 picks, another off-the-ball linebacker. And he's undersized, too. It's not like he's a perfect, Jack Campbell's pretty much perfect, Doug. You called that. You nailed it. Size, playmaking, everything. Rodriguez isn't like Jack Campbell. He's undersized. He's kind of over-aggressive at times. He's a really good player, don't get me wrong, but to me, he's not can't miss. And like I said, I'm not taking an off-the-ball linebacker that high.
I am. 248-539-9797.
Just so people know, Rodriguez is 6'1" and 230, but he's a machine.
I think he's probably closer to 5'11", but that's me.
Where'd you get the measurement? Is it official NFL combine?
It's ESPN.
Is that socks on, shoes on, stilts? Is he wearing stilts?
Maybe he grew longer legs, Doug.
Maybe. You don't know.
Just hit puberty.
The other name is starting to get some love, though, is Anthony Hill Jr. He's the Texas linebacker, 6'3", 238. Had 70 tackles last year, 113 the year before. So I'm not sure if he missed some time. Yeah, he was injured a little bit last year, but did come back to play. Had 4 sacks last year, had 8 the year before. He's a playmaker. He's had a few interceptions in his career. Another possibility at 50 for linebacker, or can they hold off long enough in the 4th round to take a linebacker if it really is a position of need? If they feel that way, they're not going to wait till the 4th round.
248-539-9797. Scott is next here on 97.1. Hello, Scott.
Hello.
What's up?
Wanted to throw a couple things out. I mean, I know we're wanting to get a tackle, but my thoughts were they go for the guard out of Penn State, line him up next to Panay, and you just don't have a stronger side of the football. Offensive line in football, that'd be the best there is. And then what I would do is go after Isaiah World out of Oregon later in the draft and pick him up. He's recovering, I think, from an ACL, and he could be your offensive tackle of the future. I'll leave it there.
No, I mean, I wouldn't be mad about that scenario.
He's another large individual, 6'8", 318 pounds.
Appropriately named.
Yes.
Another edition, Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35? It's Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, Southfield, spring has sprung, and so have the savings at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Now's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because you're going to get more money for your trade and shop an excellent selection of brand new Chevys just ready to roll. Cruise into the future with a 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for only $159 a month. Need power? How about the 2026 Chevy Silverado? It's just $199 a month. Or zip into spring in style with the 2026 Chevy Trailblazer, only $269 a month. That's right, 3 amazing deals, 1 incredible spring event. Whether you're going electric, hauling big, or just upgrading your daily drive, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has the perfect ride waiting for you. Hurry in today and visit Sarah Chevrolet or visit sarahchevrolet.com and spring into savings before these deals are gone. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where your next ride is in full bloom. Together, let's drive.
It's also Earth Day today. Love Mother Earth. Take care of it.
Did you see that?
It's our spot, people. Got to take care of it.
We as a station have adopted a sea turtle.
We have?
Yes. And
Does this have anything to do with how you're going to eat that?
No, it does
okay.
not. No. We've just part of Earth Day, part of what Odyssey has done for Earth Day. I guess we have adopted
My apologies.
A sea turtle that lives somewhere off the coast of Florida. And one of the salespeople won the contest to name the turtle.
Ooh. Did you see the list of finalists for the name?
I just saw the winning name. I didn't see the finalists. I saw that somebody was the runner-up and was narrowly beaten out, but I only saw the winning name.
Okay. And what is so we've named a actual sea turtle in Florida?
Yes.
Our station.
Yes.
Nice. Okay.
Appropriate that it's Detroit, and they named the sea turtle Swim Shady. I think it's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Nice job, Jen. Nice job, Jen, in sales. Good job.
Really?
Schubeck, yeah. She's the one that
well done, Schubeck.
coined that, so I thought it was funny.
Wonder if she had any help with that. Like, did her kids or did she come up with that? I don't know. That's really good.
Yeah.
All right. So
I didn't see who the runner. I saw the runner-up was our chief engineer, but I didn't see what his name was submitted as.
Okay.
What would you guys have named the turtle?
You'd want it to be something state of Michigan related.
Yeah, kind of. Swim Shady's really good.
Yeah,
I thought you would have named it like Monroe Freeling.
Yeah, right. Gator just loves that so much.
Yeah. Monroe Swimling.
His name is Monroe. People don't know. His name is Monroe Freeling, but Mel Kiper puts the emphasis on the wrong syllable and calls him Monroe. Monroe Freeling. But yes. We I don't know. I have to give it some thought. I'm not the creative one of the show. I'm hoping that Gator will come up with something. Maybe we should have the listeners. Oh, damn it. We should have done this. Yeah, we should.
It's already done.
Because you know what? You people would have killed it.
Well,
it would have been
Shady's
great. Swim Shady is good, but we would have come up with 10 other funny ones, I'm sure. But anyway. Gator, you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
I am.
All right. All right, Gator. Dairy Queen has come up with a new breakfast collection.
Okay.
A breakfast collection.
Breakfast at Dairy Queen, huh?
Well, it's not exactly. It's integrating breakfast cereals into Dairy Queen desserts.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
We'll start with the new Fruity Pebbles shake. The new treat blends Fruity Pebbles cereal with DQ vanilla soft serve and milk and is topped with a dollop of whipped cream. The Fruity Pebbles shake. Are you going to eat that?
I mean, I got to try it. I love Fruity Pebbles. I think they're delicious. Always have. But the problem is I can't buy a box of Fruity Pebbles because if I start, the box is gone in like one sitting. I can't stop with Fruity Pebbles.
So you will try it?
I would try it. Yeah, I would. It might be a little disappointing, but I'm hoping that it has the flavor of like the Fruity Pebbles milk, which is probably
Yeah, but in like ice cream form.
Yeah, I'd try it.
Yeah, I'm in, man. I'm in. I think this is a great marriage of like sugary cereals and ice cream.
Ice cream, yeah.
I'm in.
Well, this is what sugary cereals really are. They're really desserts that kids have for breakfast and some adults.
Why? Why'd you look at Gator like that?
Huh? But this doesn't sound.
Had them a long time.
This doesn't sound better to me than like the Butterfinger Blizzard or the Reese's Pieces Blizzard or the Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. So
Or soft serve on an English muffin.
That's good. But here's another one of their breakfast treats: cinnamon toast crunched dipped cone.
Yes.
Dude, cereal flavored. I gotta describe it.
I think that's enough.
Yeah,
keep going.
Flavored dip cone is real and features cinnamon cereal flavored cone coating with real pieces of cinnamon toast crunch. So this is one of their dipped cones with a cinnamon toast crunch and actual pieces of cinnamon toast crunch in the candied dip.
Yeah, I don't normally like the dipped cone.
Oh, you don't?
No. I mean, because after a couple bites, they just get really
The
messy.
mess. He hates messes.
Yeah, it
So he
gets
does
really
hate
messy,
mess,
and I don't like that.
this guy.
But Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I'm down with it.
You'll give it a shot.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Can you?
Yeah, of course. Just like I said, keep naming the cereals other than the ones you like, and then I'll be in.
This actually.
It's a Mueslix dipped cone.
Exactly. What?
It's a grape nuts dipped cone
with 5 times the fiber. Actually, this sounds fantastic. I think I will try this. I absolutely will.
Wow.
Yep. And finally, their last one is the Choco Frosted Donut Blizzard Treat. Is made with chocolate frosted donut pieces and colorful sprinkles blended in with DQ soft serve.
Yeah. I mean, sure.
You're going to be at DQ a lot, man.
Well, I don't know if I will or won't. Would I try this? I would try it. Yeah. If I go into DQ, I'd probably have, overload. What am I? I want to try everything.
Yeah, I'm into.
Which is usually the problem when you go into Dairy Queen anyway. When you look at all the Blizzard flavors, like, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. That sounds good.
I will pass on that one. I can't wait to get your impression of this next item.
Okay.
Purdue is releasing a first-of-its-kind chicken
You
nugget.
must really be excited then.
Well, I mean, it's interesting.
Purdue and chicken.
Yeah.
These are all-natural panko-breaded nuggets, the same as their normal nuggets. But they're capitalizing on a trend. Purdue is launching the new 6-7 chicken nuggets. It's maybe a head scratcher for some people. That's okay because there's not much to explain. Seemingly out of the blue in 2025, children everywhere picked up on the 6-7 meme, which included hand gestures and the repetition of the 2 numbers. There's no rhyme or reason to 6-7. Purdue is leading into this trend. The new 6-7 chicken nuggets will be the same frozen all-natural panko-breaded nuggets you know from the brand, but shaped like the numbers 6 and 7.
6-7.
They will hit Walmart stores nationwide on May 1st. I thought they should have released them on May 6th or 7th, or maybe June 7th.
I see what you did there. Yeah.
But they're releasing them May 1st. Gator, the new Purdue 6-7 chicken nuggets. Are you going to eat that?
Doug, the reality is they should have released this on June 7th, 2025. I feel like 6-7's done. Isn't it? Isn't it done? Is it still a thing? And I'm sorry, but the idea of...
You want me to text my kids?
Yeah, sure. Your kids are too old to do the 6-7?
Yeah, I think it's like even younger, yeah.
I feel like the... Look, I'll eat a lot of nuggets, chicken nuggets. I don't mind chicken nuggets. I actually enjoy chicken nuggets. But when you start shaping them, like the dinosaur nuggets,
Oh, you don't like dino nuggets?
I'm not going near it. And when you're going to shape it in the number 6 and the number 7.
Feels a little synthetic,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah, quite.
Because that's what makes it feel synthetic.
Yeah, exactly. I'm out.
Okay, you're a no.
So ironically, Stoney calls them 76er nuggets. But
Shots fired.
Yeah, well, no, I'm gonna eat them. They're just nuggets. Who cares? It's the same
Yes.
thing, right, Doug? Like
Yeah.
just shaped as a 6 and 7. I mean, I wouldn't
Given
go out
that
of my
I've
way to
never
buy
had
them.
Purdue nuggets before, I am not going to have Purdue nuggets just because they're 6-7 nuggets.
I feel like he's had Purdue nuggets.
Oh, he definitely has.
I've never had Purdue nuggets. Finally, Publix. Do you remember when Birchie was down in Florida?
A lot of Purdue nuggets
for the
spring training,
and he was talking about he would get the pub subs.
Oh yeah,
Publix subs.
He was loving the pub subs.
They've come out with 3 new Southern hospitality pub subs.
Okay.
These are them. The spicy brisket sub, which is smoked brisket layered with boar's head, 3-pepper Colby Jack cheese, jalapenos, crispy Publix fried onions, and a sweet and spicy barbecue sauce with a bold bite and with heat and crunch.
This is going to be an unpopular take. I don't like brisket.
Wow.
I do not. I do not like barbecue brisket
Because of the fat content,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, it's too fatty
for me. I do not like it. And you get that piece, it's got that fat, and you just keep chewing and chewing and chewing.
No,
end
no,
up
you don't. Just
fishing it out of your mouth and spitting it.
push it down this way. Go ahead.
You can have it.
Yeah.
And everybody else can have it. I know I'm in the minority on that.
Love brisket. This sounds amazing. A little sweet heat, a little crispy onions. I'm in.
The other stuff I like. I just
I'm
don't
out.
like the brisket part.
Next up, the brisket, lettuce, and tomato sub. A fresh classic option featuring smoky brisket paired with crisp lettuce, ripe tomatoes, and a sweet and spicy barbecue sauce. I'm just going to write down no for Gator and
okay,
Doug.
here you go. I'm passing
This
it
is all
down.
you,
Pass it down
man.
here, man. Keep it coming.
Okay. So you like that one? And the third one, A Southern-style brisket sub. Comforting Southern-inspired sub stacked with smoked brisket, Publix cheddar, dill pickles, crispy Publix fried onions, and a sweet and spicy barbecue sauce. It sounds just like the other one, except they put pickles on it.
I got to tell you, it sounds like everything that a growing boy wants. But it's the brisket part that I can't do.
That's the main part.
I know, but I mean, the other side, like the crispy onions, I love crispy onions. Cheddar cheese, absolutely. You know, and you want to throw some fried jalapenos on there, I'm down with it. Or pickles, yeah, here we go. Brisket, no, not for me. I don't like brisket.
Kang?
You know what? You already know, man.
All three.
Come on, man.
Three
I got a lot
yeses
of
from Kang
a lot
and
of pub subs over here.
3 no's from us. But
You're solidarity with us here.
yeah, I think your tastes in food are getting better.
Oh. Wow, he just insulted you, dude.
What is that?
Wow.
That's unnecessary. I did not need.
When have we agreed on this many items during? Both said no to the 6-7 nuggets. We both said yes to the cinnamon toast crunch dip Dairy Queen soft serve. And we all said no to all these 3. You're coming over to my side, my man.
I'm not. But those are 3 straight brisket items. You know, if there'd been pulled pork on there, I'd be all about it. You know, shredded beef, I'd be all about it. Yeah.
Pulled chicken, you'd be all
pulled
about
chicken,
it.
I'm all about it. Right. But
then I'd be
not
in.
brisket.
And that concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Are the Pistons going to wake up tonight at LCA? We will get to that today at 12:50 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. It's brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, they've got an expert team there that's going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. I know this firsthand. My mom wanted a new deck built out in her house. They came out and designed and built a beautiful deck. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. You know, we'll get back to the Pistons here in a second. There's something to be said for how often people are projecting the Lions to trade up to 13. So we had Chad Reuter yesterday, somebody else yesterday. I can't remember who it was.
Was it Albert Breer?
I think it was Albert Breer. And then today it was Pete Schrager of ESPN. Do you think there's anything to this, Smoke? Or do you think it's just guys guessing?
I think it's guys guessing. Nobody has any idea.
But why would three people come up with the exact same trade? Detroit and L.A. Detroit moves up 4 spots to the Rams spot.
I don't know. Because we know how this is, right? The people think that they know what the Lions are going to do, even though they have no idea. Mm-hmm. They look at the Lions' needs as they see them.
Yep.
And then they'll fit that narrative. So if they think the Lions need an offensive tackle, they will do that without understanding that Brad Holmes doesn't care. Brad Holmes is going for best player available.
But he does manipulate the board. He has in the past manipulated the board so that the BPA and the need matched up. He did with Terrion Arnold a couple years ago. And that's what this looks like because everybody has him trading up to take a tackle.
Yes, but the difference with a couple years ago was that they didn't have many holes to plug. That was obvious. They literally had a screaming need there.
Yeah.
Right now, you could say they have a need at safety, edge rusher, offensive tackle, perhaps offensive guard, tight end, linebacker, corner. It's all over the place. So to say they're going to trade up to 13 to take the offensive lineman, I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't bet on it.
Well, you know what's funny is if it happens, we'll be like, oh my God.
Well, if it happens, I think that we're going to. We'll. Again, it depends. We've been doing this show a long time.
Yes, we are.
Right? I was about to do my Pat Caputo impression. Doing this for a long time, okay? But during this time, we also understand the draft changes every single night. Every year it's different because of somebody gets taken. You're like, ooh, the whole crowd goes nuts because I can't believe that somebody took a running back that high, or 2 running backs are off the board, or whatever the case is. Or someone takes somebody you didn't even think was possibly to be taken in the first round, and there they are taken at 12. We don't know what the first 12 picks in the draft are going to be. We don't know who's available at 13. We have an idea of a bucket of players that might be there, but if there's a bucket of players that you really like, why trade up to get them? Unless it's a guy that you absolutely fall in love with. And I don't know if the Lions have fallen in love with anybody in this draft. We would have no indication because Brad Holmes isn't going to tell you who he's in love with. Dan Campbell's not going to tell you who's in love with. You're going to find out the night of the draft.
Yeah, we are.
Once you see the draft room footage of them selecting the pick, whether it's moving up to get him at 13 or settling at 17 and letting the draft come to you. Brad Holmes is very active on draft night. Very active. Moving up, moving back, all throughout the draft. So I find it interesting that, look, okay, do you think you can strike while the iron's hot and expect him to move up? You can because he's done it, right? But there's only a couple of guys that have said that that's what they think is going to happen. I think it's more interesting to try to find the teams that are willing to trade out. The teams are willing to trade back. Does it make sense? For some teams it does because some teams may not have a ton of draft capital and they're looking to increase on that. And is that what you see with the Rams or Tampa or whoever? I don't know. It's up to each team what we're going to do.
Do we get any turtle name suggestions, King?
We only got one that was really good. Turtle name from Josh in Westland, Spencer Turtleson.
We got one here from Scott, Claude Lemieux.
Oh, people don't forget.
I got to tell you, it would be funny if people down in Florida okay, we'll name the turtle you're sponsoring Claude Lemieux. We have no idea why, but we'll do it.
And then you get all the Michiganders that move down there going, oh, we know why.
All right. We asked, said before the break, we get back to the Pistons. Are they going to bounce back tonight? We asked this of our audience via a Twitter poll. 86.7% of the respondents say yes, they will tie it up tonight. 13.3% says no, they'll be down 0-2. Go vote and comment. We read comments on the air. So if you would like to get your comment read, At Dungator971 on Twitter. Here is some of what has come in from C. John. Teams are playing better defense. The Pistons have been exposed. Well, it's one game, right? And it's one game that carries a lot of weight because it's the only game. Did the Celtics get exposed last night? Have the Spurs been exposed? You know, these teams that were the Knicks exposed. Every loss doesn't mean you're exposed. It means in that game, you didn't play well and they play better than you and they deserve to win. And Orlando absolutely deserved to win. And I give them a ton of credit. Now the ball's in the Pistons' court to respond.
Playoff games are hard to win, and when in a 7-game series, you make adjustments. It sounds like a lot of the teams that even up the series made adjustments, right?
Yep.
And I still expect the favorites to win those ones, but like I said, playoff games are hard to win. It's hard to sweep a team nowadays.
It's definitely changed over the last few years. Michael writes in, I'm sorry, I read this one. DB writes in, Jalen Suggs, hair plugs, hard drugs, don't matter, Pistons in 6.
Wow, a lot going on there.
I don't know if he's just coming up with
Scott Boras?
Is he spitting fury here, or does he think Jalen Suggs has hair plugs?
Well, not anymore. He shaved it. He actually finally listened.
Yeah.
And, but no, that was a thing like a year or two ago where you just make a bunch of rhymes up and then Pistons in 5 or whatever.
Right. From, what is this? The Golf God. They tie it up, but they won't cover. Bob says they remember how to defend tonight. Duran has a double-double. Pistons win by 10.
Yeah, I don't care how much they win by. Just win.
Yeah. Yeah. Brian tweets us, Paul Reed experience. So he thinks Paul Reed's going to make a difference tonight. Look, Paul Reed not playing in game 1 is sort of a, hey, why didn't they play Paul Reed? It's basically because Jalen Duran didn't play well. If Duran's playing the way Duran can play, we might not see a ton of Paul Reed in this series. I'm not sure that Paul Reed should be considered a postseason difference maker, but if Duran's struggling again tonight, then maybe it's a bit of a, all right, we'll give this a shot. Jalen, you come sit and watch for a while. What do I expect tonight? I expect Duran to have a big game. And I expect them to say, we need to establish that we can still score even when you pack it in. He's one of the best finishers near the rim. And that's the thing, is you can pack it in, but he can still finish. It's not like the guy needs to dunk everything. But for a while there, and I don't know if he finished leading the league in dunks, the Pistons finished the league leading the league in fouls. And Kang, I thought you made a great point earlier in the show. Orlando didn't shoot a ton of free throws. And the Pistons do get called for more fouls than any other team in the league. What does that tell you? Does it tell you that they weren't playing their normal style of defense?
They weren't playing physical and aggressive like they normally do. You expect fouls when the Pistons play you, and they just, it sounds weird to say out loud, but they didn't foul Orlando enough, right?
No.
You generally want that, but I think that's the type of style they play. It means they're aggressive, and they just weren't aggressive enough on defense or offense. They got to control the paint better. They got outscored in the paint, and they didn't score any points there.
Yep. Well, big game tonight. Do you think they win? And if so, why? And if you think they lose, tell us why. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback coming when we continue. Also, if you want to vote on our Twitter poll, do that and comment. We'll read the best comments on the air as we continue through until 2 o'clock. More of your picks for the Lions straight ahead as well. Who's the perfect pick at 17? Carson Anderson, Mach 3.0, our last one. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. It is the biggest night of the season for the Pistons as they have a must-win game against the Orlando Magic coming up at 7 o'clock at Little Caesars Arena. At shoot-around this morning, Danis Jenkins talked about the most important thing the Pistons need to do moving forward. If the Pistons lose tonight, they'll have roughly a 13% chance to come back and still win the series. If they win, that number skyrockets to 60%. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock this evening and can be heard over on WWJ News Radio 950. Pre-game show there starts at 6:35. The Tigers are hoping to avoid their third straight loss when they face the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. The Brewers won Game 1 in the series convincingly last night. Tonight, Casey Mize will make his 5th start of the season. In 3 of the previous 4 starts, he's allowed 1 or 0 earned runs, resulting in a 2.78 ERA so far. Mize throws the first pitch tonight at 6:40. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts at 6:15. And Michigan State guard Divine Ugachukwu entered the transfer portal at the last minute yesterday. He submitted the paperwork just before the midnight deadline. At the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a ton of feedback coming in, and we'll get to it in a moment. Gator, the draft is in Pittsburgh. Very easily drivable. Do you think anybody out there is going to make the trip down there?
Oh, yeah.
Think Lions fans, you heading down to the draft tomorrow?
I would think so. I mean, I think the weather's supposed to be nice. Well, here it is anyway. I haven't looked at Pittsburgh's weather, but it's what, a 4.5 hour drive, a 4 hour drive.
Depends where you are in Metro Detroit.
Yeah,
yes.
True. It's a beautiful city. It's a great downtown area.
You love Pittsburgh.
I do. I've had great times there. I mean, I've been going to Pittsburgh since I was,
which is weird because you were born in Cleveland, and so I thought you would inherently hate Pittsburgh.
No. Well, there's a rivalry, right? Because I guess it becomes sibling with my dad and his 2 brothers. One brother moved to Pittsburgh. One brother was in Milwaukee, and then my dad was here in Detroit. Eventually settled in Detroit. So there was always a rivalry with the cousins, with the Steelers and the Lions, and it was always seemingly one-sided until the one brilliant year that we had the Thanksgiving game here, and Lions blew them out like 45-10 or something like that. And everybody happened to be at our house at that time.
Yeah.
For Thanksgiving, including the Pittsburgh Andersons. So that was kind of fun for us. We all piled into a van. It really probably seemed unsafe to be driving that many kids in, but we did. It was good times. But I've enjoyed Pittsburgh as an adult, going back a couple different occasions to stay downtown. Like we stayed downtown for the Stanley Cup in 2008, and I was there, I think, in late 90s, early 2000s as well with some friends. We made a trip out to Pittsburgh. A bunch of people from around the country met up in Pittsburgh, and it was awesome.
So tomorrow, the temperature in Pittsburgh will peak at 4 p.m. at 80 degrees and drop down to 67 by 11 p.m. And then Friday, draft gets underway. It is partly cloudy. It looks like rain's coming in later in the day, but I just wonder if we have anybody in the audience heading down there.
Well, and I would imagine that because we had it here, we know what the draft can be like downtown, and Detroit was awesome. That first day of the draft was incredible. It was beautiful, beautifully lit at night, and it came across so well on TV, and it was so well received by the NFL that people loved it, the experience in Detroit. If you were part of that, if you went downtown during the draft in Detroit, I think you probably got excited about it, and why not go to Pittsburgh if you have the opportunity to?
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox regarding the Pistons and whether or not they win tonight and why or why not. From an unnamed texter, a few offensive rebounds would help tonight. They had no second chance points in game 1. They got out hustled, and that needs to change. Yeah, I think the lack of offensive rebounds and the lack of fouls tells you everything you need to know about the way that they played. and they did not play their typical game. Credit Orlando. But yeah, you would think that there are some correctable things that JB Bickerstaff and his staff needs to correct. From an unnamed texter, Bickerstaff tweaks the rotation. We'll see a blowout. And not a fan of beef stew love. Paul Reed maybe. Sasser 2 for 5-10 minutes. Let's use our depth and bury this tiring team after 3 tough games. The 2 playing games in that one. So you don't want more of beef stew. You want more Paul Reed, and you want Sasser for 5 or 10 minutes, I assume, in place of Danis Jenkins. I'm not changing a ton with Danis. I'm changing the way he was programmed.
Mindset,
yeah, he seemed like I think his youth and exuberance got to him a little bit.
Yeah, I think you have to have Beef Stew out there because of his size and his defensive prowess. He's not afraid to step up, and he blocks a bunch of shots. You need him out there. But I also think they need to have Paul Reed out there because Paul Reed has some size and length, and Paul Reed provides some scoring ability that Beef Stew lacks. So I'd like to see Paul Reed get off the bench and play something. He doesn't. The thing about Paul Reed is he's so efficient in his minutes. If he plays 10 minutes, he scores 10 points, and grabs 5 rebounds.
Wouldn't be surprised if he gets a look, but if Duran's playing well, just leave Duran on.
I expect Duran to be fine. It's how you allocate the extra minutes.
More of your feedback here to the Carson Anderson inbox. The Pistons were exposed, not by the loss, but how they lost. Orlando really emphasized the Pistons' weaknesses. That's from Michael Madison Heights. You do know that teams actually do game plan during the regular season as well. Like during the regular season, teams did try and take away the Pistons' strength. Now, Orlando's a little bit different animal because they are healthy. That's a team who is probably tougher than most 8 seeds. If you look at them going into the season, they had the 3rd highest win total in Vegas. They were supposed to compete for the East. Then the Wagner boys got hurt. You had and Franz for a really long time. Suggs missed a bunch of games, and suddenly they weren't that good, and they are healthy now. But yeah, their game plan very much worked in game 1. I think the Pistons can play way better.
Well, that's the thing. The Pistons can play way better. I don't know if Orlando can play much better. I wouldn't expect Orlando to be playing as well as they did on Sunday, but you have to plan for the fact that they're capable of doing what they did because they did it.
Willie tweets us, I think the Pistons tied up, but Orlando did surprise me. Get Hound off the floor or at least off the ball, and if Asar flirts with a double-double, they will be fine. Asar should take the ball up more too, give Cade off-the-ball possessions, helps keep Jenkins off the floor. I don't mind Danis on the floor. Maybe not as much as he was, and just get him back to what he was doing. Right? Get him back to where he was,
be back to being the
complimentary
guy
piece.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be great if he returns to that form.
Mm-hmm.
He might have had some nerves too. I know we talk about this team being young, but Jenkins, that was probably the biggest game he's ever played in his life, and he missed some easy layups and just shots that he normally hits during the regular season. But the lights are brighter and the stage is bigger now.
248-539-9797. Do the Pistons bounce back tonight? If so, why? If not, why not? What'd you think of AJ Hinch defending Spencer Torkelson?
I thought it was, I think it was necessary. There's outside noise from people like us and talk radio and fans for sure that get a little itchy with Torque, and time for him to get going here. But I think he's, AJ's such a level-headed guy. He's there to present the other side of it too. Mm-hmm. And he's working on stuff. It's not like for lack of effort. And you're going to face a bunch of left-handed pitchers at some point, and he's going to have to be there to produce. And last night he responded with a real sharp single up the middle, and had a walk. I think that he would draw a walk as well. But he struck out a couple times, it's unfortunate, but he's not the only guy to strike out. Are there signs that he can get it back? Dan Dickerson was pointing out in the broadcast last night that he did have some good at-bats in the Red Sox series, even though they didn't result in anything. He hit a ball opposite field on a couple of occasions, that's a sign that you're starting to expand a little bit, take what the pitchers are giving you. You can't be pull happy all the time. And if you are, then you're going to find yourself in trouble. And maybe that's where he's at. But as a manager, yeah, you got to stick up for your players. And it's not
if
like
a guy's
he was
here, if a guy is on the roster and a guy is going to be in your lineup on occasion or pinch hit or whatever, you absolutely should back him. Even if you are worried yourself, even if you know the clock is ticking, you back him. And he did smoke that ball back up the middle last night, had a bad strikeout later, but at the end of the day, they got to get him into a place where they can help this team. As long as he's here, they got to get him to a place where he can help this team win, because he's not a whole lot right now. You know what's funny? People are talking about that guy called yesterday, what a terrible draft pick he was. Of the top 10 in that draft, he has the second highest WAR right now.
And it's not much of a WAR.
No, it's not. But it speaks maybe to a little bit of what that draft was like.
Well, that draft was interesting because that was the COVID draft. So the season was cut short for these guys, and then because of COVID, they had no
probably knew
minor
less
leagues.
about these guys than ever.
So it was a lost year for development for a lot of those guys. That being said, it's also 6 years ago.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We are still looking. Any Lions fans making the trek to Pittsburgh for the draft? You headed down there. Let us know. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Spring into savings with low payments on a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Pay just $249 a month for 36 months on a Trailblazer LT front-wheel drive with $19.99 down. $249 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount and Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Let's get right back to your phone calls. Caleb is next on 97.1. What's up, Caleb?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Well, good. Right. Thank you.
So I want to talk about the Pistons. I know October basketball is much different than the playoffs, so, take this with a grain of salt. But they played the Magic with a fully healthy lineup. I just checked the box score. Wagner, Suds, everybody in October, and they beat them by 19 points.
The Pistons beat them by 19 points.
The Pistons beat the Magic by 19 with a fully healthy lineup on both sides. And I think they just need to study the film from that game. I looked at the box score. Duren had 21 and 13. What's interesting, Danis played 3 minutes. That was before the emergence of Danis. But, all these people calling in saying that the Magic are better when healthy. Well, that was a game, albeit in October, but the Magic were fully healthy and the Pistons spanked them.
Look, the Magic played extraordinarily well. They had a good game plan. They executed. The Pistons were a little bit careless. They didn't play their normal brand of defense. They didn't get to the offensive glass, and they didn't get Duren involved. Now, of all those things, I think what the Orlando Magic are most responsible for is looks like they made a concentrated effort to not have Jalen Duren beat him, have him finish near the hoop. The Pistons are going to have a chance to counter that if they did anything special. I'm no coach, but if they did anything special, JB, who's made some good adjustments throughout the year. Now, to be fair, JB Bickerstaff postseason record is terrible, and that is something that could be a factor here. But at the end of the day, it might be a reflection of the teams he had too. This is a different animal here in Detroit. I don't think by any stretch of the imagination they underachieved last year in the postseason. I think they did pretty much water found its level in the postseason. But let's see what they got in the tank, because I bet they got a completely different. Is this going to look? It's going to look completely different because it's a different game. Just ask Philly and Boston what it's like.
Yeah, right. And another thing that jumped off the box score out at me was Tobias had 23. So if he's not going to hit open shots and he's not going to do his job, then he's useless. So he needs to play like he did that night. Get back to scoring. I'm going to the game tonight, by the way, so hopefully, they don't disappoint us.
It's interesting.
Have fun, Caleb.
I'm looking at that box score as well, and it's kind of like the opposite of what happened on Sunday.
Kind of is.
The Pistons shot on Sunday, 40%? In this game, to begin the season, they shot 49%, which is what Orlando shot, right? Pistons got to the free throw line 34 times and knocked down 30 of those free throws. They out-rebounded Orlando, and they had a fewer turnovers. It's just a flip of what happened Sunday.
Yep.
So what can be learned from that? Don't turn the ball over as much, out-rebound your opponent, knock down your free throws, and those are three things that are kind of fundamental, and play good defense. And if you do that, hopefully your offense is going well enough. And in that game in particular, they were. But on Sunday, not so much.
Stu tweets us, Pistons win and cover. Duren bounces back with a 22-11 game. Way better vibes for this team as the series shifts to Orlando. So the morning show was playing Rasheed Wallace. Do we have the guaranteed? Remember the guaranteed? Is that somewhere? Sorry, I just sprung it on you, King. Go find something that's hard to find in our system. It was a game 2. We got it? Let's hear it. Rasheed was an amazing personality and a bit much at times. I just went back and watched Netflix has a documentary on the Jailblazers, which Rasheed was big a part of.
Mm-hmm.
Rasheed created some of his own issues, one might say.
But as a Piston, he was great.
As a Piston, he was awesome.
A lot of fun to be able to go into the locker room after a game and talk to Sheed and all those guys. Rip was great. Chauncey, the king.
Yep.
God, that was so long ago. I was saying to Kenny.
Forever ago.
Yeah, to Kenny now you have to say like, put it on TikTok, the reel, whatever, Because he's talking front page, back page. I'm like, no one reads the paper, right?
Paper.
What's a paper?
Put it on Instagram.
Yeah,
put it on Blue Sky.
Put it on YouTube.
Fax all your friends.
Yeah. What?
God, that is crazy.
Yeah, see? That's how long ago that was.
23 years ago. 22 years ago.
Imagine if he'd said back then, tweet it out. You're like,
sorry, what's that?
You want us to do
now,
what?
Now it's like, put it on Reddit. We're going to win game 2.
Put it on MySpace.
Yeah. OnlyFans, whatever you got. I don't know.
Gotta make money.
That could get awkward. All right, here comes some feedback. These are picks for the Detroit Lions. Nixon in Wisconsin. The pick is in. At 17, the Detroit Lions select Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Texas Tech. From an unnamed texter, if the Lions take Jacob Rodriguez, an undersized 3rd/4th round talent, off the ball linebacker at 17, I'm done watching, and I'm calling for Brad's job. That would be the worst pick in NFL history. I mean, bold statement. Not saying he's not right. Your qualifications are?
Oh, boy.
Who are you? You didn't even sign it. Is it like Steven, former NFL scout for the Cleveland Browns? No, they come up with a better organization. For the Pittsburgh Steelers? Or is this...
It's just Joe Fan from Detroit that's
Bob
watching
at the warehouse.
He's been watching the Lions fail for years.
You're
That's what
calling
it is.
for Brad's job if he takes Jacob Rodriguez.
Well, let's dissect that a little bit. What were he's for a 3rd or 4th round talent. They said I think Rodriguez is better.
What are the odds?
That.
What is the over under on where he's going to get drafted?
For a number, I would probably, if I were setting an over under on that, I'd probably put it around 37.
Okay, so any GM that takes him, it's a fireable offense.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. Teams
even if you're a good
needs.
team, even if you've built a good team, even if you've drafted more Pro Bowlers in the last 5 years than any other organization, you take Jacob Rodriguez, fireable offense.
So Philly's going to take him?
I thought Detroit was number one. Isn't Detroit number one?
No, Detroit's number 2. But Philly, I think Philly was number 1. But
even if you've drafted the second most Pro Bowlers in the last 5 years.
Yeah, he had an amazing draft several years ago.
Yeah.
We got those first 4 picks were unbelievable. Hutch, Penei Sewell, those are picks that are right in your lap. Those are great. And obviously St. Brown is phenomenal getting a later round guy. But look, this guy's he's calling a shot. He doesn't like Jacob Rodriguez. I'm guessing the reason he doesn't like Jacob Rodriguez, in addition to everything else he said, is because he thinks there's another position of need that he wants the Lions to address.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're passing up on Monroe Freeling or one of these big offensive tackles that makes sense, if you're going to pay, let's say Akeem Messidor is there. If Akeem Messidor is there, Doug, and they take Jacob Rodriguez, you're going to be pissed. Maybe not pissed, but you're going to say, oh, really?
Yeah, I would be surprised, but I'm a Brad bot. Guys, can we stop calling him Monroe? I've started calling that in real life, and I look like an idiot when I'm talking to anyone unfamiliar with the show. That's from Justin in Madison Heights.
No, don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Until he's not a Lion. If he gets drafted 14th overall and the Lions don't move up to take him, then he'll be Monroe. Monroe.
From Eric at work. The pick is in with the 17th pick. The Detroit Lions select edge rusher Keldrick Falk, Auburn. Big culture guy and leader. 9.1 RAS score. Marshall Falk is his cousin. Enough maturity to be sent to the media at SEC Media Days as a sophomore. Sounds like a Brad Holmes guy to me, and I like Brad's guys too.
Yeah, he sounds like Johnny Bravo. He fits the suit. He looks the part, and then fizzles out.
His strength is his run support, but he doesn't have big numbers in college. It's not all about numbers.
No, it's not all about numbers, but okay.
I think he's got all the skill set to be a good pass rusher.
I mean, it didn't really rush the pass.
What are your qualifications?
Listen, I was a scout with the Steelers for a number of years.
That's the dumbest criticism I've had of a texter.
Yeah. I mean, he had 29
None
total
of us have the
tackles
qualifications.
No.
Pick is in from Corey, saving the company at work today. I want Fanu. So we're tallying these up. This is the last hour. Who is the perfect pick at 17? We've cut off accessibility to 13 players we say will be off the board. Maybe it's 12. Mendoza, Love, Tate Lemon, and Tyson, the wide receivers. Maui Noah, the tackle. The edge rushers, Styles, Reese, Bailey, and Bain. The 2 corners, 2 defensive backs, rather, Caleb Downs and Mansour Delane. So it's 12. Of everybody else that's left, who would be the ideal fit at 17? The perfect fit at 17. Get your picks in now. because 2 o'clock it'll be too late. We will announce who the people's pick is today after 1:50. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Look, you got to start early to make sure your yard is going to be green and weed-free throughout the summer. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service or you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you want to get green and stay green, but of course you want to save green. You do that when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get that early bird discount. And with Natural Way, they've been around Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. They offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn: fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is absolutely the key. In a Natural Way, they've got programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and of course, control those damn weeds. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Again, early treatments, they set the tone for the entire season. And for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call a call center 3 states away. You want to call the local guys to get things done correctly and quickly. That's M&M Garage Doors, still family-owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. They got 5-star reviews all over the place. We have a new garage door going in, and you wouldn't believe the number of options that they had. Not only do they have a ton of options, they'll guide you through what makes the most sense at your home. In fact, they sent us a picture of what the garage door will look like on our home. It was really cool. And if you need a garage door fixed, they got everything in their trucks for full door repairs, 3 of everything. So give them a call, and they'll pull up, fix your garage door promptly. Call them at 844-ONLY-DOOR. That's 844-ONLY-DOOR. Or visit garagedoorrightnow.com today. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson will give you the pick of the people coming up in a few minutes. From an unnamed texter, if he's available, the Detroit Lions will select Caden Proctor, 100% certainty. Okay, just keep in mind, we've been doing this all day. It's who would you take? You say if he's available, the Detroit Lions will select Caden Proctor. Is that who you'd take? Unnamed texter? Just making sure. Tobias Harris had his worst game of the season. I think as long as he plays a good all-around game, we will win. That's from Connor and Amazon Van. Tobias wasn't bad last year in the postseason. He was the previous year with Philly, and he got a bit of a rep, but we'll see. I mean, he's got some proving to do. Jenkins thought he was prime Derrick Rose driving to the bucket in game 1. Only problem is he isn't. That's from an unnamed texter.
Derrick Rose was great.
Yep.
With the Pistons, he was very good.
We need Stu. Asar's too small to guard Paulo. Gonna have to run 2 bigs to contest Paulo. Yep. I agree with that.
I wouldn't mind seeing Paul Reed sub for Tobias or Stu for Tobias early because Tobias, he plays the best he can, but when it's a bigger post-up guy, he has a hard time. He gets bodied a lot, because he's a 3 playing in a 4 spot with this team. And so, I'd like to see maybe a bigger lineup at times.
Yep. Regarding the draft, Jordan writes in, yes, I'm making the drive tomorrow morning. I took tomorrow off just so I can be at the draft. Get her any Pittsburgh advice?
Just enjoy yourself.
Okay. Well, is there any Pittsburgh to English words that you need to translate for him?
I think they'll figure out Yuns pretty quickly. Enjoy the Iron City, or they like to say Arn City.
Arn.
Oh, you want to try Iron City. Iron City Light is pretty good too.
Okay.
Or if you want to go Yuengling.
Gotcha.
It is fun to go back into that.
It's so weird. Pittsburgh's just
strange accent.
Pittsburgh is right there. It's right there.
I know.
We're right next. Like you're right there. We're right here, and you talk that much different. Dare I say weird? Do they think we talk weird?
No, they know they talk weird.
Okay.
Yeah, they're well aware of it, and they're proud of it. They've got. I know. I've seen like merchandise that has like all the Pittsburghisms.
Yeah.
Like Arn and Stove and things like that.
What do you do to your thumb?
You stove your finger.
You don't stub it.
No, you stove it.
All right. We are going to the draft. My brother-in-law lives 2 miles from the draft. Free place to stay. Leaving tomorrow after work. That's from Kevin and Gallianos.
Surprised you haven't asked me if I want to drive down to the draft with you.
Well, I can't. I would love to, but I'm going to be on the road this weekend, so I will not be able to get down to the draft. Under normal circumstances, I'd be banging the table that Jimmy, you need to send us to the draft, but I can't. Are you taking short arms Baines if he falls to the Lions?
Ruben Bain?
Yeah.
I thought about this one. Like initially, you're like, "Oh yeah, if he slips, yeah," and then you hear the comparisons with no pass rusher with arms that are that short has ever been an impactful player in the league, and you're like, am I going to buy that, or am I going to buy the film? Right? What do my eyes tell me? My eyes tell me he's really good. I mean, and does 1 inch really make a difference when it comes to arm length? Does it?
His arms are like 1.5 feet shorter than everybody else.
They're like historically short. And I know, Gator, it sounds weird. Like, why does it matter so much? But
apparently it does.
But you've looked at the history. Like, no one that short of arms has had double-digit sacks like more than once in their career. Like, it's crazy.
It is weird. It'd be hard to get away from that data point if you're a GM. You'd be like, God, he looks so good, but what am I doing? Everything tells me not to do this.
And part of it is telling me that too. Like if we're a draft night tomorrow night and he's still there at 13 and he's still there at 14 and he's still there at 15 and Messidor goes ahead of him and you're like, what are we doing? What do I pass on this guy? Am I supposed to pass too?
What else do we got here? Nick from Southgate. The pick is in with the 17th pick of the 2026 draft. The Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
Safe pick.
Spiker in Howell says Monroe Freeling, no brainer.
Let's go.
Unnamed texter. Proctor actually scares me. All I keep thinking of is Aaron Gibson, the tackle Detroit took years ago. Yeah, I wouldn't not take him because of Aaron Gibson. I also wouldn't take him because some other previous player. A lot. It sounds like what's in here? What's in his chest?
Well, here's what I would say with the comparisons to Aaron Gibson. I don't think it's fair. Aaron Gibson was just kind of big and fattish, and he wasn't as tall. was nowhere near as athletic as Caden Proctor's. Caden Proctor is very athletic. And when you factor in that he's 6'7" and 365 pounds, whatever, it's amazing. Would I love it would I feel a lot better if you had assurances that he was going to keep the weight in check and he'd be playing at 345 or something like that? Yep, I would. But I'd rather take a chance on Caden Proctor than take a chance on Aaron Gibson back in the day.
So this is it. Wait a sec. This isn't it. This isn't the draft music.
It's NFL music.
There we go.
Oh.
So this is it. The final Carson Anderson mock draft. Picks made by the people. Draft 1. The pick was Caleb Lomu, tackle from Utah. He got 1 vote this time around. In mock 2.0, the pick was Akeem Messidor. He is way off in the distance. Compared to, here's our top 3. According to the people of Detroit, we only have 1 pick, but finishing 3rd, Blake Miller, tackle Clemson with 11.9% of the vote. Finishing 2nd with 16.7% of the vote, Olavenga Awane, guard from Penn State. But Detroit has spoken, and the pick is in. With the 17th pick of the 2026 National Football League draft, the Detroit Lions select Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia.
Boo.
That's who you picked.
No, I wanted Monroe Freeling.
Oh.
Come on,
And
man. We gotta play
even
along.
1% because his name is Monroe, but Mel Kiper called him Monroe, and Gator can't stop.
Monroe Freeling.
I mean, this is a fine pick. In fact, I think the Lions, all his measurables, I think the Lions will love him. It's not who I'd pick out of our pool of players.
But you'd have no issue with it.
But I have no issue with it. No, and I if he's on the board, I think the Lions will take him. But it wasn't a predictive game. It was a what is your preference game. So Freeling's the pick. Interesting how this thing evolved over the weeks. And people have spoken. We'll see if the organization comes through for them and and agrees. Chances are no.
No?
No. Well, there's a few things to play into. One is we don't know what the board. What if suddenly Francis Mauigoa is there? I mean, you never know what's going to happen. What if who's the miracle player that can drop? Caleb Downs is still there. I mean, like what? But Freeling is the people's pick. We welcome in Rico Beard, who joins us at this time in studio. What's up, my man?
Oh, we do this every year. What's happening, fellas?
How are you?
Is that handsome face I saw on my TV last night?
What do you mean?
Were you at the Tigers game last night?
Yes.
Were you sitting behind home plate, Rico? Then don't play coy. Don't you play coy.
No.
Don't you play coy, sir.
Can't hide money.
That wasn't my ticket. Yeah. Yes. I was asked if I would like to go to the game. Yes.
Good seats.
Apparently.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yep.
Do you like, how is it? Because I haven't done the experience there in the queen seats there. How was the whole thing? Is it great?
No, it's pretty nice. I mean, the Tigers do a good job. They rolled out the red carpet. So now that it's complete, yes, it is.
Oh, I want to try and check it out.
I want to
from the parking to the entrance to everything. It's just like wow.
Sweet.
I get it's like, were you Doug's roommate? Yeah,
No,
I
you
get the
don't.
Doug Carstreet
You're a liar.
at Michigan.
You're definitely a liar. What do you got coming up next?
Probably what you guys were talking about for the Lions. We found an interesting quote just with the O lineman and maybe the run that may happen. And everybody knows that the Lions want one. So teams going to be trying to jump ahead of them. For the Pistons, it's tonight the night.
Yeah.
And you feel a little bit better that everybody else lost.
Well, I think it's a good reminder that there are things can change between game 1 and game 2.
Yeah.
And they've changed pretty dramatically in some of those series, and it would be not completely unusual for Detroit to bounce back.
I heard you playing the Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah, it was great, wasn't it?
Like, I forgot about
Wasn't that great?
That game, we will not. Yeah.
Yep. Have a great show.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, everybody, for participating in Mock 3.0.
Enjoy this day, fellas. I'm so jealous.
Can't wait. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Well, hello. I got to tell you, we have some concerns today. We are here right now. FanDuel has it at minus 400. David is going to flip out on somebody today. Just tell you that. Okay. It's going to be exciting. Kenny Cott is ready to go. I know you're amped up about Steve Yzerman talking tomorrow. Let me help you with that.
Yeah. Good thing nothing else going on tomorrow.
Wake me up if he says anything.
Tiger Day game. Lions.
Also, shout out Kenny for doing the voiceover on that gubernatorial ad. It's tremendous. Come on, Kenny. Relax. All the Italian jokes have a way of coming back. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? I'll allow that. All the music.
I take it in stride.
Yes, you do. Yes.
I didn't know. That's right. Exactly. I want to start with Lions, and then we're going to get to the Pistons. I think these quotes, it doesn't force us to reinvestigate yesterday. I thought we had a good conversation. You're looking to move down. I'm looking to move up. Right. And part of my opinion is I'm convinced not only that that I want an offensive tackle, that they need one desperately. That the idea of having some depth, the idea that I don't want to look at Larry Borum in a starting role, you need a tackle. You just do. Well, I have two quotes. One's from Ian Rappaport and one's from Todd McShay. And I'm not going to spend 10 seconds trying to convince you to change your opinion. I'm going to read these and ask if you have changed your opinion. And I want to hear from the people. Because honestly, I think we have better odds talking pickleball than we do the NFL draft.
And just for the record, this isn't I'm going to die on this hill. I just look at this team. You need bodies that you can't afford to give away picks in order to move up. If you move up, man, this person has to be that dude.
Well, guess what? You may not want to be moving up, but it sounds like others are. This is from McShay. The Bucks at 15 and the Jets at 16 are actively fielding calls to several teams looking to move ahead of, you guessed it, the Lions. This is the quote. Detroit has a mark on its back. No team's done more work on offensive tackles, and everyone in the league knows it. The Bucks at 15 and Jets at 16 are fielding calls. Now, this is what's interesting as well. The teams that are in the tackle group, tell me if a few of these jump out at you a little bit. You ready for this?
Yep.
Philadelphia, Chicago, San Francisco, Carolina.
I'll go with teams that made the playoffs, Alex.
That are all in the NFC, as well as Houston, Kansas City, New England. Now, here's the other thing. It doesn't matter necessarily who moves ahead of you. If they're taking players you want, that's the barrier of proof. I'm not going to do this whole, oh no, the Bears are going to take a guy, and now that makes them better. No, it's just an idea of people you're going to be facing want what you want, need what you need, and if they get it, it means you don't. But it's any of those teams. Now, here's the Rappaport thing. And this sounds awfully familiar, so maybe it lends credibility if two insiders who likely are not sleeping with sources, like certain other people.
Only took 5 minutes and 27 seconds.
I can't believe the idiocy of both sides of it. And Mike Vrabel basically admitting guilt with not admitting guilt. The whole thing is just clownery. Quote, I think it's pretty clear the Lions have a significant need for an offensive tackle, and a lot of teams know it. This is from Ian Rappaport. Now the Lions have said we may not need a tackle, but it's fair to say teams believe they will, and several teams right behind them, Panthers, Eagles, Niners. Do they jump in front of the Lions to get the player they want? Look, you don't have to do anything. You could say, Mike, I get it, I hear it, but I still need quantity, not quality. You know my position.
Yeah,
I'm trying to convince you.
No.
I'm even more entrenched. I want to move up because I do not want the leftovers in a plastic bag at 17.
See, I don't think you're going to get the leftovers, but I see your concern. And anybody who says you got to get that tackle, I'm not going to be mad at you, okay? I don't care that much. I care more about the secondary and I care more about the defensive line, that even though you may be getting leftovers, quote unquote, if your grading of the number 2 tackle and the number 5 tackle are so similar for all those in between, that's okay, because you still have to fill holes in so many other parts of your team. If it were just that, Michael, I would be holding hands with you as we run the card up to the commissioner.
Okay.
But I still look at the fact that even if you get your guy, you get Monroe Freeling at tackle spot, and he becomes your right tackle, he can't play safety. He can't play corner. He can't play defensive line.
I don't think this team I'm at a point now, I don't think this team gives a damn about defense.
I don't, but I'm trying to will it upon them. I'm trying to speak it into existence because I know championship teams can play defense.
I want to ask the people this. Because
Seahawks from last year.
Rico has a different viewpoint about needs. I think there's only one need that matters as far as pick 17. It's getting this offensive line back to where it was, and that's the secret of the sauce. Now, that's just me. Maybe I'm in the minority opinion here. Maybe you're with Rico is like, look, we have needs with Z's on the end of it, and I'm not ranking any one over the other. Just get good player. But where are you at? Are you in offensive line or bust mode like I am? Or are you with Rico? No, guys, honestly, they could take a corner, I'd be okay with it. They could take a safety, I'd be okay with it. They could take an O-lineman. They could take a D-line. I want to know. Because, look, Rico, you and I joke about it. I mean, talking draft is one step from talking like, what guitar did Gator play last night? I don't know what the hell's going on in this town.
We could break down the WNBA coming to town and probably get more calls.
I'll leave before we do that. But I want to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. Are you with Rico that it's needs? Or are you with me where it's like, yeah, I'll get to those, but if I don't get an offensive lineman at 17, this whole thing is fugazi. David, outside of yelling at me and Rico, where are you at to start the show today?
I am with Rico when it comes to there are needs. But there's
a big
one
surprise
thing,
there.
There's one thing that worries me, though, and it is the Howie Roseman effect, because you did say the Eagles are on that list.
That is correct.
From Todd McShay. That concerns me, because what happened in 2024? The Eagles were ahead of you in the draft, and they took Quinyon Mitchell. Everyone thought the Lions should trade up to get Quinyon Mitchell. Well, I wonder why. Because the Eagles were right there looking for the same position. The fact that Howie Roseman is in this rumor or in this thought to be looking to trade up above the Lions to get a tackle means he has a guy that you should go up and get.
But, David,
get ahead of him.
Quinyon Mitchell was one of one, and it was a clear drop-off. From what I'm understanding, with the offensive linemen, especially the tackles, they're kind of about 4 or 5 grouped together. So, yes, if there was just one, then Mike's correct. You go get that one.
But what I'm saying is the one that Howie wants, I want, is what I'm saying.
But between Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold,
I hear you.
Moses and they could just walk through that gap.
But can I offer something? Can I just offer? I don't want to argue semantics, because Rico might be right, is that there's not one towering O-lineman publicly. What do we always talk about? These teams' value boards have nothing to do with what old Hairspray puts on ESPN. So the idea is...
Mike.
Right, Todd. The whole idea is, I do have a belief in my mind that, especially Brad Holmes, we've talked about this, very stingy on first round grades. If they have a first round grade on Caden Proctor, and then there's a fall off, let's say they have 3 first round grades on tackles, and the fall off becomes second round grades after that, I don't want to go as finite as David saying, well, I need who Howie Roseman wants. No, but I understand his principal point. You want someone you feel like deserves to be taken here, or you do what Rico says. I either want to take one of my handful of first-round grades, and I'm going to do what it takes to get them, or, believe it or not, If there's still room in the little motorcycle sidecar and Rico will let me sit there, I'll go his way. What I'm not going to do is sit at 17 and take leftover Chinese food, aka like the 7th best tackle. Not doing it. I'll hop in his sidecar and we'll drive downtown and go shopping. But I'm not going to sit there and just take what's given.
We headed to Shinola first. Let's go.
Whatever you like. Kenny Cott, your thoughts. Oh, Kenny is screening. I set him up for a fail there. I'll get to Kenny momentarily. David, early text. That's my bad, Kenny.
There are needs. That's why I'm a fan of trading down. They are comparable. Offensive linemen lower than 17, and draft capital will allow the team to fill the holes. Too many needs on the defense. Solidify the O-line so we can convert fourth downs to keep the defense off the field.
There you go, baby.
Wow. It's O-line or edge for me. Anything other than that is a bust. That is Nort from Pinckney.
Okay, one more and we'll hear
Mike
from Kenny.
in Ann Arbor says offensive line or bust.
Okay, that's where I'm at. Kenny, first of all, are you O-line or this is Fugazi? And then part two is just, what do you make of these reports? You know where Rico's at. You know where I'm at. Where are you at now? Today, right now.
Where I'm at is if teams are willing to, first of all, I'm team O-line or Fugazi, because I think if you don't get an O-lineman, then it is Fugazi. But I worry about when I hear reports like what Rappaport said that teams could jump you in the draft. I think there's a bunch of good O-linemen at the top. Like my personal favorite is Iona from Penn State. And I think if you don't,
we're taking him at 10. He's not for you.
What's that?
The Giants are taking him at 10.
No.
In my sappy
world. But if
world.
you trade up, he could be ours.
Yeah, go ahead.
I worry about those reports. I think they're valid, and I don't want to see that happen and us lose. And if you flow chart back to O-line or Fugazi, then what are we talking about?
248-539-9797. I want to get with the people, and we'll get more of the texts and kind of go down the road. Pistons, game 2. I have an expectation. I have a demand. I will offer it to you, and you can tell me whether you share it or not. We'll do it at 3 o'clock. Here's Rico.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest price on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet and hit the road with great deals on their massive inventory. Selection is best right now, folks, and they are ready for immediate delivery, including the April Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT. Get this, $299 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $1,000 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I always say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them I sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, I want to get to the people. For me, it's offensive line or nothing. For Rico, it's more varied. There are more needs, but the reporting, and again, it's draft season. There's a lot of BS. You take it all with a grain of salt. The league knows what you need. You've done more work on tackles than anybody else, and you got reporting from McShay and Rappaport saying there's a target on your back at 17. The teams at 15 and 16 are listening to move down, and teams like Philly, San Francisco, Carolina, etc., they're all moving up to get a tackle. So does it change your perspective? Because I'll tell you this, I'm either moving up or moving down. I'm not going to sit there at 17 and just eat the gruel.
Mike, let me add another log to the fire of moving down. What's been for the last 2 seasons, the one thing that has really sunk this team was the lack of depth. Even when you went 15-2, we all kind of knew it was a little bit of smoke and mirrors because you were just patchworking people in on the defense. You didn't have enough bodies. It caught up to you. Last year, you didn't have enough bodies. It caught up to you. You didn't make the playoffs. I understand for people who wanted to go get that one guy, but the guy you were in love with, I promise you, Brad Holmes is not. He's got somebody else in mind. And if he has a couple people, trade back, get more equity, get more picks, get more bodies so that you don't repeat the same thing that has happened the past 2 seasons where you just run out of people on your 53-man roster.
To the people. And we start with a former parlay legend, a now broken Lions fan. He's a man named Mark in Rochester. Mark, how are you, sir?
Hey, Mike, I'm doing well. It's good to talk to you, man.
Good to talk to you, buddy. What's up?
So let me add some context to your argument. So from the PMRI, the Parlay Market Research Institute, I looked back at the last 7 drafts, and there have been 25 first-round offensive tackles taken in the last 7 drafts. Trust my dad on this, about 8 to 10 of them have turned out to be studs. It's one of the hardest positions to hit high. I mean, you have your Mekhi Bectons, your Jedrick Wills, your Evan Neals of the world. So my point is, there may be 6, 7 guys are going to go, but if only 2 are going to be good, let's take the one that Brad and Schertz has his highest grade on. That's where I'm at.
That's where I'm at.
I wouldn't say that I'm offensive line or bust because my philosophy is ABP. Anybody but Proctor. I do not want Caden Proctor. I think he's government cheese, Jawan Taylor. His footwork is bad. His tape is bad. The weight issues are more than just, I'm worried he's lazy. Mike, he couldn't get low. His mobility was limited. There's multiple plays where he's getting stonewalled in the run game by guys 80 pounds lighter than him. So, I mean, he's a great athlete. The RAS score is off the charts. I mean, we can't doubt Brad Holmes and his crystal ball of RAS, but it worries me. And I can pathway in my mind to a lot of other positions. My dream pick is if Ruben Bain falls, that's a trade-up. I know the short arms are a thing, but, just trust the tape. And my personal fantasy, to be honest, I've argued with you about this. Yeah. I'd love if they took Ty Simpson. I know it's not going to happen, but I want, whenever Goff takes a step back, that transition is seamless. And in terms of the Goff, you can't get out of it in 2028. When Jordan Love was drafted, Aaron Rodgers was signed through 2023. Just for context. Again, I know it won't happen. It's my own little personal thing. But overall, offensive line is a priority. Please not Caden Proctor. And I don't know. I do trust Brad overall tomorrow night.
Mark, you do realize that the entire city of Detroit's head would explode if they took Ty Simpson with the 7th.
Well, he did say it's his own fantasy.
I know. But it would be a party for one.
Yeah, I know, and I'd be going nuts because I can't do it, and it all comes back to Goff, right? It's why offensive line is such a priority. Like if we don't get this thing right, then it's all for nothing. I mean, the holes on the defense, I feel like that's an easier issue to solve than if Larry Borum sucks. And the other thing is, if we do trade back and we do your strategy, Rico, the odds of us getting a third, a fourth. Yeah, it might happen, but probably if I'm Brad, I'm asking for 2027 picks in return because that's supposed to be a better draft. That's just where I'm at, though. But we got to go O-line. The Penn State kid seems like a great option at 17. It feels like he's going to be there.
No. Mark, he's mine at 10. Leave me alone. I've won 7 football games in 2 years.
Wait.
Leave me alone.
I'm just reading. It looks like John Lynch is trading up to 9.
No. All right. No. Let me say this though, because look, Mark makes a point. He's like anyone but this guy. if I could, as many concerns as I have about Caden Proctor, if you told me I could sign a piece of paper today to know I'm getting Caden Proctor tomorrow night at 17, I would sign it right now. I would trust that the Lions grade on the young man and the Lions culture and the Lions style of football, right, and the fact he could play right tackle or start at guard and kick to tackle, not the left. Rico, I would do it. Okay? Just so you understand.
Yeah, and the fact that he gets to the pros, it'll be taken seriously. You got the nutritionist, you got the strength and conditioning program. They'll get him into shape. Yeah, and it's the versatility. As much as, you made fun of him, he actually is the perfect fit for the Lions because you got really one person that on your offensive line is him. Now, Caden Proctor can fill whatever spot that you need. Like I said, my thing is, for the past 2 seasons, this team's run out of bodies at the end. You had the Legion of Home. Aaron Glenn had pretty much guys with name tags on during that 15-2 year at the end. They were just bringing in guys left and right. Go out, get some bodies that are cheap because you're about to pay, all of these guys whose contracts are coming up. It's the only way it works if you do it that way. If you want to sign the Gibbs and the Branches and all of that, you need some bodies in this draft.
Go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning, go ahead, gentlemen.
What's going on, Sean?
Not much, man. Big shouts to all the brethren from Comer and Cross listening today as well.
There you go.
Wanted to give you a buzz about this draft. So I've got a little bit of a different take. There's not a tackle that I love. I do love the kid from Penn State. I don't think he's going to be available at 17, so we would have to move up for him. I like Rico's idea of, hey, let's move back. I just think that the defense is really lacking a ton of talent. Now, we're going to need my boy Tyleek to step up this year. This is a prove-it year for him, especially a D-tackle. There was one player, I've got just an outside-the-box theory, though, and it's probably a dream scenario and probably when it happened. If there's one player I would potentially trade up for, though, it would be Caleb Downs, and this is why. Because Brian Branch being injured, this would give you someone who could potentially quarterback your defense for maybe the next decade. And if Branch comes back healthy, now you got a top 3 to 5 safety pairing in the league that might, turn the way that defense is kind of playing around, especially over the top. So I don't know what you guys' thoughts are.
Well, I just don't think there's any way you're getting him.
I don't think so either.
I think the lowest he would fall would be 10 to the Giants, and that's if they don't take him at 5. So, Sean, It's not crazy. Like, if you want a player and you think he's a superstar, I think you go and get them. That doesn't mean Rico's wrong, and it doesn't mean I'm right. It's a matter of opinion. For instance, Caleb Downs, your issue is going to be, they're going to pay Brian Branch. I mean, Rod Wood was at the Tiki Bar or wherever he was on vacation, and he talked again. They may sign the guy before he even plays a snap. And, Kirby Joseph, look, he's here now. I can't change that. Do I think he'll be here this time next year? No, I don't. Not by the medical reports. I don't have an issue because can you really have enough defensive backs? No. You just, the relief pitchers, and then you're at the trade deadline, I'll have another. So I'm not mad at it, but you're never getting them at 17. And the offensive line, look,
he was saying that's what you would trade up to get.
Yeah, again, you can do it. If I'm moving up that far, it's Mauoga, the kid from Miami. He seems to be the consensus number 1. That's even if Brad has him number 1 on his board. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he likes Freeling better.
Mike, the one thing I've learned about Brad Holmes is whoever everybody wants, that is not the guy at the top of his board. We will all be disappointed because he was sitting right there and he got passed over, because I could easily see Monroe Freeling sitting there and the Lions take. And it's not him. It's somebody else. And Brad will be like, you were the idiots who thought it was him. I never said that.
248-539-9797. We'll get to Pistons Game 2, top of the hour. Continue with the phone calls next. Spring is here. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical is offering you buy a new furnace or an AC, you get half off the installation. And they are 24/7 for emergency service. They back all their work with a 5-year warranty, and they've got financing options as well. Just call Mastercraft today. They're the pros for plumbing, electrical, generators, you name it, they got it, and they have you covered. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Well, we have breaking news at 97.1. This one will hit close to home for Rico. Michigan State guard Bobby Oogie Kabuchi has hit the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on.
That was yesterday, Mike. Come on, man.
I forgot about that. I meant to text you that.
I didn't care enough to mention it. All right.
He went into the portal.
You hate to see it. What a legend. All right, we'll go to Jim.
Divine Okachuwu, by the way.
97.1. Jim, how you doing?
Doing good. Hey, I'd like to see them. I guess if I could amend it, you said offensive line. I think offensive or defensive line. I think that first pick has to be either one of the top offensive linemen, or it has to be one of the Miami defensive linemen, because I think that's the biggest need that this team needs on both sides. I agree with Rico in the sense that they have needs, multiple, but I think most of those are if they rebuild both the lines, I think that can hide, some of the other warts that they have on defense if they could improve, with the pass rush or, stopping the run and doing that, So I would like to see them, their first 2 or 3 picks all be, linemen, one side or the other.
I would have no issue.
No, me neither.
I don't think they're good enough at the line of scrimmage. And Jim, here's the other problem. If you just watch how they play defense, look, the reason I'm just done begging for an edge rusher, I don't think Kelvin Shepherd gives a damn. When you look at them play and you watch them play, it's all about occupying blockers and letting their linebackers fly around and do stuff. And they're always going to default to the, derpa, we have Aiden. I
don't think it's a Calvin Shepherd thing, Mike. I think it's just a Lions thing, and Shepherd is just the latest to buy into it. But I think it's just from Brad and everybody. Yeah, we got Aiden.
Yeah, but no, they didn't extend Aleem under him. No, under him, look at it. Okay. And look at their refusal to do anything about it. Look, hey, if you want to tell me the fish rots from the top, cool. But
I get what you're saying.
It's just like...
No, I get what you're saying.
I just give up. So I've waved the white flag. Now it'll be the year they take one.
I know.
I don't know.
I know. I'm still just sad that Divine left. So
it'll be okay. We'll go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing?
Good. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Hey. Yeah, so with this situation, I feel, with the offensive side of the ball, we are much more closer to being dominant like we once were back in 2023 compared to our defense being even like a good defense or above average defense. If we got like 1 or 2 players that we hit on. I think that with the first pick, in all honesty, you have to go for the highest rated tackle that they have on their board, and I think you honestly need to trade up for it if they feel that way, because our offensive line, we basically we gave up a league high pressure rate allowed compared to the previous years.
Here, do it this way. Everybody likes to, everyone's over there tickling their pickle about Jahmyr Gibbs, right? How many times did he rush for more than 60 yards last year?
Well, that's the whole thing. We have there's a lot of Lions fans that don't look at, who does. It's all about I'm like you, Mike, in that you went with the tip of the sword. The big people up front are the ones that win you the games, and the D-line needs a lot of help, but our offense is not going to be clicking at all if we can't protect Jared Goff. If we can't protect Jared Goff or open holes, then our offense is doomed, and it's going to be another year where we're going to finish dead last in the NFC North. I got a season ticket. I go to all the games pretty much, and, you can just see it before your eyes how there's just a big difference between 2023 and now. Obviously we lost Ragnow. And it's like you were saying, how they neglect to do anything with the D-line and past drafts. Right now, I just feel we got to get our offense dominant like it once was and just kind of hope that the defense is able to do what we got.
And again,
we got Aiden.
Look, to Rico's point, if let's say you do and you fill up more depth needs, and it could work in the long term. The problem is there's a sacrifice there too. Is you're going to start the year with no legitimate depth on that O-line and, frankly, a lousy right tackle.
Exactly.
So, I don't have an easy fix. I'm not the one who designed this offseason. Neither are you, Kevin. Neither's Rico. And they've backed themselves into a bit of a corner here.
Kevin, for me, when you trade down, I'm not saying trade out the first round, but get one of those teams that has 2 first-round picks, one later in the first round, still go out and get an offensive lineman or defensive lineman.
Yeah.
and continue to get as many pieces as you can.
Yeah, well, I'm still at work because I'm not sold on Mahogany, nor am I sold on Ratledge, and that's kind of jaded maybe, but I really do think that we need quite a few guys on the offensive line, and I don't know, I just think they need to go offensive tackle with that first pick.
But look, they've done more work than any other team in the league on tackles. So either that's an elaborate smokescreen and they wasted a lot of time and several of their top 30 visits, or they're doing exactly what they've said all along. Look, we knocked them, we criticized. They don't lie. They just tell you what they're going to do.
We don't like what they say.
So maybe they are taking a tackle.
There's only been one time where I've agreed with a Brad Holmes pick, and it was the Penei Sewell pick. So I hopefully maybe.
Well, that was also. The funny part is a couple of these are no-brainers. Like your dog could have made the pick. The year that Trayvon Walker goes number 1, Aiden falls in your lap. That Jamar Chase goes right in front of you. We all wanted Sewell anyway. I mean, look, he deserves credit for Jahmyr Gibbs. Let me give you that one. To take a running back at that point, and I hate doing it, fine. Now, last year's a good indication of why I don't value running backs, why I don't pay him, and why I wouldn't draft him that high. For all of Jahmyr Gibbs' greatness, I'll ask you again, how many games do you have more than 60 yards rushing? Go ahead. And you don't get to call in and tell me about David Montgomery. That guy was so pissed he has to be traded. Running backs do not win you games. They're passengers on the bus. Offensive lines win games. Yeah. So that's just a differential I have with this team.
I was going to say flashy receivers don't win you championships either.
No, generally they don't. You like to have one, but we've got like 17. So away we go. Let's go to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, nice to talk to you again, man. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, brothers? Y'all all right?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I'm generally in the mode of how you feel, Mike, to trade up, but I'm really more so have been more so on Team Rico's thinking, because so they have pick 17, they have pick 50, but they don't have a third round pick, so they don't pick again until 118. So the thing is, it's going to come down to a couple things. Like if they have real conviction on the guys that is just absolute can't miss prospect, their first rounder that gets close to them, as long as that trade up doesn't involve pick 50, because you take pick 50 and then you're not picking again until forever. So you're missing out on these players. And so, I'd rather them move back a little bit maybe and get another third round pick, because the only players that I will move up for are really just Ione, the Penn State guy, and Caleb Downs. But Downs isn't going to be there. Ione may not be there. So I just think they should just sit where they're at and see how it falls within like 10 to 14. And if somebody gets close, and then you jump and you get your guy.
That's all I'm talking about is Ivory. I'm not going to let NFC contenders get up there at 14, 15, 16 and shark me out of a player that I have put all these time and resources into scouting and interviewing and visiting.
Right.
I think you owe it to yourself to make the move.
And I wouldn't doubt it if, there's been a lot of talk recently, because they're going to have to pay some players. They're going to pay Branch. They're going to pay Jack Campbell. And, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody's traded, because if they're going to get enough offer and a player that they like is there, and there may be somebody like a Sam Laporta or somebody, because you can't pay everybody and not and losing somebody for nothing and capitalizing on their value.
I agree with you. We agree with you. Here, I'll just say it. Tomorrow night, you know what I would do? I would trade Sam Laporta. No, I would trade Sam Laporta. All right, this is a lousy draft. You got Sadiq up high. You don't have a whole lot of tight ends. There are teams desperate for him, and I don't have a third-round pick. Maybe I can get a 2 and a 4.
How would you feel if they chose Sadiq right there?
I'd hate it.
Unless you traded Laporta.
No, I'd still hate it.
Yeah,
really. I need linemen, brother.
But you got more weapons.
I'm done with the trinkets.
They have too much of a need at tackle, offensive line, and defense to choose anything else at that.
Yeah.
At that
now, I'm actually, Ivory, I'll tell you what they're going to do, because I do think the organization's got a real Latte Larry spite vibe to it. I won't be surprised they announce contract extension tomorrow. Mm-hmm. They've done that before on draft day. Woo! just gave Gibbs $8 million.
A
Woo!
text just came through about 5 minutes ago asking if you expect to hear something on Gibbs tomorrow.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it'll be a 2 for Tuesday. Maybe they'll sign Brian Branch in a wheelchair.
And then on top of that, Mike, let's just make it 3. And Kenyon Sadiq with pick 17.
Why? What was in your breakfast cereal today?
No, that's the pick that would just be like, come on,
that's
guys.
the pick. I'm not here Friday.
Right. It's just
okay.
like, seriously, that's what
You can get the Prince hologram of me. I will not be here if they did that Friday. I would scream.
The purple shirt.
Oh my God! Yes, just say that. I'll wear a cravat. No, you cannot do such things. Go to Martin. He's getting the last word. 97.1 Martin. How you doing?
Good. How about you guys? Doing
Good,
all right?
Martin. What's up, buddy?
Oh man. Well, I hate to do it, but I do agree with you, Mike. I think they need to trade up. I need big people. To quote you, as you so eloquently put it, you win with the tip of the sword, and it's too much of a need. Yeah, there's a lot of needs, but if you break your arm and stub your toe at the same time, you don't grab your toe. You win with the O-line. You win with the O-line. The defense is what the defense is. Their philosophy is way different than how I feel about it anyways.
Yes.
I'm not going to sit here and complain about it. But the reality is that's the greatest need. Now, would I like to see that happen? Yeah, but what you and I both know is actually going to happen is Brad Holmes is going to sit there at 17, and he's going to take the guy that he wants, and then we're going to hear about it because, it's hard to host a receipt segment at a press conference if you do what people want.
Well, I know, Martin, it's sad that we can even say such things, but you're probably right. I'm banking on. They've always been very forward about the RAS score. They've been very forward here with the amount of work they've put towards taking a tackle. I got to believe it's what they're going to do. And it's also based on the reporting today that teams know it. And teams may try to get ahead of them. So, look, it'll all unfold tomorrow. If they take Sadiq, Rico will take you to 6 on Friday, and I quit. 248-539-9797.
Mike over there, dearly beloved.
Right. You may as well open the show at Ave Maria Friday if they took a tight end at 17. All right, 97.1.
Oh, man, I sure hope that happens. Hey, imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you have reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi at a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds up to your devices when you need them the most, that finds and fixes every issue even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats, all with our best equipment, no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price, lock in reliable Wi-Fi, fiber-powered gig speed for effortless streaming. Get the Disney Plus, Hulu bundle, and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium includes 3 years. Programming subject to change and availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premise by coaxial cable.
Touch table on some football here. Let's see what the hell we're getting into. David, if it doesn't burden you too much, some music, please.
So we're going to start in Dallas here with the NFL draft talk because there's a few things coming out of Dallas. And no, not Jerry Jones almost falling.
You are out of hand.
I just saw that, by the way.
Yeah, for those that didn't see it, President Clinton visited them, came through as they were talking draft. Jerry Jones got excited to go talk to him and almost fell, tripped over the chair trying to go talk to him. But let's get to the actual news because after that, Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephon Jones told reporters that they decided that George Pickens will play on the franchise tag this year.
Good.
And they won't have long-term deal talks.
Why would you? Dude's a nutcase. Hey, look, CeeDee Lamb got hurt in a must-win game in Detroit. What did he do? Guy looked like he was hanging out with Jordan Balfour pounding Quaaludes. I'm not paying you long-term. You can show up for work 17 weeks, not be a goofball, and perform. It's the right thing to do. And if George doesn't like it, the next place he'll be selling Blackstones at Home Depot.
He'll be somewhere else. You're exactly right.
Sorry,
Thing.
go ahead.
He's right. You know.
I'm just tired of it with that guy, man.
Because play it out this year. Show us that you deserve a long-term deal. And you're right, because that Detroit game, that was money he left on Ford Field. Like, he just looked awful. And I was like, yeah, I would not resign him if I'm the Cowboys.
One more thing here on the Cowboys is that the reports say that they are not operating passively for the draft and exploring multiple trade pathways to trade up. If you're running the Cowboys, who are you trading up for?
Look, for me, they've really done a good job getting that defense retooled. I think they're a player or two away on that side of the ball. Offensively, look, what would you say, Rico? Majority of the year, they were a really good offense last year.
I think if they trade up, David, it'll probably be one of the 3 Ohio State defensive players. Because they're already sitting at 12, so maybe they try to move up and get whichever one of the 3 falls down, or they just get really bold and go up to pick 3.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because that leads me to another thing here for Caleb Downs, who is one of those Ohio State players here. A report here from Jeremy Fowler. Multiple teams have told me that Downs, as a pure football player, might be the draft's best overall player, but they've struggled with drafting him that high based on his position. So I'm going to go through a couple players that were drafted in the top 10 at his position, the safety position. Would you do it over this guy? Eric Berry was drafted number 5, 2010. Caleb Downs better than Eric Berry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Jamal Adams, 2017, number 6.
Yes, but at the time, you got to remember Jamal Adams was taking on traits.
Correct.
Physical ability. Nobody had ever seen a safety play at that height, weight, physicality. It just didn't pan out. Injuries played a role. He had a couple really nice years, though. It's a different type of player. Downs doesn't have these Hall of Fame traits. He's the smartest guy, but he isn't north of 6 feet tall. He doesn't play at, 235 pounds. It's a different player.
But if they say, and many scouts, and we all think he's probably one of the best players in the draft, then just draft the guy.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what, David? I've often said that. It's like, well, you can't draft him that high. Why? That's who you wanted. Yeah, but what? People are going to laugh at you? Not if he turns out to be a stud. They're all going to say, wow, I wish we didn't pass on him.
So we've heard multiple reports about trades up. Many people want to do that, or many trades in the first round. So last year, there were 5 draft day trades in the first round. There were 5 in 2024, 7 in 2023, 9 in 2022. And according to the Chiefs general manager, Brett Veach, he's predicting that it's going to be a very active Thursday with plenty of trades. But then others say there won't be as many trades. Do people have any idea what it's going to be tomorrow?
I don't. Maybe Rico does.
No, David, I would say if any trades happen, I think they will happen for the top 10 picks. But after that, everybody else is kind of the same. And unless you just really love a player, after pick 10, I don't see many trades.
And then I'm going to close it out with this name, Diego Pavea. One of Vanderbilt quarterback
undraftable.
Strongest traits, he says, is his confidence. He says he believes his skills rival any QB in this draft.
Cool.
I think, Mike, you already answered the question. What would you do with him?
I think he lost everything when he was at the Heisman ceremony afterwards and didn't win, and his people obviously don't like him. Like, Diego, give me your phone. No, don't put the. Oh my goodness, yeah. He showed me right then and there, you're not ready for prime time.
He's undraftable. I already said it. You know what I do with him? I throw him in the garbage. Want nothing to do with him. Guy's 5'9". Get out of here.
I think you are exactly right on that. That is in football today.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Pistons injury report is once again clean as they host the Orlando Magic tonight for Game 2 of the series. Each fan in attendance will receive a white all-dog t-shirt. Tip off at 7 in our sister station, WWJ News Radio 950. Get-in price is affordable right now, starting at around $61 per seat. The other one seed, Thunder, are also in action tonight, hunting for a 2-0 lead over the Suns as well. The Tigers have Game 2 of the series against the Brewers here on 97.1 at 640. Casey Mize starts for Detroit as he faces Chad Patrick. Patrick's looks sharp so far this season, carrying a .95 ERA in 4 appearances, including 3 starts. ESPN released their first MLB trade deadline preview. They had identified number 5 prospect Max Anderson as a trade candidate. Anderson sent to AAA to start the season. Michigan Athletics announced they'll celebrate the 100th anniversary of Michigan Stadium throughout the summer and fall of next year with in-game features, special events, commemorative merchandise as well. NFL insider Ian Rappaport spoke about the Lions and the draft yesterday on NFL Network. The Cowboys also say they're not negotiating a long-term deal with receiver George Pickens. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, good to have you with us. If you're looking for draft talk, we just wrapped about 45 good minutes of it. Odyssey Rewind. Let's get to Game 2 with the Pistons. This is where I'm at. I don't know where you're at. That's the fun of this. I expect you to play your best game of the season. I expect you to come out, light a garbage can on fire, and crack this team over the head with it. This is a league game. When you are the 1 seed and you lose Game 1, which is unfathomable. Look, teams that lose Game 1 lose 80% of the series. Now, that's kind of a misnomer a little bit. It's not totally accurate. Is that, yeah, lower-seeded teams lose series, and they usually lose Game 1. My point is, if you want me to be confident, if you want me to feel like you are the better team, you come out tonight and you win this game with a level of authority, with a level of game control. Because if you don't, forget about losing. If this is a dogfight tonight, in a game where Orlando, these are men, not machines, they've already come to Detroit and it's mission accomplished. They got a game.
Yeah.
If this thing is a game with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, make no mistake about it. You're in deep duty. So I want to know, like that to me, I expect the Pistons play their best game of the season tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of heard the confidence in Jalen Duren as he talked to the media yesterday, and he didn't guarantee a victory, but pretty much said, look, we're going to come out here, what you said. We're going to come out here. We're going to show up. This team has to, Mike, because you're right. If you're Orlando, you're going back. Best case, you're 1-1, and you stole the series. Now you get to play all the games in Orlando, and hopefully you can end this thing in 6. But if you're the Pistons, you have to win. This is a must win because I don't think you want to go down 0-2 to Orlando.
That's like saying you don't want to have a piano dropped on your head, Rico. Of course you don't want to go down 0-2.
No, I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. This is because I was kind of teetering like, is this really a must win?
Yes.
But yeah, it is. Because you don't want to use must win all the time.
My point is the comments we had after Game 1 where we said, look, the Magic aren't physically intimidated. They have 4 of the top 6 players. They're not a typical 8 seed. All those things are going to be 100% true if you struggle tonight. Even if you struggle and win, it will give me great trepidation for the rest of the series. Right. You are supposed to bury this team tonight. Right.
True. But I think this is a game where, fair or unfair, this is a Duren game. This is a game where he shows, hey, guys, forget about Game 1. I am that guy. I am that guy who wants to make a lot of money, and I am the second best player on this team, and I'm going to lead this team to a victory tonight. I expect big things out of Jalen Duren tonight because you got silenced in Game 1.
Yeah, well, it's part of the game plan. I mean, Rico, they're gonna clog the paint, and Duren is tethered to the basket, so he can't really do more. Like that's why. Look, I don't want to redo yesterday's show, and I know you don't either. That's why I just say, look, take a pause before you say pay him whatever he wants. 5 at 200 for a guy that has no ability to create, and if they clog the paint, there's no room for him, and he can't do anything. No, he'll shoot it more than 4 times tonight. I'd be stunned if he didn't have a better game. But I just don't think it's going to greatly change. He is who he is. It's not like all of a sudden you go, look, I'm going to step back and knock down 18-footers tonight. We're going to space the floor. You can't do that.
Right, but Mike, this is also a little bravado game. His manhood got challenged in game one, and I think he's going to want to show, hey, I'm better than this. And let me show you what I'm going to do in game two.
I want to know where you guys are at with it. You're a Piston fan. I mean, look, this is a league game. You're supposed to win this game. You're supposed to win this game handily. You are almost double-figure favorites. If you don't, if you struggle, if we are under 4 minutes in the fourth quarter and this is a two-possession game, let me tell you something. That says a lot about the series because that is not how tonight is supposed to go. If it goes that way, it means Orlando is just as good as you. It means you match up horribly against them. It means you aren't what you think you are. Tonight, I'm with Rico. There's a bit of bravado to this. A good word. It is. Like, you should answer the bell tonight and cripple this team. That's it. I want to know what you guys have. And if you're not confident, that's fine. But I do expect, for as much as I differ with Piston fan on what they think of their team, I expect this group who thrives on effort and intensity and physicality, they kind of got B-slapped in game one, okay? It was, what does the five fingers say to the face? Right. That's what game one was.
Right. Orlando took that championship belt that you walk around with and put it to ass.
Just put that away, please, God. 248-539-9797. David, you're staring at me, and I'm not comfortable with it.
No,
angry? What have I done?
Oh, you haven't done anything. I'm not expecting the reverse of game one, meaning I don't expect the Pistons to lead the entire game and just run away with it like Orlando did. It was 3-0, and then we never got the lead. I'm not expecting that, but we should control this game. We should have full control over this game the entire time. Whether we're up by 8, up by 5, that we should really have no doubt in this game. There could be a little bit of back and forth because that's how the NBA games go. There'll be a back and forth in the third quarter or whatever. I get that. But
David,
we should
the result's
have full
the
control.
result. That in the fourth quarter, you need to be up by double figures and exert your dominance.
Correct.
Because if you don't, I think that is pretty damn telling about where this series is headed. You want to say game one's a fluke? You want to say Orlando can't do it twice? You want to say you couldn't play worse? If you want any or all of those things to be true, you got to do your damn job tonight.
You struggle and you lose this game, and you'll be praying for the opportunity for a game 7.
It's not even just about losing. If you win by 1, last second, all this stuff, then I'm like, okay, great, we won, but what is going on here? There's questions would still be in my head. So yeah, control this game.
248-539-9797. I'm with you, man. I look at this as I think that this is a manhood got challenged, and you have to come out here and it has just to be, dare I say, a cookies disco, double digit.
That's what I'm saying.
You need to show, forget about game one, guys. This is Detroit, and we're not rolling over.
Where's Jimmy Hart, the mouth of the South, a.k.a. Piston fan? Oh, where are you? Oh, the Pistons won again. Where are you? You talk all your mess. Now you're down 1-0, and what? You turtle? No, say it with your chest. I'm the one saying I expect you to play your best game of the season tonight and blow the doors off this team. Where are you at? All you talkers. Yeah. And your stupid championship belts and your BS. Where are you? No, I mean, this is what I can't stand when fans do this crap. You want to talk it. But don't just do it when it's convenient. Have that same energy when you're down 1-0 and let's talk. Because if tonight is close, I think that's an indictment on you. Because it shouldn't be.
Yeah, because I'm with you. I not only do you need to win, you got to disco this thing. You need to put your imprint, take this series back, going to Orlando to show them you got your one, but we're about to get a gentleman's sweep in here.
That's right. It's a tone setter. I mean, it's different if you win game 1 and you lose a game 2. Look, you saw it last night. I mean, Wembanyama cracks his skull off the hardwood. It infinitely changes that game. But whatever, they lost. The Celtics. You realize the Celtics are 3-8 their last 11 in game 2s at TD Bank North? They shot about 10 for 100 from deep. Horrific loss. But it's different when you win game 1. Mm-hmm. When you are down 1-0 and you are this big favorite, damn it, Orlando is human. If you come out tonight and buzzsaw them, man, they're already going to go to the damn airplane. Mm-hmm. And if you can't do it or you don't do it, no, I do think that's the point we start to, I don't want to get hung up in words. I don't quite like panic, and I don't quite like concern. It's somewhere in between. I'd actually be concerned if they won, but it was a nail biter tonight. No, that would tell me this is not 1v8. These two teams are basically the same.
Right.
Or the Pistons do their job, win by 16, dominate the game, have a Dennis Jenkins house party in the fourth quarter, and it tells me we have reestablished a little bit of who we are.
Ball, Paul. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that what you're looking for, Mike, is what I said for the Tigers at the beginning of the year, an eyebrow raise. Not necessarily concern, but just one of those,
Like rock?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Little Kenny, that was for you, Kenny. It's one of the only wrestling references I know.
But yeah, I need you to put your
What this
put your
tells
foot in
me.
it.
What this tells me is Piston fans are scared. That's what this tells me. You can just say it. Big bad Piston fans. Big Magic. Where are you at? I mean, it's just reality. Game 2 tonight is all that matters on the sports calendar. There is nothing else. Lord knows the Red Wings can't join the party. And the draft is tomorrow. Tonight is your night. It should be a raucous crowd. This is a bounce-back spot. You are supposed to win this game and with authority. So tell me, do you expect what I expect? Because right now what you're telling me is you're pussycats. Okay? You're a Costa. You're a cat enthusiast. And I don't know why it is that way.
A little bit of concern. Because I think they saw what we saw. They saw that, wow, maybe the regular season it's not the same as the playoffs. Like we've been saying, that the regular season is fine. You went out there and you did your job, and nobody's saying, hey, tank like the rest of the league did. No. You tried, you played, and you got rewarded for it. But with that reward came the one seed, and now I don't feel sorry for you. It's like when Jeremy was like, well, it was a little bit of rust. You're the one seed. So I'm not going to say, oh, it's okay. And no. Go out there and show why you dominated from wire to wire the East. That's what I want to see. I want to see that team tonight. And that team needs to show up. If that team shows up, now Orlando goes back to Orlando saying, maybe the game 1 was a fluke, and I think the Pistons are better than us. Yeah. That's the mentality you need to install with the Magic.
Yeah, and whether you want to call it playing better, you want to say it's adjustments, strategy, game planning, whatever you call it, I don't care. If Orlando has answers for whatever you bring to the table tonight, make no mistake, you're in trouble. Like real trouble.
Oh. No, because tomorrow's show will be all the blame game.
But I don't know that Orlando will have answers. I'm saying if. I want people to hear what I'm saying and not just hear what they want to hear. If you win close tonight, no one's going to apologize for it. But if you win and this is like a thriller, I think that says a lot more about you than you're willing to admit. Now, if you go out and do your damn job, all right, you know what? We're bummed about game 1. This series is probably going to go an extra game. Maybe we end up in a game 7. I still think you win the series. Man, I swear to God, if they win close tonight, no, I actually think they lose the series. And I mean, now close. I'm not talking like 9 or 10
5
points.
or less?
Yeah, like if it's final possession, Orlando's got a chance to tie in a game 2 when they already came in here and beat your ass, wired you. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's going to say something about you. And don't waste my time calling in about style. It's not style. It's about proving you're better.
No, bro, it's a message. And tonight needs to be a message game that forget about what you saw. We're better than you. We're going to show you that we're better than you. And, yeah, we'll just have to come and close this thing out in game 5 here in Detroit. That's all you did.
248-539-9797. Piston fan, mighty quiet. That's not a good look for such a mouthy fan base. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen, right at Circa. Downtown Vegas on Fremont, it's Stadium Swim. You can book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, now we got some juice. Game 2. Now we've woken Piston fan from the slumber. I expect you to play your best game of the season. I expect you to go out and belt to ass tonight. Because if you don't, it concerns me. Because it means then game 1 was real. And maybe you just played slightly better or Orlando played slightly worse. Forget about losing. No, that's off the table. You lose, your season's over. Just call it what it is. And I don't think you're going to lose. But how you play tonight matters. So I want to talk about game 2. I'm excited for it. Because the Pistons love to talk. Well, now, okay, talk it, walk it. Come out at home tonight, delight these fans, and give Orlando something to really think about on that flight home. David, what are the texters saying, and what's the percentage split of what you're seeing here?
A lot of people not confident. Orlando is just a bigger, stronger, faster, more physical, and just flat out better roster top to bottom than the Pistons are. I just don't see a pathway to winning this season.
Oh, for God's
or series.
sakes.
I'm sorry.
One game, and that's where you've arrived at?
You ask the people what they
no,
feel.
I know, but then what the hell? You know what? Okay, keep going. I just quit.
I expect it to be a very tight game. I think the Pistons have had problems and will continue to have problems managing the height of the Magic. Duran and Little Stewart can't take their bigs. Someone else says the Celtics lost home court. Spurs lost home court. Pistons are in good shape. They'll win this series in 6. That is from Richard.
Okay, that's not the same. You're not getting it. When you lose game 2, it's different than game 1. The winner of game 1 wins 81% of series. It's not the same. Also saying the Spurs lost home court, Wembanyama died. He smashed his grill off the hardwood and missed the rest of the... You know what? Richard, you're being a Richard. We'll move forward.
He hit his head, 2 or 3 times?
He
and
fell
just
right in his face.
laid there.
All right, whatever. Just keep going.
That's different.
I quit.
Desmond from Southfield says, I am with you, Mike. Let's drop a bomb on them tonight. Our defense also has to be much better. And Tobias, he has to act like he can hit some open shots tonight. I have no idea where you guys get the confidence from. It's very clear we are done.
Wow. So 82 games, you think one thing, one game, you completely cash your chips in. I tell you, I'm not going to blanket Piston fans with that one. I'll tell you, Piston fans are mouthy. I'll tell you they're cocky. That's fine. I'm not going to blanket it with what I'd like to say you are, good sir. That's embarrassing.
I think people like that were the same ones doing all the talking, the same ones saying, yeah, look at us. And then
were they though?
Reality. No. And then reality kicks in and you're like, maybe I oversold this team.
Or maybe they were someone that thought they weren't going to win past the second round.
No, not you, David.
Oh,
I'm saying
the people.
Like that texter, I believe, was one of the ones who really bought into the 60 wins, wire to wire. Look at us. We got the championship belt. We're going to do all of this stuff. And then people are like, well, I don't think you can beat the. Yes, we can, because we beat them in the regular season. Regular season doesn't count. But we swept the Knicks. Once again, it's regular season. Doesn't count. Show me in the playoffs.
KC 97.1. Case, how you been, buddy?
Good, guys. So tonight's a referendum game on the players and also on, our coach who, if you want to be coach of the year, this is where you make those adjustments. It's not at halftime like any other sport. There's not enough time. It's in between games. And I want to see him out there with some more movement. I mean, you said it earlier on, like they killed us in the paint, like 50-something to 30-something.
Correct.
That's usually flipped all season long. So we need to see some more, some high ball screens up top to get so that Jalen's, getting the ball with some steam going to the hoop and can dunk on some people, and get that stuff going. Not just him getting the ball down low with nowhere to go because he's trapped by 3 people because there's no spacing. And I'd also like to see, shake up the lineups a little bit. Maybe even if it's a few minutes, get Herter and Robinson on the floor at the same time. Just to space it out.
But your problem when you do stuff like that, here's your issue. If you dared to do it, Casey, you're basically just trading baskets at that point. You're not going to guard a soul with those 2 on the floor. I appreciate what you're saying, and you're right. Maybe just a couple minutes. But, Case, I think the bigger factor in all of this is, okay, if I'm Orlando, I'm emboldened with my game 1 strategy. I'm gonna let Cade have 30. I don't care. But we are not allowing the nonsense. You're not going to score in the paint. and the Pistons are going to have to do what they don't want to do, take 33 pointers. That's what I'm doing tonight if I'm Orlando.
So this is a Tobias Harris, Duncan Robinson.
This is an others game. This is every time I kick it out to a wide open, as Casey put it, whether it's Herter for 5 minutes.
I like that, the others.
It's the others. It's Karis LeVert hit a 3 in game 1 in 4 minutes. Whoever it is, you know what? If you guys can't hit shots, we're going home. That's it.
It's everybody but Cade, because we can't have him taking 22, 23 plus shots. We lose most of the games when he does
Correct.
that.
When he takes more than 21 shots, you win 35% of your games. 100%. And look, I understand what Cade did. I'm not mad at Cade. I think he looked around and went, you know what? I've had enough of the people I play with. I'm just going to take care of this myself. I'm not mad at him. But that's not the best version of this team. So Orlando's going to invite that. Let's go over to Xavier, 97.1. Xavier, what's good, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? All right today?
Yes, sir. How about yourself?
Smooth. I was calling because, the Pistons fans probably calm because I think all things can be true. Orlando is a better team, if you recall. Before that Knicks series last season, Orlando was kind of predicted to be in the spot we currently in these past 2 years, and the injuries hit them. So that's why they probably give them a tough matchup. And when it came down to their playing games, Orlando was the last team I wanted the Pistons to match up with. But with that being said, if they go out and barely win today, or this series goes 6 games, I think that's a good thing. Because just like the previous championship team, if it ain't rough, it ain't right. So that's kind of our championship moniker. So it can't be smooth sailing for us. Get these bumps early and then get to the finals.
Xavier, we really going to bring that back. If it ain't rough, it ain't right.
Hey, it brought us a ring last time.
That was 22 years ago. But okay, fine. Xavier, you at least, you don't have to agree with what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying. This is a league game tonight. I know you know what that
definitely
means.
Yes, definitely.
That's it. So, pack Orlando in their suitcase and send them home.
And get ready for the next round. That's right. I got my plus 2,200 on the Pistons win the championship.
Oh, that's it. Listen, greater life stands to benefit. There is no question. David, are you okay?
I'm not okay.
Why?
If it ain't rough, it ain't right. Doesn't work for the first round. You're the number 1 seed. This isn't the 4 versus the 5. This is the 1 versus the 8. You can't use that in this series. Beat them.
Well, he can use it. He believes it.
And he's saying even if you win by 1, if it ain't rough, it ain't right.
I disagree with it, but he's free to say it. It's not.
Oh, okay. People, get better, man. This is a 1 versus an 8.
Yeah, but the problem you're going to run into now is, and I believe it. See, this is the hilarity of it. I get made fun of all year, and then what I say turns out to be true. It's quite a fun thing. I just said, look, don't let Orlando get healthy. When we talked about the East, we talked about these teams, and I said, look, I think you'll go belt to ass on the Knicks. I think the Knicks have a Piston problem the way the Celtics have a Knicks problem. But Cleveland was the team that scared me, and Orlando, if they got healthy. Wagner missing 47 of the last 51. That is by far and away their second best player. That is a really good basketball player.
And he looked like the rust was off. He was ready to play.
Now we see what this game brings because, again, Orlando's not a good three-point shooting team. Yeah, they hit a couple to start. I think Suggs hit his first 2.
Yeah.
But, dude, they missed like their next 12. Yeah. So it just – they beat you straight up. Right. They beat you at your own game. This wasn't pixie dust. Like last night, VJ Edgecombe looked like Michael Jordan. And I think Edgecombe's awesome as a rookie, but give me a break with some of the stuff he was hitting last night. That's not what Orlando did.
No, but the thing was, Orlando wasn't turning the ball over, and that's how you get all your baskets is through the transitions, the layups, and the dunks and things like that. And you turned it over 2 times more than they did.
It was at 14-12.
Yeah,
that's not going to work. And here's the other part too: the Pistons shot 38 free throws. I have nothing to draw upon that lets you off the hook in game 1. You shot 39%, and you got bodied in the paint. And you got beat. You got bullied. Right. That's why tonight I want this team to answer.
Yeah, it was sad because you couldn't blame the refs for anything.
We'll get more to people. I'm hyped for game 2 tonight. I'm glad people are now joining the conversation. Like, what else do you have tonight? Don't tell me Tigers Brewers. Please don't.
The comeback game.
Okay.
Got embarrassed last night.
All right. 248-539.
Referendum game tonight.
You know what? If there were referendum games in baseball, we'd all be dead by July.
It's game 25.
Oh, my God. It's April. 97-1.
You know what, Mike? It is April, but doesn't mean you can't start thinking about your lawn. And Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, they want to be the people who come out there and get your lawn to the pristine status that you dream for it to be. Why? Because once you start seeing the weeds, and I'm sure you're seeing weeds and dandelions starting to sprout up in your lawn, don't worry about it. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service can come up with a solution for you. They'll design a program that'll strengthen your turf and improve your color and control those weeds. The sooner you get started on it, the better. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com. They've been servicing Michigan since 1990, 100% satisfaction guarantee, and they will come out there and they will work for you to get your lawn the best that it could be. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
David, game 2 tonight. Let's get some text. We'll get right back to the phones. I think, look, my expectation, the Pistons played their best game of the season tonight. And if you're real, if you are the 60-win team, you dump truck this team tonight. If this thing's a nail-biter, I think it means you have serious problems against this team. And I just want to know where you're at on that spectrum, so to speak, of like, this is what I think's going to happen, and if it doesn't, my concern level. You could be anywhere along that spectrum. It doesn't have to be as cut and dry as it is for me. Doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just telling you how I feel. David, what are people saying?
I need to see the Pistons control the boards tonight. Rebounding needs to be much better. The Pistons will take care of business and make up for last game, winning by at least 10 points. Pistons better come out like the Magic grabbed a cookie before they had any of their veggies for dinner. Belt to bootay, the texter says.
Yeah, but there is an element to that. For as much as this team likes to talk and act like they're tough guys, then damn it, go do it from jump. They should be angry tonight. They should play with a ferocity. And yes, it extends to all elements, like the amount of missed assignments, mental errors, coverage lapses, back cuts that were unchecked, unpicked up. That's not even good basketball. Forget about wearing some stupid title belt when you haven't won a damn playoff series in 20 years. That's just not even paying attention. Tonight has to be crisp. Sorry. I get so annoyed by it. That's all. I get annoyed by it with teams who have won something do it.
I think we
probably. At least it's not. No one believed in us.
Oh, for God's sakes. They already did that before game one. Oh, we're not the favorites in the East. Wah, disrespect. Great. And you got wired at home by the Magic.
Kind of loses a little bit of its luster when that happens.
David?
I think we probably split the two in Orlando just due to the crowd factor. I think the games will be much tighter. But tonight, we hit them with full garbage cans. Win in 6.
What
Falcon,
crowd
Birmingham.
in Orlando? Orlando is a loser town. Let me take it a step further. Orlando's a fake loser town. It's a made-up fiefdom of Disneyland. They don't have passionate sports fans.
They got the mouse.
What does that mean?
I'm just saying, that's all.
What is
Orlando
Walt Disney's
has.
frozen head going to be sitting courtside tonight?
Maybe.
No. Don't act like you're going into some snake pit. That's not MSG or TD Bank North. The hell are we talking about? Because of the crowd noise. Get out of here.
I'll pay to see the frozen head courtside.
Instead of light the beam, they'll light the castle.
I'm done. I'm going to the people. I'm going to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you guys doing today?
Good, Joe. What's up?
Hey, I got a couple of points. I know you're not going to want to hear this, but there is a thing called rust. I mean, any sports team that has a 10-day break, they don't come back sharp. Tonight will be a whole different story. They were rusty. That's why the play was shabby. That's why they shot bad. Rust, big time. That will change tonight for sure. One other point. Paul Reed doesn't get any minutes in the last game. I watch every damn Pistons game, and Paul Reed's been kicking ass all year, and he doesn't even play him. Karis LeVert, give him some minutes. He can pop a three. He can generate a shot. Last point would be there, packing the paint. You're packing the paint. You got 7-footers around Duran. Make a mid-range shot. We got guys on that team that can shoot. They don't have to shoot the three. Then they'll have to stretch that floor out a little bit and get away from that middle. Those are my points. What do you guys think?
I'll answer each one, Joe, and it's fine. I mean, it doesn't matter what I like to hear or not. Let me help. Rust, first quarter. Beyond the first quarter, that excuse, that doesn't play. So I'll meet in the middle.
Yeah.
As far as...
Because I would even give you Orlando should have had tired legs, but go ahead.
As far as the whole... play more people, more minutes, I just completely disagree. I think JB's got to shorten the rotation. I don't need certain people getting any playoff action. And the B-ball Paul thing, I don't know how many times we're going to go through this. Paul Reed is not better than Isaiah Stewart, and he's not better than Jalen Duren. You can't play three centers.
No.
So I really don't know what you want. Now, if those guys are dead, well, then B-ball Paul plays a big role.
Right. I was about to say that's a 20-20 type of guy in the playoffs. Either you're up 20 or you're down 20, and he's getting into the game.
But go ahead. Play a third center. I don't think it fixes anything.
Yeah, that works in the regular season, not in the playoffs.
Let's go to
Shorten
John.
your bench.
97.1. Johnny, how you doing?
Hey, guys. I psychologically, I need the Pistons to come out and dominate tonight. Double-digit disco, however you want to put it. Because after what the Red Wings did to us for the last 3 years, after what the Lions have done to us, the Tigers choking away a big lead last year, I can't take it anymore. They won 60 games. They're the one seed. they have to at least go to the Eastern Conference Finals, or they're going to lose. Not even watch Game 3 if they don't win big tonight.
Well, I mean, listen, as long as you come out 1-1, it's not a disaster. But I am with you is that if this doesn't look right tonight and they escape, yeah, I think that says a lot about the series. And my concern level would go just short of panic. Yeah, I think that would be saying, you know what? Maybe we're not better than these guys. Maybe this thing's just a 7-game dogfight. I don't want that.
It's the way they lost Game 1 that really was disturbing. That was a very hard game to watch, and I don't want to do it again.
No, I don't either, and I'm hoping that's not the case. I think you're going to know in the first 5-6 minutes.
No, John, because I think because you got wired from start to finish, it really took away everything that you did in the regular season to some. And thinking like, wow, maybe we weren't that good. And I think a lot of Pistons fans are still kind of hurt by that, Mike, because they puffed their chest out and they said, yeah, this is going to be different. And when they walked in here and just kind of did what they did, man, that was a slap in the face.
All right, John said it all. We'll go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How you guys doing today?
Good, Kevin.
Kev? I'm doing all right. All right, so I'm going to agree with you on a couple of the topics. All right, now as far as, us playing, I feel like, we were the big dogs coming in, and we didn't look like what we looked like all season in that first game. But I'm not the one that's going to sit here and jump ship yet and say that the sky's falling. All right, I'm going to give these guys the benefit of the doubt. It's been one game. This is a 7-game series. So I expect them to come out here, though, tonight. And if I don't see them dominate and do what they need to do, all right, take away the three-pointers, everything that they got to do. Just play defense and play the ball that they know how to play. That's all I need them to do is go out there and play the game that they know how to play. And I'm going to say it like this. Put it on the front page, put it on the back page, the first column, the second column. The Pistons will win Game 2. They will win Game 2 tonight.
Yeah, and they have to.
Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah, I mean, Kev, they have to. But what if they don't play well? Let's say this thing is a 1-2 possession game, last 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. You're sweating bullets watching this game. Does that affect your view of this series? That, hey, we might be in some trouble?
It would definitely give me suspicions, and it definitely would make me have my confidence level go down a little bit. But after one game, I'm not going to sit there and just think that they're going to lose the whole series. But if they do come in here and say they do give us a game or they take this game, then, I'm going to start getting a little bit worried about that, especially going back to Orlando.
If you lose tonight, Kev,
Pistons, I think they got a good team, and I think they're going to come out and they're going to dominate tonight, and that's just me.
If they're for real,
guys,
they
love
will.
The show.
Appreciate it, Kev.
Baby.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy. No, if they're for real, they do. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I'm fine if you want to say, hey, Game 1, mulligan, cool. Now go play, because there's no more mulligans. If they don't look good tonight, no, series turns.
Yes, I agree with you, Mike. Game 1 gets a mulligan only if you disco them tonight. Then you could say, all right, we'll forget about that. And you know what? Brand new series. You go to Orlando, take it back.
Tell you one thing, point spread is diving. Did you see that?
That's like 8.5.
It opened up at 10.5. It was down to 7.5 this morning. You do what you want with that. I don't care. I don't touch basketball. That just surprised me.
They were 8.5-point favorites in Game 1.
Yeah, well, yeah, good. Philly was a 13.5-point dog last night. How'd that work out? Who knows? I don't know.
You guys missed a few baskets.
Celtics are terrible in Game 2s. Go look. It's facts. I'm not even going to have the conversation. I'm disgusted with them. I think they're a collection of cat enthusiasts as well. There's a softness to the Celtics. I keep saying it, and you don't want to listen.
No, when you guys don't hit threes, you're a different team.
Yeah, well, they also do stupid garbage. You cut it to 2. What the hell you doing taking a three-pointer from the Lucky's crotch at midcourt? Stupid garbage. They were terrible. Pritchard was terrible. White was terrible. They were terrible. They were awful last night. They deserved everything they got. I wish Philly would have set fire to the court. Clowns. That was an awful loss. Awful. David?
How do you feel about it?
It's just I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot. In this soft ass town, I actually hold my own teams to the same damn standard. That was a garbage loss. But Celtics, they do this every game too at home. Go look.
Celtics were just rusty. That's all.
Oh, rust your ass.
If it ain't rough, it ain't rough.
Do me a favor. Kenny, get this guy an energy drink or something, will you? You're breaking my balls over here. It's 3:43 and I've had enough.
I'm just using what the Pistons
You know
use.
what? No.
If it ain't rough, it ain't right.
I don't subscribe to such things. All right, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. You can lease a 26 Silverado Crew Cab V8 engine starting at $249 a month. They also have a 26 Equinox starting at $235 a month. Both leases 24 months. Both leases are $999 down. If you need service, you can get the free loaner vehicle as well. Just go to moranexpress.com. You can shop online anytime as well. Stop by in Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, we'll get back to the calls. David, a few texts. We'll switch gears for just a couple segments before we get back to Pistons game 2, 4 o'clock hour. Look, I know you want to do this college football White House thingamabob. I want to hear this. The whole fixing of college football and spring games. And you had a lot on the sheet. Dealer's choice in the 4 o'clock, where you go with it.
Okay.
I'm interested.
Okay.
Don't ask me to talk spring football. You can do it. Don't ask me to try to break any of that crap down.
Okay.
That's all I'm begging you. Although I saw Bryce Underwood had a great day. David, text, please.
Kenny and I were right about the Wings, and we're right about the Pistons. Put a fork in them, they're done. Kenny, you think they're done?
One game. One game, that's what you arrived at.
This is Kenny and I. So you think the Pistons are done?
I never once said that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, all Kenny does is play the swish sound effect. He doesn't participate in basketball.
I'm just asking.
All right, go
Someone
ahead.
says if Detroit doesn't win this series 4-1, there's no future for this playoff run. This is an A seed. Beat them tonight. Make the appropriate adjustments and bring the appropriate intensity, and we will be good. Go Stones. Someone else says, I'm pumped and very confident the Pistons will bounce back tonight. I remain confident because I expect to see more of the team I saw for 82
That's
games
where I am.
this year.
Yeah, and that's my whole point is that if you are confident and if you believe that's going to happen tonight and it doesn't, then you don't get to retain that confidence. I am with you in that is what I expect tonight. And if they don't do it, oh no, the alarm bells are going off. Even if you won, but it's scary, no, alarm bells. You are supposed to send this team packing, especially in a game 2 when they already came here. It's party poppers for Orlando. They already got game 1. The mission was to come here and get 1. They did. Go ahead. Now I'm going to get to the people, David.
I was at the game on Sunday. Fans were chanting for Paul Reed to come in for Duran, the third string center. And if Duran doesn't come back from that, then we have nothing left with him.
Let's go to the people. Go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, bud?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I was listening, and, last year, Tobias was, I think, the best. Well, not the best. He was our second best player. He was that man in the playoffs there. He played really good. He looks like a different player. He actually looked hurt at the end of that game. I think I disagree with what you said. I think they got killed in the paint by 20 points, and they turned the ball over more than the other team. And so I think they play 2 centers, or 2 bigs, because someone has to match up with Wagner. I think Paul Reed could cover Wagner. He's going to take minutes from Tobias, and he's going to take minutes from Ron Holland shouldn't be playing. He's got to take those minutes. Paul Reed will do better. And then Sasser has to take Jenkins minutes. Sasser has to find some minutes. He can shoot. They might even bring up Chaz Lanier, man. He can shoot.
Okay. What? All right. I want to.
Mike, are you being serious right now?
I feel like.
Okay. Chaz Lanier, he can shoot.
Hasn't played all year. The guy's got to be.
Well,
you got to
playing in the. Okay, Sasser's played and
had his spot taken by Jenkins because he's decidedly better.
Sasser?
Yes. What do you think? They play Jenkins because he's a charity?
The other day, Sasser can shoot threes better than.
All right.
Okay.
Lanier. All I'm telling you is this: the brain trust of the Pistons disagrees, Mike. Is that they put these guys on ice? Lanier's not good enough to make the rotation. Sasser had his job taken by Dennis Jenkins. Now your answer is game 2.
More Reed.
More of guys who aren't good enough to play.
More Reed, more Sasser, more Lanier.
More guy who hasn't played all year. Hey, why don't you ask for Bobby Klintman while you're at it? Here's a Swedish meatball and an 18-footer.
I mean, that's why I was like, I thought maybe he was trying to be funny. That's what I was like, you being serious? He was serious.
I mean, if that's really what you think of your team, you probably need to ask yourself, are they any good in the first place? If your response to losing game 1 at home is, I need more Sasser. I need rookie who hasn't played more than 30 seconds. I need my third string center. I'm sorry, but like.
Man, people fell in love with B-Ball Paul.
Vinny Johnson can hit shots. Where's he at? Bring him on the floor tonight.
Kelly Tripucka. I need more.
I mean, where's John Sally? We can use him a little bit. I thought that was a joke. I guess it wasn't. We'll move on.
David, just say something, please.
That's one, Kenny. That's one. That's one. My. Oh, somebody says, Kenny, that's one. Someone says, I need Finis Dimbo.
Yep. There you go. Wyoming product.
Someone says, I apologize for all Pistons fans right now.
And I don't think I was mean. I gave them the reasons those people don't play.
You know what they need, Dave?
Jazz Lanier.
No, you know what they need? Mike James. They need Mike James to step up tonight.
What about Zeljko Rabracha? It's game 2. I think you need to shorten your bench. This guy's trying to dip into the G League.
That's what happens.
3 more players to play tonight.
Right. Yeah, the bench normally goes to about 7-8 players. Let's get the G Leaguers up. Have you seen Lanier shoot?
Do you think this is just Pistons fans after losing game 1 just gripping the steering wheel extra tight?
I mean,
with opinions like that, though?
No, because an opinion like that means you don't think the team is any good.
No, Kenny, I think an opinion like that is you've fallen in love with the others, the role players, the bit players, because they had a great game when you went down to see them. So now, yeah, you'll do better if you put those 3 guys in the game. Like Orlando would probably – you may win because Orlando will be laughing. Just on the floor laughing like, seriously, you guys, you're not even going to try? Okay.
I just keep forget we live in role player city. That's what it is here.
Yeah, it's why I've just always had a disagreement. Basketball's not that's not how it works. It's just not.
Thank you.
So you can think it, you can do whatever you want, but that's not how it works. I can't believe we took a Chaz Lanier call. This team's down 1-0. Like that, you know what? Just like I gave them a mulligan for game 1, I'm going to give the fan base a mulligan for that call.
Literally forgot he was part of the organization. Did until he said
more that. Walter Sharp. 248-539-9797. We'll get with more of the people. We'll try this again.
We'll bring up Jay Nakins.
Okay.
He's on the team.
Okay. I'm done. Reed, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Hey, you know who's on the TV call tonight? Mike Breen. The Pistons continue their playoff journey against the Magic. Danis Jenkins spoke about the mentality after losing Game 1 this morning at shoot-around. You can hear the radio call over on WWJ with George Blaha and Rick Mahorn starting at 7 o'clock. Chris Flar has the pregame at 6:35 as well. Michigan State basketball assigned 7-2 center Anton Bonk from Charlotte. He averaged 10.5 points per game, 8 rebounds per game, and a block and a half as a junior. He's currently focused on the NBA draft, though. The Tigers have called up ready reliever Birch Smith. He has 6 years of big league experience with a variety of teams. He hasn't pitched in the bigs, though, since 2024. Emmanuel DeJesus has been optioned after giving up 7 hits and 5 earned runs yesterday. The lineup for tonight's Game 2 against the Brewers is in. Kevin McGonagal will lead off and play third base. Gleyber Torres hits second at second. Jahmai Jones back in there hitting third and DHing. Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Wenzel Perez in the middle. Kerry Carpenter bats seventh and plays right. Javi Baez back at shortstop hitting eighth. And Jake Rogers will round it out and catch here tonight. Casey Mize gets the start against Milwaukee's Chad Patrick. He has a sub-1 ERA so far this season. First pitch at 6:40. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
We're going to get right to these Piston calls, but one brief note. I'll say it again with the precursor. It's April. I'm not going to go crazy. But yeah, that Tiger bullpen kind of stinks. Not good. I mean, you're talking about an ERA near 5. You're talking about a whip of 1.5. And they don't strike anybody out.
No.
Just it's early.
They don't cover first base either.
I know. Look, last night was Game 1 for the Pistons. You draw a line through that. You're going to have 4 or 5 games like that. If you're a really good ball club, you're going to have what you just draw a line through it. Mm-hmm. Last night was a debacle. But they got to figure some things out. The bullpen's been disappointing. But it's I try to just take it easy.
Line through the game for the Tigers. Okay.
Yeah.
Like said Pistons. I was like, wait, what?
Well, no, I mean, I don't have a choice now. You know, it's Game 2. I mean, whatever happened Game 1, what didn't happen, I draw a line through it. I respect the Pistons enough to just say, okay. They bleeped around and found out. All right, show me tonight. Because if they don't, if you just Rico, maybe some people think it's a crack-headed opinion, but that's fine. If you don't go out and play really well tonight, yeah, my opinion of the series changes. You could still win, and I'd still be nervous.
It makes me feel like everything that you did in the regular season was fugazi. It wasn't real. That's the quiet part out loud, what people really don't want to say. But I think if you struggle or, heaven forbid, you lose this game, the regular season and all the 60 wins just kind of goes out the window.
Let's get to the people. I know we'll turn our attention. We had a little more NFL draft to do, a little quick note on college football as well. And then, Game 2, get right back to it at 5. I want to get to these calls now. Mike's in Sterling Heights. Mike, thanks for hanging, man. I'm sorry that took so long. What's up?
No problem, fellas. How you guys doing?
Good, Michael.
Listen, fellas, if these guys go 7 games and win 4-3, win each game by 1 point, that's a victory for us. Number one, we weren't an average 60. The average 60-team win team that I've seen in the NBA over the last 40 years had much more offensive variety than this Pistons team. And we're going up against a team that's an 8 seed, but prior to this season, preseason, they were viewed as a 3 seed. Now the guys are healthy. So it's not like I'm saying 8 seed versus 1 seed. When I look at the rosters, when I look at a guy like Desmond Bain, who would be the best shooter by far on our team, plus they got Bandera, Wagner, Suggs, all these guys are lottery picks too, man. And it's just a horrible matchup for us. My major concern that I just don't know what we've been doing in this town. We don't have a professional scorer, and I want the Pistons to win. But when you don't look out there and you don't pick up somebody like a Kennard, who I see doing good for the Lakers, when you don't pick up what's McCullough, all these guys got traded. When you don't pick up all these guys, I would have even got Seth Curry, somebody who was a 40% career shooter for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years. We need somebody like that, man. And for them not to pull the trigger on at least one person like that, I'm not talking about a guy who dipped to 30 the last 3 years.
Right.
I'm talking about somebody who's 40, 38. I don't understand it, man. And the teams, one thing about the NBA players, man, and Vegas knows it too. After the regular season, and they looked at the odds are what the odds are. Players know that the Pistons, it's a way to beat the Pistons. So,
well, yeah, because Mike, that's always been the thing. Is both things can be true. Is the Pistons had an incredible regular season. They're a really good basketball team, but they're short on talent. And that's the bottom line. Like Cleveland even talked trash after that Friday night where Spider Mitchell and Harden didn't play. And you needed a miracle to get to overtime, and they go, no, we'll beat this team in a playoff series.
We'll beat this team. So can somebody help me to understand why didn't what's going on in the city of Detroit that we don't think any of our sports teams need to make a decision?
Because there's no accountability. There's no accountability.
We all said the same thing. No.
Look, the reporting came out, and I don't want to attribute it for maybe it was multiple people. I know certainly a Pistons beat reporter had it. It was the feeling from the organization is this is house money this year, which I think is insulting. Because it might be house money to them, it's real money to you.
Yeah, see, it sounded like that was kind of what Trajan said on our air when he was talking about this team.
Well, it's a joke. But the whole thing is there's no accountability. Eiserman's up in his ivory tower. Brad Holmes got people still drinking his bathwater. There's no accountability. So that's how it happens.
Yeah.
This was a gap year in the East. You needed to make a move to help Cade, to help this thing along. They gave you Kevin Huerter.
Right, to take advantage of the East, because at the time, the Celtics didn't know what was going to happen when you have one of your star players coming back from an injury. Yeah, Cleveland didn't have all the pieces that they have now, but you chose to just kind of say, hey, let's focus on winning a home playoff game first. Not my words. Those were Trajans.
Let's go to DeVell, 97.1. DeVell, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
Thank you. And, my phone goes in and out at times, but correct me if I'm wrong, but did I hear a caller beg for playoff minutes for Marcus Sasser and Chaz Lanier?
You did.
I did hear that.
I'd like to help your reception.
Oh,
you did.
my God.
Yes, you did.
Okay, well, let's go dig up Scott Hastings and Doug Overton while we at it, then, I guess. I don't know, but
can I get Rick Brunson, please?
What about the JYD?
Right. Exactly. So I heard also earlier the rest thing conversation. I've heard that all week. Now, correct me if I'm wrong again, but did not Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Denver, Boston, and New York all have 5+ days off and they won their game one?
Correct.
Okay. Well, enough said on that. So
Duval, Russ hits a little different here in Detroit.
Right. I don't buy the Russ thing, and I still think we'll be fine. We will be fine. We are if our coach is the coach of the year, like we think he is. If Asar Thompson is defensive player of the year, like we think he is. If the Pistons are as good as we think they're, talent be damned, we will get through this series. And when this series first started, I wanted Charlotte. I was like, we'll sweep Charlotte. But when I saw we got Orlando, I'm like, well, this is going to take us 6, because they matched up well against us in the regular season. So I'm not panicking at all.
No, tonight,
I'm not going to panic.
Tonight will be the panic. If they don't, obviously, if you lose, it's panic. Yeah. But if they don't play well,
something like that.
If they don't play well and they escape, look, I'll take the win. But my concern will be high.
Yes. And like I said, I figured it was going to be a dogfight to begin with. So, hey, we lost a game. We're going to lose one in Orlando, but we'll be fine. Like I said, we are what we are. But and another thing, what they said earlier about the rust, the whole thing. That's such crap to me. I'm like this. I'm a believer in work smarter, not harder.
Yeah, and ultimately the Russ thing, okay, fine. The first quarter, you come out sloppy. Man, that's out the window the second quarter on. I don't want to hear it. And you were able to get that game tied up. You just never took the lead. I don't want to hear about Rust. No, thank you. David, some text coming in.
Orlando took the mask off the Pistons in game 1, like Scooby-Doo episode, and exposed them. I am not confident for tonight.
Okay, I am gobsmacked.
It was how they lost. I think that's where some fans are at, Mike, because
one game.
But you never had the lead at home. So that's why it's like, wait, what just happened here? So, yeah, a lot of people are just they're in their feelings right now.
You know what? You don't deserve.
That's not supposed to happen.
You don't deserve a playoff team. That's my response. You don't deserve to have a team in the playoffs if you can't handle it. I mean, my God, put on a Pampers. What is this? One game and, they took the mask off. It's over. Can we play game 2? Lose tonight. You can have all the Scooby-Doo references you want. But for God's sakes, can we let the team redeem themselves?
It's not supposed to happen to a 1 seed that way. That's where I think people are in their feelings.
I agree it's not supposed to happen. I agree it sucked. I agree it makes me feel like this is going to be a long series. That person is saying they're on a horse waving a white flag like Poland in World War II.
That's called copium right now. That is,
or maybe that person never believed.
No, let's set the bar low so if they lose, I can say, well, see, I told you they weren't going to win it anyway. That's all that is. Because they don't want to get their feelings hurt. They're just trying to mitigate the circumstance.
Then you should not live in this city.
Yeah, then you know what? I'll refer right back to it. I don't know why you're not sticking with me on this. You don't deserve a playoff team if that's how you act. That is bitch behavior. That is ridiculous.
To explain the person.
This city tries to act like a walking Cialis pill, and they're over. You know what? That is fruit roll-up flaccid behavior. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, because I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they never believe, but if that's their belief, Rico, then leave. Find another city to live in.
Jeez. David, I beg you, use that for who said it.
Oh, Detroit versus everybody. I guess not. But the minute something goes wrong, what do? Retire? I mean, come on. Let them play tonight. Oh, my God, they took our mask off. What are we doing here? God forbid if this team goes on a legit title run. Are you going to be able to handle it? What? Shaking your head. Hey, your damn city, Mr. Southwest Detroit. You talk to that person.
I'm trying to explain.
You and your fake-ass high school.
Okay, here we go.
Lutheran Polytech nonsense.
Detroit, Lutheran, West.
Whatever. Read.
I don't like how you said that.
I don't care.
You know what?
Ridiculous.
Here's what I'll do.
Yeah, okay, Bishop Sycamore.
I'm going to go down in the basement, and I'm going to forget that Mike exists. I'm going to watch the game, and when I'm down there in my man cave, Mike Valenti does not exist. It's just
good for you.
Happiness, and I'm going to watch the Pistons win tonight. Why? Because Matrix Basements came to my house, and they took a totally unfinished basement, and they turned it into the ultimate man cave. They can do the same for you. Look, they've been helping people get started. I know you're sitting on the fence, and you don't know, like, is it going to be too much? And, will I get a good return on investment? They'll sit and they'll talk with you with that free consultation. But you got to go to matrixbasements.com and get everything set up. And trust me, you'll be happy that you did, because by the time you listen to them, you'll be ready for your new basement that will be designed by their award-winning design staff. And guess what? Come football season, you will be in your brand new basement designed and built by Matrix Basements. Go to matrixbasements.com. Matrix Basements, designs that pay off.
All right, David, what the hell exactly are we doing here? He's pointed to Rico. Rico, what the hell are we doing here?
Getting ready to do a college football blitz.
Okay.
Well,
Explain.
Let's have some fun, Mike. This from CBS Sportsline, bold Big Ten predictions for this upcoming season. Since everybody is having or has already had their spring game, they came up with some bold predictions for all 18 teams in the Big Ten. We're not going to go over all 18.
Oh, my God.
But I'll start off with like this. The Wisconsin Badgers. Wisconsin Badgers will miss a bowl game and start over. Luke Fickell's term at Wisconsin will be over.
It should have been over last year. The buyout was huge. I can't argue because ultimately he has gotten no traction. The offensive philosophy, when it started out bringing the air raid there, Phil Longo there, it never worked. I don't understand it. So I will say, what do you want, agree or disagree?
Yeah.
Agree. I never understood what the hell that was.
I agree on this one as well. I just don't know how bold it is because, like Mike, I thought he was going to be fired last season. So
they didn't have the money.
Find it. Start over.
All right. Washington Huskies. The Huskies will be ranked in the top 10 at some point with quarterback Damon Williams Jr.
Yeah, here's my problem. I have to separate my bias for what a rat situation that was with Damon Williams and the renegotiating and leaving, and now I'm back, and the school was going to sue him. I will have to assume fences have been mended, and Damon Williams has put enough on tape where I go, okay, this kid has a chance to be a top 10 QB this year and power that team. I'll say yes, but I still
I forgot all about that.
I haven't. I hate him. I have a hard time getting over this.
I'm glad you mentioned it, and until I hear of such, let's just hope it wasn't Jaden Daniels, Arizona State, and they have, you're right, mended fences. If they have, I can see that happening with
the
top
other
10.
problem is these left coast teams, I just don't buy into it. I don't believe in it. All the travel they got to do and the setups, and they're soft.
Okay,
they're not meant for this.
Let's go back to a left coast team then, Mike. And Kenny, feel free to chime in. I know it's Big Ten and, pillow fight and all of that.
Oh, you mean, well, listen, no offense to Kenny, but the Big Ten has won 3 national titles in a row. One of them with an asterisk and 2 straight up. You got to just say it. I'm doing that for cookies.
USC.
Nope.
Jaden Mayava wins the Heisman Trophy.
Caddio. No. I just can't. I can't let Lincoln Riley hurt me again. I can't do it.
Well, Lincoln Riley says he thinks this is USC's championship window. It is now open. I think I'll go with this one.
I want to believe because college football's better with USC.
It is.
Will he at least be at the ceremony, Mike?
No.
Okay. Mike's gone full spite.
No.
Here's a quarterback near and dear to your heart, Mike. He was once the quarterback of MSU at Illinois. Transfer QB Caden Hauser will break a school record.
No.
He replaces Luke Altmaier, and he will go out there and break the school record for touchdown passes.
No, the answer is no to all of this. I watched it. Remember, I am an ECU Booster Club member, okay? No. Everything they did at East Carolina was like 1-yard passes. Caden Hauser's not any good. No. I reject this on premise. You can't get better as a quarterback when you're coached by a bedspread. No. Nope.
David, never mind. Indiana Hoosiers. Indiana will lose 3 times and miss the college football playoffs.
I disagree with losing 3 times.
Their schedule includes games against Ohio State, Michigan, USC, and tough road trips to Nebraska and Washington.
Doesn't matter. They're a machine. Their evaluations are rock solid. They have the financial backing of Mark Cuban. They got Josh Hoover out of the portal. They got Nick Marsh out of the portal. I really just believe what Dusty May is doing at Michigan is what Cignetti's doing at Indiana. I'm not picking them to lose 3 times. Now, maybe they get left out losing 2, But I'm not picking them to lose 3 games.
Yeah, I don't see that either right now. I just don't.
With that schedule that they have, Ohio State, Michigan. Okay.
Hey, I love how he puts Michigan on there like they're anything special.
What are you talking about? Vegas says. Anyway, Northwestern, Mike, another former MSU quarterback.
Northwestern?
What are we doing here?
Northwestern?
All right, Dave Rebson, go ahead.
No. I'm about to talk about Northwestern, David.
I don't want to hear about Northwestern.
I do. Rico Beard, I do.
What the hell is going on today?
He has a bad attitude. I don't know.
Can I just go home? Northwestern. Aiden Childs will lose a starting job at some point this year.
A first game, yes. 100%. Can't play football. Not well, at least. Doesn't process. Holds on to the ball too long. Inaccurate YOLO balls down the field. No to all of it. Who's the backup? Don't care.
David, am I allowed to talk about Nebraska?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Nebraska. The Cornhuskers will miss out on a bowl game. And
yes. Yes.
Rico.
Next question, Rico.
This guy. This is like one of those Senate hearings. He's just yelling at you. You can't even answer the question. I'd like to hear the rest.
Okay. New quarterback coming in there.
Who is it?
Is
that bum backup they had last year?
Yeah.
Guy can't throw the ball.
Was it Anthony Condaria?
Oh, no. That's the kid who played at Virginia and UNLV. Calandria?
Yeah.
Yeah, he stinks. All right. Do they miss a bowl? Schedule highlights?
They will be on the road for Oregon, Illinois, Iowa, MSU, home to Indiana, Ohio State, and Washington.
Yeah, no bowl. No bowl.
Okay.
No bowl.
Minnesota Golden Gophers will pull off a big upset this year. Gophers have road games at Washington, at Indiana, at Penn State, and they welcome Michigan to Minneapolis. They will win at least one of those games.
I'm going to say no. I mean, Fleck did a good job last year, but look, they don't have talent. They don't have talent. They don't have NIL. I don't love the quarterback play year over year. And Darius Taylor's gone, correct? Is he finally gone?
I think so.
Okay, good. I just making sure he wasn't in the senior circuit. I'm going to say no to that.
Does beating Penn State count as an upset? I don't think Penn State's going to be good.
They'll be underdogs.
Yeah, I just don't
Minnesota.
think. I understand that. I just don't think Penn State late in that year will be good.
Go to the next team before he yells at you.
Rutgers, the Greg Schiano era will come to an end this year.
Feels like it.
Rutgers will just finally miss out, and they'll fire Greg Schiano.
I think you have to. Look, they tried. They've done everything they can. They've been patient. They've given him money. He's never going to get it going the way he did 20 years ago when the Empire State Building was red and white and Rutgers was number 2 in America. It's just they can't get it done, and the neighborhood has gotten so much tougher.
Here's how you know this is a bold prediction, and this is how bad you are. Purdue, the Boilermakers will win a conference game. Purdue is 0-18 in the last 2 years.
Barry Odom will get it going. He's a good defensive coach, yes.
They will win at least one game.
Toot, toot, boiler up. They'll win again, yes.
Well, they have Minnesota at home, so they could probably win a game.
I love how David is circling that on April 22nd in our post-spring football bold selections. Go ahead.
Penn State, the Nittany Lions won't be the team with a winning record. They may finish 9-3, but they won't be the team with a winning record.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Road games, Michigan, they and USC, Wisconsin, they're going to beat teams, but just not anybody any good.
New staff, new roster. I need to see it to believe it, sure.
Ohio State, they break their Big Ten title drought. They haven't won the Big Ten title since 2020. This is going to be the year.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to go with Oregon.
Oh.
They're the only left coast team I respect. You get Dante Moore on the hero arc. He'll be the number 1 pick in the draft next year. I'll just go Oregon. So I can't do it with Ryan Day anymore. Okay. These big game plans are a thing, and they're a problem.
And even with, I know this is further along, but even with Oregon, you then got to believe in them again in the playoffs. They got to show that, but that's not what this is about. So,
this one's near and dear to my heart, but my guy, Maryland, Terps will win a game in November. They are 0-9 for the last 2 seasons. Their November slate at Purdue, Wisconsin at home, at USC, and Penn State.
They will win in November. They will win too. Malik Washington ascension. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to end it off with the 2 local teams.
Great.
Which one do you want first?
I don't care.
MSU.
Sure.
Michigan State Spartans will make a bowl game.
No. I don't have any talent. I can't name 10 of these guys. Hey, you look at who they got in the portal. They recruited a guy from Checkers.
Well,
they got a guy from DQ operating the Blizzard machine. I mean, I don't know what to say.
The fact that Jonathan Smith, to me, had at least a 6-6, 7-5 team and blew it 3 times late in the game, I think you upgraded your coach.
Rico says yes. I hope he's right.
I just said a bowl game. 6-6 is a bowl game.
Superb. Spartans
will.
I
want some ice cream from DQ.
David.
And we'll finish with Michigan, fresh off of their spring game.
Sure.
The Michigan Wolverines will average 35 points a game.
That's funny.
Hold on. That's the question? Yeah. Of all the things we could ask?
It's funny.
Well, sure. They'll put up 70 against some corpse like they did to Central last year, and it'll affect the whole thing.
Yep.
So, yeah, sure. I don't think it guarantees they're any good.
With the new staff in place, Bryce Underwood takes steps forward and gets this unit back to lighting up the scoreboard and puts them right back into the Big Ten and CFP.
Well, if his
contention.
first quarter and 9 pass attempts in the spring game are any indication, I'd like to put that under review.
He threw a backwards pass for a touchdown.
They got to get 15 points. 35? What?
I'll say yes. David, you play a lot of garbage cans and you can roll your helmets on the field and score 40.
UTEP, Minnesota, Rutgers, Michigan State, UCLA. Yes.
That's a lot of poo-poo.
Yeah,
that's a lot of poo-poo.
I'm not counting Western at the
A
start.
lot of
Western's
poo-poo.
good.
Oh, Western's good?
Western's good.
Hey, they were last year. I don't know if anyone's still in Kazoo.
Okay. That's fair.
That coach they got out there from Alabama, they pounded the rock. They had a quarterback that was like the belldozer from Oklahoma. David, I don't know if any of the players are still there the way the portal works.
I'll double back and let you know soon.
All right.
Poor Western. What do they got? It's going to be a trombone player and the Bronco mascot. Did anyone stay? Lane Taylor is his name, isn't it? He's done a nice job out there.
That's your college football blitz, 97-1.
All right, right now, FanDuel, you bet 5, get $250 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Whether it's props or maybe it's individual stuff like SGPs, line it all up. FanDuel has you covered. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. FanDuel, the official partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan first, online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, and I know Rico has one other note because we are very draft heavy and Pistons game too heavy, as we should be. One note for people. Iserman speaketh tomorrow at 11 a.m. They are going to carry it live on middays. Here's our rule. I'm not going to do another Iserman show if he just does what he normally does. I'm not going to give it oxygen. And it's not our responsibility to play it. If they held it in the afternoon, as a good faith partner with the team, we'd play it. I am under no obligation to waste your time if Steve's going to waste our time. So he can do whatever he wants to do. And if it's no and no, or indignant towards any questioning, and he doesn't say anything, and he doesn't own anything, I'm not playing it. If there's anything good, we will dig in. I don't care about the draft. I don't care about game 2. We'll find a spot to do a little bit of it. But I'm telling you, I'm Red Wing free until or unless they make changes. And it starts with the way he handles the media and the messaging and how he sells himself. And if he's going to do this thing where he's just above it all, we're not going to waste people's time because we'll hit game 2 and we'll hit the draft. Godspeed to Doug and Scott. They have to carry it live. You enjoy that. No and no. I don't think that's unfair.
No, it's not. I just saw what you did there with the no, and then you did the whole no and no.
Because I've had it. I want to see him get out there tomorrow and pound the table and go, GD, this is unacceptable. I'm embarrassed. If I don't get this right next year, I hope they launch me out of a cannon. Say that.
See, I'm just curious about the timing, and maybe it's just me. I'm being cynical. Maybe it's just because I've worked with you two today. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But you're holding it the same day as the draft, and a Tiger Day game is going to be happening right before.
And a post-haste of Pistons game.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no. Unlike your nonsensical alien takes, this, you're right here. That's planned. That's like a Friday news dump on a Thursday.
Right. Let's just sandwich it in between everything.
That's right.
And hope that every reporter in Detroit is busy doing something else.
That's what it feels like, seems like, sounds like.
You know what? We held a press conference and nobody was here. What are we going to do?
David, the text.
Coached by a bedspread. I'm not really sure what that means, but that is hilarious, Mike. Good job. That is from Jeff.
Jeff, it's Bielema's Q-zip. It's a bedspread, and they attach a zipper to.
Someone says, we need a MAC segment. I just learned that Noah Kim is in his 7th year and will start for Eastern Michigan.
Yeah. And David, he will be the 3rd former quarterback to go to Spartan Stadium this year.
Yes.
It's going to be a treat when we go 0-3 against all of them.
Caden Hauser, Aiden Childs. Well, you said he won't be playing, so.
Oh, don't worry. His hero arc, it'll be like that the Undertaker coming out of the coffin. He'll rise up and dot us for 5 touchdowns.
Someone says you are spot on with Lane Taylor. He is really good.
He's done a great job.
Actually happened to get from the portal this year, someone said.
Really?
Don't know who, but they got
By
somebody.
the end of last season, they were hammering the football. I mean, they were running it 50 times, 250 yards a game. They were pounding on people. It was pretty wild.
David, I'll see if I can get a MAC one for you.
No one else wants to hear that. No one else wants to hear that.
Carry on.
Someone else says, yeah, I want to hear about Northwestern. David, shut up and let Rico talk.
That's right. He's had a real attitude today. Now, do you want to just...
I'm sorry. Is this pot or kettle? Which one am I talking to?
I don't know. Kettles are pretty cool. Carry on.
I'm answering phones.
Do you want to share with the class? What did you have?
Well, here's something that's just going to make your head explode and make David even more angrier. So here's a log for the fire. Well, you know how the White House has gotten involved with college sports, and they may actually end up with a 5-for-5 rule for player eligibility. Well, all of a sudden, a White House committee is suddenly taking interest in saying the college football playoffs need to be expanded. This could be fresh off of the NCAA tournament. Would you stop it? They're going to 24 teams. They're talking about expanding it to 24. teams.
No, why are we picking these arbitrary numbers? No. Why, Rico, no.
It's just something that they're talking about.
They can't just go to 16 and leave it alone.
They're convening in Dallas right now, and it's something that's on the table of 24 teams. Yeah. And this comes from a person who's part of the college football playoff governing body, and he was part of that presidential group as well.
Let's go live to the CFP committee. I quit. Are they just going to drive this to Middle Earth?
Yes.
They're going to take every dollar they can get now with no eye on the future of the sport.
Because in their mind, more is more.
Nothing means nothing.
Hey, look at the NCAA tournament, and the people watch that. What if we double the amount of playoff games? We could have that many. I would say fix it so at least the top 4 teams, top 4 seeds could actually win a game, because you haven't seen that happen except for Indiana. But no, let's go ahead and double this to 24. This happened while you were gone.
I'm going to turn this over to Kenny. I have nothing to say to you. Kenny, what are your thoughts?
I don't like any of that. That sounds awful. No, who's asking for this, by the way? I mean, other than the networks, who's asking for this?
Apparently, it's the White House committee. The people who went out there, and yep. Let's fix this. We need to expand the playoffs.
So then why should I care about week 1 through whatever?
David,
why?
You don't care about anything.
It just
starving kids.
It would move past us saying we're already saying this. Well, the championship games don't matter, which is true because of what they currently have.
Right.
So then why would week 10 care?
24 team playoff. You'll have a 4-loss team in the playoffs.
Correct.
No. You would have a 5-loss team.
You
If
always
it is the right team.
You always take it too far.
No, I don't, Mike.
Yes, you do.
If it's the right team.
What 7-5 team's going to be in the top 25?
Let a top SEC team lose.
Kenny, answer it. Buy or sell Rico's takedown. I said 4 losses. He's going to 5.
No. I said a certain team. Like, if all of a sudden Georgia or Alabama loses a heartbreaking game, but you're looking at their schedule saying, yeah, but if they would have played in this conference, they would have rolled the conference.
The fact that this is even a conversation shows you the absolute folly of the sport.
I worry, though, that Rico might be right in the sense that now they have even more leeway.
I stand down. The senator from fake high school Polytech, he is right. Fine. The point I'm making is...
So Tennessee last year, 7-5. Before the bowl game, 7-5 would have went in. Tennessee.
He's saying the right team.
The right team, not any team.
The point is, with 24 teams, you will have completely wrecked the biggest advantage the sport had, which was the regular season. We've seen it in college basketball. That's all this is going to turn into. College football's weapon was the regular season. You know what else doesn't matter anymore? Rivalries. 24 teams. Michigan and Ohio State are playing for a whoopee cushion. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
At that point, you probably should be better off taking it off the schedule. And I know that's sacrilegious.
No. You know what you do for that game? You don't play anybody. You sit everybody. Load management.
Or play at the beginning of the year.
Don't need my quarterback getting tuned up. We're both in the playoff.
Yeah, like week 4, something like that.
Yeah, start the Big Ten year off with that game.
How dare you?
That means if you're a brand, though, that's won 7 or 8 games, you can just load manage the rest of the season.
Correct.
And that's why I
Worthless.
said a certain team could probably get away with 7.
If you still love the sport, I'm happy for you. Don't ask me to.
It hasn't been law yet.
It will.
It's getting kicked around.
No, I mean, the only thing getting kicked around are people who love the sport. That's it.
All right.
We're just a pinata.
97.
No, don't do that 97-1 thing.
The minute the people in authority on that committee start speaking.
In my ear. 1 minute.
I'm sorry. You're right.
You know what?
97-1.
Okay.
Can you show me how to answer phones?
All right. Listen, if you're in an accident and you feel like you're on your own, the insurance company, not your friend. The paperwork, complete nightmare. You got to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action, you need results, you need it now. Counselors keep life moving. Forensic experts help lock your case down. It is smart. It's fast. It's built to win. Go to Get David, Get Paid. That's not just a tagline. It is a playbook. 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
So we're going to start in Dallas here with the NFL draft talk because there's a few things coming out of Dallas. And no, not Jerry Jones almost falling.
You are out of hand.
I just saw that, by the way.
Yeah, for those that didn't see it, President Clinton visited them, came through as they were talking draft. Jerry Jones got excited to go talk to him and almost fell, tripped over the chair trying to go talk to him. But let's get to the actual news because after that, Cowboys Executive Vice President Stefan Jones told reporters that they decided that George Pickens will play on the franchise tag this year.
Good.
And they won't have long-term deal talks.
Why would you? Dude's a nutcase. Hey, look, CeeDee Lamb got hurt in a must-win game in Detroit. What did he do? Guy looked like he was hanging out with Jordan Balfour pounding Quaaludes. I'm not paying you long-term. You can show up for work 17 weeks, not be a goofball, and perform. It's the right thing to do. And if George doesn't like it, the next place he'll be selling Blackstones at Home Depot.
He'll be somewhere else. You're exactly right. Another
Sorry,
thing.
go ahead.
He's right. You know?
I'm just tired of it with that guy, man.
Because play it out this year, show us that you deserve a long-term deal. And you're right, because that Detroit game, that was money he left on Ford Field. Like, he just looked awful. And I was like, yeah, I would not resign him if I'm the Cowboys.
One more thing here on the Cowboys is that the reports say that they are not operating passively for the draft and exploring multiple trade pathways to trade up. If you're running the Cowboys, who are you trading up for?
Look, for me, they've really done a good job getting that defense retooled. I think they're a player or two away on that side of the ball. Offensively, look, what would you say, Rico? Majority of the year, they were a really good offense last year.
I think if they trade up, David, it'll probably be one of the 3 Ohio State defensive players. Because they're already sitting at 12, so maybe they try to move up and get whichever one of the 3 falls down, or they just get really bold and go up to pick 3.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because that leads me to another thing here for Caleb Downs, who is one of those Ohio State players here. A report here from Jeremy Fowler. Multiple teams have told me that Downs, as a pure football player, might be the draft's best overall player, but they've struggled with drafting him that high based on his position. So I'm going to go through a couple players that were drafted in the top 10 at his position, the safety position. Would you do it over this guy? Eric Berry was drafted number 5, 2010. Caleb Downs better than Eric Berry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Jamal Adams, 2017, number 6.
Yes, but at the time, you got to remember Jamal Adams was taking on traits.
Correct.
Physical ability. Nobody had ever seen a safety play at that height, weight, physicality. It just didn't pan out. Injuries played a role. He had a couple really nice years, though. It's a different type of player. Downs doesn't have these Hall of Fame traits. He's the smartest guy, but he isn't north of 6 feet tall. He doesn't play at, 235 pounds. It's a different player.
But if they say, and many scouts, and we all think he's probably one of the best players in the draft, then just draft the guy.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what, David? I've often said that. It's like, well, you can't draft him that high. Why? That's who you wanted. Yeah, but what? People are going to laugh at you? Not if he turns out to be a stud. They're all going to say, wow, I wish we didn't pass on him.
So we've heard multiple reports about trades up. Many people want to do that, or many trades in the first round. So last year, there were 5 draft day trades in the first round. There were 5 in 2024, 7 in 2023, 9 in 2022. And according to the Chiefs general manager, Brett Veach, he's predicting that it's going to be a very active Thursday with plenty of trades. But then others say there won't be as many trades. Do people have any idea what it's going to be tomorrow?
I don't. Maybe Rico does.
No, David, I would say if any trades happen, I think they will happen for the top 10 picks. But after that, everybody else is kind of the same. And unless you just really love a player, after pick 10, I don't see many trades.
And then I'm going to close it out with this name, Diego Pavea. One of Vanderbilt quarterback.
Undraftable.
Strongest traits, he says, is his confidence. He says he believes his skills rival any QB in this draft.
Cool.
I think, Mike, you already answered the question. What would you do with him?
I think he lost everything when he was at the Heisman ceremony afterwards and didn't win, and his people obviously don't like him. Like, Diego, give me your phone. No, don't put the. Oh my goodness, yeah. He showed me right then and there, you're not ready for prime time.
He's undraftable. I already said it. You know what I do with him? I throw him in the garbage. Want nothing to do with him. Guy's 5'9". Get out of here.
I think you are exactly right on that. That is in football today.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Pistons injury report is once again clean as they host the Orlando Magic tonight for Game 2 of the series. Each fan in attendance will receive a white all-dog t-shirt. Tip off at 7 on our sister station, WWJ News Radio 950. The get-in price is affordable, starting at around $61. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch says that Justin Verlander's latest bullpen today was encouraging, and his hip was not bothering him as much as other sessions. Detroit sent reliever Emmanuel DeJesus down to AAA and called up Burt Smith. He has a career 5.7 ERA. Tigers have Game 2 of the series against the Brewers right here on 97.1 tonight at 6:40. Casey Mize starts for Detroit. He'll face Chad Patrick. For Evan Woodbury, the pitchers run the field fielding today after their recent struggles. Mets slugger Juan Soto has been activated from the injured list. He said he's not talked to any of his teammates during the 12-game losing streak. Tom Izzo has signed 7-2 center Anton Bonk from Charlotte. Arkansas freshman star and Cass Tech grad Darius Acuff declared for the NBA draft after averaging 23.5 points and shooting 44% from three. David's very proud. That's his, alma mater there. Michigan Athletics announced they'll celebrate the 100th anniversary of Michigan Stadium throughout the summer and fall of next year with in-game features, special events, commemorative merchandise. Mike has submitted his order. The Red Wings announced that GM Steve Yzerman and head coach Tom McClellan will speak to the media tomorrow at 11 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Good to have you with us. And we're going to get back into Game 2. And I want to offer an olive branch because I know the draft is tomorrow. And I know not everybody cares about the NBA. So if you don't care about the Pistons, I have a simple question about the draft. Rico and I have a disagreement. I need you to settle it. I am offensive line or bust. At 17, at 13, at 24, wherever they end up in the first round, I want an offensive lineman. Why? Because I think the offensive line sucks. Rico says there are needs, plural, not married to a position. Need quantity, not just the one player. I'll tell you now, the reporting today, we could play a little bit of the audio maybe coming into the 5:15. McShay, Rappaport, teams at 14, 15, 16, the Bucks and company, they're all talking to teams about moving down. The teams that are trying to move up, Rico's Niners, the Eagles, the Bears, you know what they want? Tackles. I want to get my guy. I want to know where you guys are. Rico and I have bantied about this the last 2 days. If you don't care about the Pistons, you can answer the draft question. For the Pistons, here's where I'm at. And if you're not, that's fine. Please don't call in like we had some nutcase earlier. We need more Bobby Klintman. Okay. I expect you to play the best game of your season tonight. This is a league game. Orlando's mission was to come here and steal one. They did it. You need to put this team in a body bag tonight. Because if you don't, forget about losing. If you lose, your season's over. But if you don't win and win appropriately, like the better team should, I think that raises all the red flags about what this series is.
So win with style points.
Not just be the better team start to finish, play focus, play physical, play that ferocious brand of defense, chaos. And Rico, if this is a game with 4 minutes to go, I think it's a real problem. I think that means that, you know what? No, game one wasn't a fluke. That this is just what it is, and we're headed for 7. So I expect them to play really well tonight. If they don't, that's where panic would set in for me. But yes, I expect them to answer the bell. Now you can keep all the rest, the whole championship belt crap and all that, and I don't want to hear it. For a team that hasn't won a damn thing in this league, you can keep all that crap. Just back it up with your play. Let's talk more walk. Even what Duran did. Oh, we know we're the better team. Why do you got to say that? You can think it. Why you got to say that? You don't need to gas up somebody's car.
No, I'm with you.
They got a high opinion of themselves for a team that ain't won nothing.
I guess that was his version of pulling a Rasheed Wallace. So.
Well, cool. 248-539-9797. Those are your two pathways in the 5 o'clock. Are you offensive line or bust? Does the reporting from Rappaport and McShay kind of steer you? And for the Pistons, I expect the result. I expect them to play really well. And even if they won, but it was like razor's edge, that's not enough for me. That'll concern me about the rest of the series. Forget about losing. That's no bleep radio. Well, it's must win tonight. You think? Look at the stats if you fall down 0-2. And then look at the stats if 0-2, you were the home team. Yeah, just chalk it up. Your season would be over. I don't think that'll happen. We'll see. What did I forget? That's kind of where we're at, right?
That's it, yeah.
Do you want to explain your draft thing just a little more for people since I gave my side?
Oh, well, for me, it's you trade down and just realize that there is no one offensive lineman that you have to get. There's a bunch of guys all grouped in there that I'm sure Brad, because trust me, whoever we think that the Lions should take, that's not who's at the top of Brad's board. So if that's the case, trade down with maybe even one of the teams who wants to trade up, move down in the first round, get a pick, and also pick up an extra third-round selection. Why? Because you need bodies on this team. Why? Because it's more than just fixing the offensive line. It's the defensive line. It's the secondary. Like, it's tight end. Like, you have so many different ways to go with this. And for the last 2 seasons, Mike, the reason why you've lost, you ran out of bodies. There was no depth on the team. We had the Legion of Whom last year, and we in the final week of Aaron Glenn's tenure here at defense, he literally was bringing in people off the street because they didn't have anybody for defense. Use those draft picks and get bodies. Why? They're cheap because you're going to pay all your players now, so you need to fill out the rest of this roster. I understand if you just love one guy, but I don't think there's just one guy to love. I think there's many people you can love.
David, your take on it? And again, I'll throw the number out because is it game 2 tonight? Like that's the only thing that matters. I know the draft is tomorrow, but I expect the Pistons, out of respect for themselves, they play their best game tonight. And if you don't, I don't think you get to be confident about anything moving forward. If you shouldn't need to escape. If you need to escape against Orlando, I think that's pretty telling. And Orlando already feels like it's mission accomplished. They're men, they're not machines. Tonight's a league game where you should hit them with a garbage can. So let's see it. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, regarding the draft, when you hear Todd McShay, when you hear Ian Rappaport say things that teams that are behind Detroit are looking at 17 as a mark, saying, oh, we need to get ahead of them. 3 of those teams are teams you will be competing with: Philadelphia, Chicago, and San Francisco. That worries me. So if you see a guy, that's why I'm changing a little bit from yesterday, because if you now have that report and you see a guy and you believe in that guy, now you got to go up and get him because they're trying to get ahead of you. So you got to move ahead of them. Mm-hmm. Regarding the Pistons, they have to put, I was about to say something. They have to win big tonight. They have to sit there and make a statement game tonight. It cannot be a close game where they only win by 1 or 2 late because of a defensive stop at the end. No, they have to win by double digits today. They cannot just escape. That will worry me if they just escape. That means you're not the better team, and we might lose this series. Show the league that you are the number 1 seed for a reason.
Can I ask another question, too, on the draft front, since Piston fans are scared of cats right now? The reports about Kyle Pitts being dealt, this is for Rico. This isn't for me. You think the Lions have a ton of needs, and they're a little short on premium picks, right? Then why isn't there more of a discussion of trading Sam Laporta?
Are you being serious right now?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Because
why wouldn't there?
Because the Lions deem him as part of their core 4, and they're going to do everything they can to keep their people.
I'm going to pay Gibbs.
No.
I'm going to. It's clear they're going to pay Branch.
Dude, Rod the Bod came out and said they're paying everybody.
Rod the Bod.
They're going to pay everybody. So
okay, I'm just making a point to you. If you could add a day 2 pick and a day 3, and maybe you give up one of your later picks, isn't that speaking to where you're at about filling so many needs? And look, presumably you could use a pick on a tight end at some point who will make no money. Petzing wants to use multiple tight ends, tons of 12 personnel, a lot of 13. Mm-hmm. I'm asking you, like, when you read an article about Atlanta shopping Pitts because they need more picks,
what you're saying is 100% correct. That's not how the Lions do business. the Lions are going to re-sign all of their players. That's not me speculating. That comes from what they've said.
I just looked at
multiple
it.
people. So yes, Mike, don't get me wrong. It makes sense. I'm asking, are you being serious? Because
No, I was.
Why would they break protocol?
I just
Why
figure with year 2, like Tesla stepping forward, and you have J-Mo, and you have Amon-Ra, and you have Gibbs.
They could have did that last year and they took Tesla and traded J-Mo, but they said, no, we can have both. And we're going to keep them all.
Okay. I don't know. It struck me geez.
No, it makes sense because I do think that you could probably get a pretty nice haul
I
for
agree.
Laporta.
Especially with a pick swap on the back end. You can get a couple of higher caliber picks.
But he's one of their guys.
Yeah, I don't care.
And multiple people between Brad and Rod, we're keeping our guys.
See, but that's where you become a smart team and a smart GM. When you hear the name, you're right, Mike. When you hear the name Kyle Pitts out there in trade discussions, you should say, okay, our guy's coming off an injury. I do believe in him, but people believe in him also. They know that he's better than Kyle Pitts, so I can out there and get ahead and get a pick.
You get picks plural.
Both of you guys are correct. Don't get me wrong. Winning teams in the NFL often move players that are fan favorites. Why? We need to get better. But the fans love them. I don't care that we can get more picks for this person. Just look at what Seattle did. DK Metcalf, fan favorite.
Look what the Chiefs just did with their cornerback, traded him to the Rams.
Right. Like they've done that. They've made moves that hurt a little bit. They don't do that here. So yes.
Okay.
You two are correct, but to get rid of Laporta, it's like chopping off one of your fingers. They're not going to do that.
Just seems silly to me if you think you have that many needs. And of all the weapons you have on offense, there's only so many footballs to go around. And frankly, Laporta he hadn't been the same since his rookie year where he had elite production, set all kinds of records. Mm-hmm. I like him, love to have him, but there is a cap, albeit one that's not real. Couldn't you make your life a little bit easier?
And to add to what you're saying, Mike, it's why, Montgomery wanted out. Like, there's not enough footballs to go around for everybody.
Right. And if you drafted Tesla and he's going to take a step forward this year, look, I understand it. It's just I look at things so differently, and I'm looking at a team where, okay, we have so many needs. Like, I don't argue your point. You're right. They have a ton of needs. I just prioritize the one that I think is the most impactful. I got to fix this O-line. Mm-hmm. Well, you could do both. I mean, does anyone think this offense is going to be bad without Sam Laporta? No. I mean, give me a break. They're loaded. So, again, I know it struck me seeing the headline just now that Atlanta, he's probably going to get dealt during the draft. I'm going,
Atlanta gave away their picks from last year.
Oh, well, whatever. Just keep signing your own. Sure, it'll work out just fine. 248.
You're right.
I know.
But that's not how they handle business.
It's just so bizarre to me. Because you get, like, most teams, if you go, man, I can keep 3 of my core 4.
Mm-hmm.
The other problem for me, I don't even understand how Rod came out last week and talked about signing Branch. I might sign him before he ever plays a game.
Yeah.
Guy blew his Achilles.
Him and Laporta. Yeah.
There's absolutely no guarantee he's the same player.
Wow. But they said that's their priority.
Okay.
So it makes sense, but I laugh at you like, no, he's going to be a Lion for life.
Really bizarre to me. 248-539-9797. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Their brand new showroom is the size of Lambeau Field. Not only do they have all colors of Trex decking, railing, and lighting, full lineup of windows. Nobody beats them on price. Nobody beats them on selection. If you're a contractor and you are not buying from Northville, you're leaving bread on the table. It's just what it is. Stop by, take home some samples, or call Northville. They are Michigan's go-to Trex Superstore. Just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, if you're driving down for game 2, lend me your ear for a second. And I just want to ask one last time. Do you expect this team to play their best game of the season tonight? And what I mean by that is completely bounce back from game 1 and dump truck the Magic. Remember, the Magic came here on a mission to steal 1. You're the team who was whining about not being the favorite in the East and not being respected. You're out here shaking your ass with your championship belt, and you got belted. You got bullied at home. Now, I have enough respect for this team. I don't respect all the things they do, but I have respect for the team. If you're for real, you come out tonight, and you, this should not be close. This should not be scary, because if it is, that raises all the red flags for me, because then that means, no, game 1 wasn't a fluke. This isn't this whole, well, Orlando can't play better thing. No, it would mean Orlando is basically your equal. There's no excuse tonight. So I'm expecting a lot. I want to know what you expect. You're paying your money to go watch this if you're driving down to the game. What do you think? I've given you what we think. And as far as the Lions thing go, I know I confused people because I brought up the Laporta thing. We can stick to the main page. That's my fault. The main thing is I'm offensive line or bust at 17. Rico's not. Kind of what side are you on with it? And the reporting today only kind of entrenches my position more. I think for you, maybe you're a team that trades down. If you don't care about locking in at 17, maybe you become a place teams can trade up to and you get what you want, Rico. I want to know what the people want.
Yeah, I mean, if you can move in and scoop up a trade down to the and still pick in the first round and get an extra third round selection, that would help you out tremendously, because now you're getting 3 potential starters or 4.
I'm intrigued about this team's culture and coaching and attitude. Could you get it right with Caden Proctor? He scares me, but it's not my problem. Like, it's Alabama's coach's problem, why they couldn't get that kid to give his best every play.
And it's funny, but like Caden Proctor is the one guy, Mike, that I've seen, like 10 or 11. He's also down at the bottom of the draft.
Because people don't know what to do with him based on when you're watching tape and he's playing at 370, it looks a lot different than when he's playing at 350. There'll be a play where he looks like a future franchise left tackle and he dummies somebody. Then there's another play where he just looks like he can't get up off the couch. I do think part of that is they didn't do a good job of Bama of saying, son, you gotta get your body right. But he has skills. And I always think back is the Lions want to be brutally physical up front, right? You get Sewell on the left side and you get this monster to just, Caden, can you play at 340? You think about what that does to attitudinally what you do offensively. Like, I would trust the Lions organization enough to be like, even though I'm not a huge fan of the kid, I wouldn't shred it. I'm just intrigued. Mm-hmm. Watch, they'll take a safety. Who knows what the hell they're going to do. David, text and we'll go to the people.
Regarding the draft, someone texts in and says, this draft must produce a starting offensive tackle and a starting defensive end. Whether trading up or down to get there does not matter to me.
I'm glad you guys keep screaming about defensive ends, because this team doesn't care. I mean, I hear you. You're right. I'd love it too. They don't care. I'm not even going to ask you to rewatch games. Guys, they basically want their people occupying up front. Why do you think Jack Campbell had 180 tackles last year? They want occupiers. Mm-hmm. And then they'll always revert to, derpa, we got Aiden. But everybody else, when you go out and get a DJ Wanham, that's a run stopper, that's an occupier, that's an edge setter. Mm-hmm. When you draft a Tyleek Williams, that's not a disruptor. That's a space eater. And then you heard Aleem McNeil's comments about being asked to do too much versus just go disrupt the quarterback. Guys, they don't care. I'm with you. I stand with you. I'm just trying to help you with how they're building this thing. They don't give a damn.
Man, I've given up. You notice you have not heard me say,
I know.
You got to take it. I banged that drum for the last 3 years.
There's no point.
And it just goes silent. So get what you're going to get. Go out there. I just pray to God you draft a playmaker. That's it. who is not a wide receiver and not a tight end, because those are two, or running back.
Anything else you want to add to that list?
That's it.
Okay.
He keeps thinking of another position. I love it.
David, go ahead.
Offensive line or bust. We've overcome a bad defense every year of the Holmes-Campbell era. Without an offensive line, the whole ship sinks. Been harping for weeks that it has to be an offensive tackle or bust for me at 17. I'll take Freeling or Blake myself. That is Jimmy and Charlotte.
Hey, guys, I'm not even... What's up?
No, I'm just wondering, like, if they don't take an offensive tackle, are people just going to be crushed tomorrow?
Well, I think people are annoyed. I think the offseason annoyed most fans. And if they don't take an offensive lineman, and you're going into the season with Larry Borum as your right tackle, because you have no depth.
They spoke highly about him.
That's cool. TJ doesn't. Fans have a right to be annoyed. I'm sorry. Like 2023's offensive line, only one guy is still here. And if you're gonna go get Cade Mays, who's better than Glasgow, like I don't want to be starting Christian Mahogany.
Here's what I don't want fans to feel how I felt for the last 3 years, begging for a defensive lineman, making every reason why they should take a defensive lineman, and they were like, "That's good." No, how about no?
Okay, well, I can't
that's why I just chuckle, like, man, if they don't.
No team in the league has spent more time on tackles in the pre-draft process than this team. So either they're running the most elaborate Bernie Madoff scheme in history, or they're taking a tackle. I just don't know what other conclusion, because what have we always said? We may not like what they say, but they tell you what they speak their mind. They do what they say. I don't know, man. David, then I'll get to the phone. Sorry, buddy.
I completely agree with you all. Just the Lions won't do the smart thing. This is the same GM that signed J-Mo while drafting a wide receiver that we barely use. Yes, consider trading.
Yeah, no, it won't happen, but I only juxtapose it with the news of the day, which was Atlanta affirming they're probably going to move Kyle Pitts because they need more picks. And I'm like, geez, I've listened to Rico talk about how much he wants more picks. And I look at the offense, and while Tesla's not this direct replacement for Laporta, they're different players. Tesla is a good run blocker. He is a big-bodied receiver. He's kind of like tight end light. Mm-hmm. I just was like, isn't that the natural transition? But whatever, I'm a horse's ass. We'll go to Paul, 97.1.
Both things can be true.
Hello, Paul.
Hey, Mike. You've been listening for a while now. I got many comments. But first, I got to say, and the one with an asterisk. That's funny.
I couldn't help myself. I apologize.
Oh, yeah, I know you couldn't. But with the Pistons, you're right. They got to come out and play a game, a defensive game. They can't let Orlando dictate the action. You know, they had Suggs came out the other day, and just he destroyed them. As far as Wagner, too, like he had a sequence. He went 6 in a row where he made everything. It was backdoor cuts, slam dunks, 3-point shots. It was crazy. So they got to set the defensive tone. They can't let what happened happen the other day. As far as the Lions, Rico, I think you're right. Trade back a couple. Maybe Blake Miller's there. You still get your offensive tackle. Get some more picks. And that's the way it's got to go.
Yeah, and to go back to your Pistons thing, I mean, Paul, when they went over that tape, they had to be disgusted. The amount of backdoor cuts, the amount of missed assignments, bad rotations, bad closeouts. I mean, Duran seemingly getting lost in his patrol area, and it was more than just getting alley-ooped on into outer space. It was they just were not detail-oriented, and honestly, Team Orlando felt like they had no respect. They were driving right into your chest. And sure, you got to highlight when Beef Stew blocked Boncaro, and of course he wanted to salute the crowd. But all night, they were the more physical team. That's a direct challenge. As Rico said, tonight's it's a bravado game. If you want to have a championship belt and you want to talk it, well, then tonight you've got to respond.
Right, you want to do all the videos. Well, you got to do something tonight.
It was a terrible thing to watch, and they gotta match that energy tonight.
Yeah, if you're the team you think you are, this is a league game. You are supposed to win this game in dominating fashion tonight. I mean, I've watched the NBA my whole life. You know, when you're the supposed elite team and you get stunned in game one, you just bounce back. That's what this is.
Yeah. Normally that stun game is game 3 at their place, and they come out there. Okay, now you're down. Now you're up 2-1. Well, it's a little reverse this time, but this is a game where you take a victory by 1, you will, but it's more of a statement.
Oh,
you need to show that you are that number 1 seed, and it wasn't fake.
Oh, the win, I'll take it any way they can get it, but that doesn't mean I won't be gravely concerned about the series. If this thing is scary and we're calling timeouts and doing reviews and 3 minutes to go and it's a 1-possession game, that's kind of a WTF moment. Sorry. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. 97.1. All right, let's get to the people. Knock down some of the draft calls, the game 2 calls. We'll give you a big finish. Get to Tigers, Brewers game 2. Can't be worse than yesterday. So there's always that. We'll go to T, 97.1. T, what's good, my man?
Good afternoon. I am so happy that we have finally all agreed that the Lions are just about the most penny-pinching, personnel-getting team I've ever seen. For 3 years, going on 4 now, you have ignored the fact that our defense has been subpar, and now you want to feed us some more action about we need an offensive tackle, we need this, we need that. All I'm going to say is this, Mike. You know, I've been beating this drum for 2 years. If we don't pick up a minimum of 3 to 4 defensive players, there's just something wrong, man. It's just something wrong. I'm tired of hearing about old tackles. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. If that Oregon tight end was available, I'd pick him up.
Oh, God.
Why? Because we don't know what Laporta's going to look like. But he'd be the only one. He'd be the only one.
But, T, I can agree with you that they need to add to the defense, but you can't act like I'm on crazy pills. Look at this offensive line. It's not good enough.
I know, but guess what? You got to be able to stop some people in critical situations. And I think had that offensive line, offensive team we had with the defense when the Seahawks or the Patriots, the Lions would have been good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Right, but you're also bringing, and to your point, right, the Patriots went out last year and spent over $300 million in free agency and fixed their defense. Yeah. And Seattle, listen, straight up, John Schneider's done a better job than Brad Holmes the last couple of years drafting. Like Witherspoon is a stud. Woolen was a stud. You know, the pickups in free agency, the gamble on Tank Lawrence. Yeah, T, you're right. But like, you're aware I didn't run this offseason. I don't know what this offseason was.
You know what it is. What it's been the last 3 years. I got receipts. I'm feeling this, I'm feeling that. He was feeling this stuff, and now he's gotten humble. Now you got to recalibrate, man. You need defenders to stop people at some point.
I know. And the problem for me, they're between a rock and a hard place. Brian Branch blew his Achilles. I have no idea what he'll look like or when he'll be back. And Kirby Joseph, the medical reports we get. So then you're in a spot where you're like, damn, they should sign a real safety. Didn't do it. And then it's like, T, I won't be shocked at 17 if they do smartest guy in the room and they take, Thielman from Thieneman from Oregon. Like, I don't know what they're going to do.
No. See, again, we could say keep hope alive, but they're starting to look SOL. Same old Lions. This got a little bit of extra perfume on, man. I'm just tired of looking at it, man.
I know.
I'm tired of them loading up on their offense, man.
I know, but T, all I'm going to say, look, I can't fight you. I'm not trying to. They can't go into the season with Larry Borum at right tackle. You can't go into the season promising Christian Mahogany a job. You can't, I know it's going to open a can of worms. You can't put that in front of Jared Goff. You don't have a quarterback that will be able to flourish with that.
No.
And all of this is true, right? Like, yes, I know they need defensive players. I have to support the highest paid guy on the team.
You do.
It's a bit of hypocrisy to go, I've paid him the most money and I have to give him the most help. But that's the NFL.
No, you do. But if that's the case, Mike, then you almost have to go exclusively offensive line for those first couple of picks.
Just one.
And then you have to because you got to outscore people.
Just one.
Because your defense
just one pick.
is in shambles.
Give me pick 17. I'll give you the rest of the draft. Do whatever you like. Just give me pick 17.
So pick 17, that fixes the offensive line trouble.
It's my best effort to fix the offensive line.
Because I'm saying if you do that, it's smart to then double down and take a guard with that next pick.
No, defense.
No, Mike, and you build one of your lines is good.
No.
You just got to outscore people. First team to 35 wins.
As Mike Singletary once said, can't do it.
You got the weapons.
He did it again.
What?
Just a little bit too far.
He's very provocative today.
What do you mean too far? No. Guys,
No, I understand what you're saying.
One person is not going to fix that line.
But
How
they
do you know
got
that?
Dortch and whoever else they got this offseason.
Okay.
Hey, what a ringing endorsement by David.
Whatever else you got this offseason, meet Micah Parsons. Micah, whatever.
Well, he's dead too. But yeah, I hear you. We'll go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. What I would like to see him do is there's going to be a player of need that falls out of the top 10 that grades out to be a top 10 pick that the Lions need to go up and package one of their second, fourth, or fifth round picks to move up 5, 6 spots and go get them.
That's what I want. Joe, I'm with you.
Yep. Yeah.
And again, if they did it and drafted a defensive player, I'm not going to yell or scream or be angry. I want somebody that Brad Holmes and his staff love, not that they like, someone they love.
But see, I wonder, guys, since they did this whole big thing on offensive tackles, if they may dip into the second tier of offensive tackles. The guys that are not first rounders.
Give up a pick in 27 plus your first. Nothing this year. That solves all the problems.
You want to give up a pick in next year's draft?
Yes.
Okay. I would not recommend that, but okay.
Go get who you love this year that can help this year.
Yeah, and I mean, Joe, you know what they're going to do is they could end up with somebody they're lukewarm on. They'll come out and tell you how much they love them. But you know what I know, right? This is not a great draft. I don't know if there's 15 guys with first-round grades. But I'll be damned if I'm going to settle. Rico's over here just like, I'll take what you can get. No. That's not what you would do in San Francisco, Privilege.
No, because they run things differently.
There it is. I wanted you to say it. No, I know.
They run things
I like how
differently.
John Lynch has done it.
This is it. Mike, I'm thinking like the Lions. I'm thinking like Brad Holmes. And him going through all the tackles means that, you know what, maybe we can find somebody in that second tier group of tackles and take somebody in the first round, get another tackle in the second round, and now we're good to go. You sure about that, David?
Yeah. David attacks. Oh, boy.
Oh, text here regarding the Pistons. Someone says, Rashid did his guarantee in the finals, people. He also said we ain't afraid of those cats because he had played in the West. Do something before you mouth off.
That's where I'm at, but you guys love lapping it up like thirsty dogs at a bowl. Oh, the Pistons won again. Okay.
Are you ready? Pistons 121, Magic 93. Richard not being a Richard.
That's right.
says.
Richard, bring it. That's what I want tonight. Exert your dominance. Show you're the better team. Give Orlando something to think about on the flight home. Don't give them confidence by letting them be in this game. Don't trick around. Because I'm telling you, if you don't put a good performance out there tonight, then you know what? Maybe you're not better than these guys. 97.1.
Oh, no.
I'm Rico, blah, blah, blah.
Whatever, Mike. I've had it with you guys. Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change. Hey, kids will grow and new memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices, and nobody is battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working perfectly in harmony, and you'll get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. So even though your kids will grow up, and I promise you, you still won't understand that 6-7 thing, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. To get started, call Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today.